Qibao has died. To protect the disciples of the sect, she, the proud leader of Ling Mountain, was attacked and killed by the demon cult. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself reborn into the old Yu family at the east end of Panlong village in the Great Wei dynasty. Fortunately, the customs in the Great Wei dynasty are similar to those of the Tang dynasty. Since birth, her parents and 3 older brothers have loved her very much. The family lives a happy life. But in the past 2 days, the atmosphere has been heavy because of one matter. Qibao's father had an accident. 3 days ago, someone reported that a fire broke out suddenly at the Qian family's shipbuilding workshop in the county. Qibao's father, who was the accountant there, was burned to death. Yesterday, the Qian family sent 20 taels of silver as compensation to the Yu family. The Yu family was stunned by this news. Before they could recover, the silver was snatched away by Granny Wang from the village. Although Granny Wang was the mother of Qibao's father, he had long since become the son-in-law of the Yu family. By right, Granny Wang was considered an outsider now. But now that her son was dead, Granny Wang didn't care whether he was married out or not. She just came to snatch the silver. Today, Granny Wang went to the market. She heard from neighbors in another village that the Qian family usually paid 50 taels of silver as compensation to the family of the deceased. She immediately became unhappy, skipped the market, and came back to demand the remaining money from the Yu family. I raised my son with hard work. He was so unlucky to become a son-in-law. He died so young. What am I supposed to do as his wife now? Granny Wang sat in the yard of the Yu family, wiping tears and beating her thigh, wailing loudly. Nana Wang, my dad isn't dead. Please don't curse him here, or it'll bring bad luck to my dad. 3-year-old Qibao, wearing a blue cloth dress with small floral patterns and a taro leaf on her head, ran out of the house with a frown and said to Granny Wang, "It was you who didn't let my dad get married. He was sick, and you forced him to do manual labor. It was my great-grandpa who carried my dad back to take care of him and married him to my mom." Qibao's father was the 3rd son in the Zhao family. He was not well-liked since childhood and lived worse than a pig or dog. 5 years ago, he fell seriously ill. If it weren't for Qibao's great-grandpa helping, he probably would have died long ago. Qibao didn't know these things. She only heard the village women tell her later. "You still treat my dad like a daughter-in-law. Took 5 taels of silver bride price from my great-grandpa, called my dad a short-lived ghost, and said you wouldn't have anything to do with him in this life. Even if I begged, I couldn't come to your house. Now that my dad is in trouble and we don't know if he's alive or dead, you rush here to ask for money. Granny Wang, is my dad really your biological son?" Qibao spoke softly, but her words were clear and organized. Mrs. Wang is now refusing to admit responsibility. She crosses her arms and scolds, "I don't care. My son entered your Yu family's home, and he was working hard for your old Yu family. That's why he lost his life. He was supposed to take care of me in my old age, but he died so early. What will I do about my retirement money now?" She yells at Qibao's mother, "You Shui Lian. You heartless woman. You only paid 50 taels in compensation, but you just gave me 20 taels to send me away. Do you really think I am that foolish? Listen, if you don't give me the money today, later I will have my older and younger brothers tear down your house and sell that little girl. You will also have to give me my son's hard-earned money." Yu Shui Lian is crying so much her eyes are swollen because of her husband's situation. Qibao keeps comforting her, saying her husband is safe and just temporarily trapped. Once the crisis is over, he will come back. A 3-year-old child's words. How could Yu Shui Lian believe them? Although she hasn't seen the body, the fire was so big that the workshop was half burned. Her husband is probably. Mrs. Wang is causing a big fuss, rolling and yelling loudly. Suddenly, the gate is kicked open with a loud bang. Is this Zhao Lianzhou's house? A fierce-looking man with a red face and 2 younger men come in. Yu Shui Lian wipes her tears and pulls Qibao behind her. "I am his wife." "You are." The red-faced man looks at Yu Shui Lian's face, his eyes flashing with lecherous intent. "We are from the Qian family workshop. Today we came." "Oh, shopkeeper. You've arrived. Whatever you need, just tell me. I am Zhao Lianzhou's real mother. Mrs. Wang quickly steps forward to interrupt the man. The red-faced man glances at Mrs. Wang. Isn't Zhao Lianzhou supposed to be a son-in-law? You can't decide his matters. Mrs. Wang smiles happily. Yes, yes. My son is doing well. There's no reason for him to be a son-in-law. We're not doing that anymore. My son will be buried with our ancestors. Qi Bao sticks out her little head. Grandma Wang, you once said my dad should stay far away so he doesn't dirty your Zhao family's land. Mrs. Wang spits out. You brat. Who asked you to speak? The red-faced man ignores their fuss. I don't care who speaks for Zhao Lianzhou. The fire at the workshop has been investigated. It was your Zhao Lianzhou who embezzled workers' wages. When it was discovered, he set fire to the workshop. Now, you must return the money you took yesterday and compensate for the workshop's losses. No, that's not true. Yushui Lian's body suddenly softened, almost unable to stand. Qi Bao hurriedly supported her mother, her small face puffed up with anger, and she sternly shouted at the red-faced man. You're talking nonsense. My father is the most honest person. He would never steal other people's money. The red-faced man saw Qi Bao and his eyes filled with greed. This little girl is pink and tender, with bright eyes. She clearly has the potential to become a beauty. This time he's going to make a big profit. You're her family, so of course you should speak well for him. The authorities have already investigated and are now searching everywhere for Zhao Lianzhou. You must also hand over the wages, 135 taels of silver, not a penny less. Think of a way quickly. Behind him, two thugs rolled up their sleeves and waved their arms at the mother and daughter, signaling that they would act if they didn't cooperate. Old Madame Wang was stunned by this change. That coward Zhao Senhua dares to steal money? Don't be joking. She knew her own son's character well. Could it be that the old Yu family didn't want to pay and was deliberately staging a scene? Qi Bao's eyes twinkled as she pointed at Madame Wang. Then you better ask her for it. She's my grandma, and all our money is kept by her. That unlucky ghost has nothing to do with me. He became a son-in-law, but our Zhao family doesn't have such embarrassing things. Madame Wang saw the three of them turning fierce and quickly turned to run away. The little thug behind the red-faced man grabbed her. Trying to run? No way. You just said you're Zhao Lianzhou's mother. Perfect, his wife and daughter are here too. Tell me, how do you want to return the money? Madame Wang sat down heavily and cried. It's not my fault. He entered the Yu family, and he's one of us. If you want money, go to the Yu family. She pointed at Yushui Lian and Qi Bao. These are his wife and daughter. Whatever you do, sell them or whatever, just don't involve my Zhao family. Qi Bao also cried. Grandma, how can you do this? You took all the money. How can you say my father isn't your real son? Go ask around. Everyone in the village knows she's my biological mother. The noisy commotion at the Yu family also attracted villagers. This old woman really isn't a good person. Yesterday, someone paid her money, and she kept calling him her own son. Now she's denying it. Someone who had a grudge against Madame Wang said this. Now she just wants her to give money. But she can't even do that. She just received money yesterday, and her eldest grandson went to the bride's house to give dowry, bragging all over the village, afraid people won't know. Oh, poor Zhao Senhua. When he was alive, his wife constantly nagged him, making him miserable. After finally meeting the Yu family, he died and now has to suffer even after death. Qi Bao said to the red-faced man, Uncle, you heard that? She took the money. You should go ask her for it. The red-faced man refused to admit it. I don't care who is related to whom. Zhao Lianzhou caused trouble, and your family has to pay for him. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get the money. 6th, bring out the sale contract. I don't think this broken house is worth much, so let's use a person to settle the debt. Qi Bao counted on her fingers, trying to figure out where her father was. She remembered his face shape from before. He was a lucky young man who would have good fortune later, and he wouldn't die so soon. But her father's birth date was strange, like a thin veil covering it, making it impossible to tell. The only possibility was that her father's birth chart was wrong. She could only guess her father Zhao Lianzhou's life and death by looking at Yu Shuilian's face. Qibao thought carefully and said seriously, "My father will come back soon. Give us 3 days. We will find him and explain everything." The red-faced man didn't believe a little girl's words. He waved to the people beside him. "Zhao Lianzhou is lucky. His wife and daughter are pretty. If they sell her to Cuihong Tower, she could fetch over 100 taels of silver, which might help pay some of your father's debt." He reached out to grab Qibao, but she quickly dodged. "You do too many bad things and you've got a case in the underworld. You'll definitely die suddenly within a month," Qibao said angrily. The red-faced man laughed loudly. "You're just a little kid, pretending to be a half-immortal. Tell me, how do you think I'll die suddenly?" Qibao looked serious and said, "You'll be killed by your son." The 3 men burst into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. "Ha ha ha. I don't even have a wife, and you say I'll be killed by my son. You really are a silly kid. Since you're so clever, send you to Cuihong Tower for training. Maybe someday your future husband will come to see you." The red-faced man reached out again to grab Qibao. Yu Shuilian, barely able to stand, grabbed a hoe nearby and stepped in front of her daughter, shouting at the red-faced man, "If you dare to hit her, I'll smash your head open." The red-faced man sneered. "Oh, so you're a fierce old tigress. I like that." He reached out to touch Yu Shuilian's face. "Don't bully my mother." Qibao rushed forward and bit him on the leg. "Ah," the man with the red face shouted. "You brat, how dare you bite me?" Qibao quickly flicked her hand and took out a silver needle from her waist pouch, then stabbed it into his leg acupoint. This waist pouch was her treasure from her previous life. It came with her when she traveled through time. It wasn't very big inside, but it could expand as her abilities grew. The man with the red face staggered and almost fell, but his younger brother caught him. "Dead girl. You refuse to listen and force us to take these 2 people away." The villagers watching couldn't stand it anymore. After all, the Yu family was from Panlong village. The Yu family was kind and generous, and they had made many good relationships with other families in the village. During the daytime, you want to force good people into prostitution? No matter how powerful the Qi family is, they can't ignore the law. Uncle Chun from next door swung his broomstick and spoke to the 3 of them. Some people stepped forward, and others followed to speak up for the Yu family. "Sir, let's talk nicely." The old master of their family went up the mountain to gather herbs, and a few young men went with him. "It's just the 2 women at home. Are you bullying people like this?" "That's right. Zhao Sanhua is a very honest man. How could he steal money? There must be some misunderstanding. Zhao Sanhua is a man of good character. Last year, my relative passing through the county asked him to bring some money back. When I got the money, I didn't even open the envelope. He would never steal money." The man with the red face sneered. "They say you can't judge a person by their face. Besides, your little money isn't the same as our workshop's 100 taels of silver, is it? If you can talk so well, why don't you just pay him back the money?" As soon as money was mentioned, the villagers fell silent. Although these years had been peaceful, Panlong village was nestled by mountains and water. When the harvest was good, they didn't save much, but could still get by and have enough to eat. But if you asked about borrowing money, no one was willing. They simply didn't have much cash on hand. The wealthiest was the village chief's family. Coincidentally, the village chief had gone to visit relatives in a distant town for a feast and wasn't home. Suddenly, there was no one to help or decide. The village elder sighed. "Sir, Zhao Sanhua grew up here. He definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Please be understanding. We need to think of a way, right?" The man with the red face looked at everyone and said, "You all are just poor folks. The whole village probably can't gather 100 taels of silver, right? Don't worry, I have a solution. Zhao Lianzhou's wife and daughter, we'll take them first. If he's really dead, he can come and pay to redeem them later." Qibao saw that someone had bad intentions and probably planned to kidnap her and her mother. "Humph, you're just an assistant. Why do you get to decide for us?" "I want to see your master." The man with a red face sneered. "You little girl still want to see my master? You're really bold for someone so young." Qibao clenched her small fists. "If your master doesn't see me, the baby in his wife's belly won't be born." The man with a red face was stunned. Hey, you little girl, how dare you curse my lady? Just wait and see. Stop. At the gate of the courtyard, a middle-aged man had been standing quietly. He slowly walked over to Qibao. Tell me, how do you know that the baby in my wife's belly can't be born? Qibao didn't answer his question. She looked up with her small face. My father was wrongly accused. The middle-aged man looked at her expressionless. But your father did steal money. He's gone now, and the others are dead. It's impossible to say you didn't take it just because you claim you didn't. But what if I find proof? Qibao's face was stubborn. The middle-aged man clearly had no patience for arguing with a child. Answer my previous question. Qibao's bright eyes and serious face said, you have 3 daughters and 2 sons in your fate. Now your eldest son has died young. The lady in your wife's belly is your only son. If he can't be born smoothly, you will have no children in this life. The man with a red face shouted, you brat, do you know who you're talking about? Shut up. The middle-aged man snapped, his face dark. Get out of the way. The man with a red face looked embarrassed. He cast a fierce look at Qibao and then stepped back, grim-faced. Qibao met his gaze without fear, sticking out her tongue and making a silly face. Ha! That'll make you mad. Mr. Qian, San looked at Qibao. Do you know who I am? Qibao shook her head. No, but I have a guess. Yushui Lian quickly stepped forward and hugged her daughter. Qibao, don't talk nonsense. This girl is clever. She started calling her parents at 4 months old, and by 1 year, she could speak clearly. Her husband said she was born knowing things, so he thinks she's extraordinary. Yushui Lian didn't share that opinion. She didn't want her daughter to be too outstanding. She just hoped her child would be healthy and safe. Mr. Qian-san waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Uncle Chen stood at the courtyard gate. Qibao's mother. We won't go far. If anything happens, just shout. There were only 2 women in the family, 1 grown-up and 1 young girl. The villagers didn't feel very at ease, so they sat under the old locust tree not far from Lao Yu's house. Now you can tell me why you say my wife cannot have children inside her belly. Master Qian's face looked very unhappy. He was almost 40 years old, famous and wealthy, but he had no children, which became his biggest worry. He had 1 wife and 2 concubines. His first wife gave birth to a son, but he died at age 5. Since then, only daughters were born. Because of this, he valued his current wife's pregnancy very much. Several doctors said it was a boy, but her pregnancy looked bad, so they worried she might not be able to give birth. Even if she managed to give birth, raising the child would be difficult. The Qian family has 3 branches. The old master is still alive and they haven't divided the family property, but the 3 branches often argued secretly. Only he and his wife knew about his wife's pregnancy. They didn't tell anyone else, and even the doctors were secretly hired from her family. That's why Master Qian was very shocked when Qibao told him about it. Qibao looked at his face and said, although you are ruthless and clever, you still have a bottom line. Your wife's pregnancy should be safe, but because of some evil people working against her, your son might be in danger. Master Qian listened carefully and started to believe her a little. Zhao Lianzhou had worked at the Qian family for 2 years. He had a clever daughter. Master Qian had heard about this, but he didn't expect her to be so smart. He asked, what kind of evil person is working against us? How can I protect my son? Qibao counted on her fingers and said, it's your wife who's pregnant. I need to see your home to understand. Yushui Lian hurriedly said, Qibao, Zhao Lianzhou was now in danger of life. If something happened to the child again, what could we do? Master Qian looked sharply at Qibao. She looked back at him clearly and confidently. Also, I want to go to where my father's trouble started to see for myself. The Qian family made their fortune from ships. Master Qian traveled far and wide, so he had seen many strange things and knew some people were born knowing things. Although he was surprised by Qibao's cleverness, it wasn't too strange. All right, I'll take you. If you can help me save my son, I can also help you with your father's problem. But if you lie and deceive me, Yushui Lian felt worried. Master Qian, my child is still young and naive. Take her away. Master Qian didn't give her a chance to speak. He took the mother and daughter straight to the big house of the Qian family. Qi Bao hugged Yu Shui Lian's neck softly and said, "Mother, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen to us. Dad, and I will bring Dad home, okay?" Yu Shui Lian felt sad inside but also wanted to see what was going on at the Qian family. She made up her mind and decided to go with third Master Qian. When the villagers under the old locust tree saw the mother and daughter following third Master Qian, they quickly gathered around. Uncle Chen stared wide-eyed and asked, "What does this mean? Are they trying to kidnap someone?" Qi Bao waved her little hand at Uncle Chen and smiled. "Uncle Chen, third Master Qian invited my mother and me to visit. In a few days, we'll go back with my father." Aunt Chen held Yu Shui Lian worriedly and said, "Shui Lian, are you sure going there is safe?" Yu Shui Lian held back tears and replied, "Thank you for your concern, second sister-in-law. I trust Qi Bao's father. He's not that kind of person. Third Master Qian wants to give us justice. I need to see for myself." The Qian family lived in the county town, which was still a long way from Panlong village. When third Master Qian arrived at the county town with his mother and daughter, it was already getting dark. Yu Shui Lian hugged the sleepy Qi Bao. "Third Master Qian, the Qian family has many people and eyes everywhere. It's not a good time for us to go now. My wife is heavily pregnant, and it's not safe to go out at night. How about we meet tomorrow?" Third Master Qian thought for a moment and also felt it was not good to bring the mother and daughter back now. He decided to leave the handsome man with a red face at the inn to keep watch while he went home himself. The handsome man with a red face saw that third Master Qian was not around and scowled at Qi Bao, saying fiercely, "You little brat. When tomorrow comes, I'll see how I deal with you." Qi Bao sighed and warned, "Uncle, listen to me. You really shouldn't do bad things. Otherwise, you might lose your life." The handsome man snorted coldly and said, "I don't believe you. Everyone, watch out. I'm going out for a walk." As soon as he left, his two little helpers made faces behind his back. "We just got back, and you're in such a hurry to see your sweetheart. Aren't you afraid someone might be at home?" Inside, Yu Shui Lian hugged Qi Bao and looked worried. "Qi Bao, do you really think there's something wrong with the Qian family?"
Qi Bao nodded that.
"Yes, mother. I'm not lying. Once Mrs. Qian's problem is solved, we'll see father again." Yu Shui Lian was surprised. "Qi Bao, how do you know all this?" She felt her daughter was a little different now. Qi Bao's thick, curled eyelashes fluttered as she blinked. "I had a dream about an old man with a white beard. He taught me everything." What could she do? She couldn't say she hadn't drunk Meng Po's soup and was reborn. "Mother, I'm sleepy now." Qi Bao is very tired. Qi Bao rubbed her eyes, snuggled into Yu Shui Lian's arms, and yawned cutely. She was still too young to handle all this. Yu Shui Lian gently touched her daughter's chubby face and softly patted her back. As her daughter gradually fell asleep, Yu Shui Lian found herself unable to sleep at all. Before dawn, the inn's door was suddenly knocked loudly. "Get up! Quickly get up!" Yu Shui Lian had just closed her eyes when she suddenly opened them, shook her daughter, and said, "Qi Bao, wake up. Wake up fast." Qi Bao rubbed her eyes and asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" Yu Shui Lian didn't know what was happening. She hurriedly dressed her daughter, thinking that if something was wrong, she had to escape quickly with her child. Just as they finished dressing, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. "Hurry, come with me." The person kicking the door was Lu Zi, who followed the red-faced man. Yu Shui Lian wanted to speak. Qi Bao held her mother's hand and replied, "Okay." At the inn's entrance, a carriage was waiting, taking the mother and daughter to the Qian family estate. Mrs. Qian was sweating heavily. She wasn't new to childbirth, but for some reason, this time her baby was born early, yet she couldn't deliver it properly. The midwife was busy trying to calm Mrs. Qian. When Mr. Qian suddenly brought in a little girl, she couldn't help but frown. Mr. Qian didn't care about anything else now. He told Qi Bao, "Go see if my wife and father are okay. It all depends on you this time." Qi Bao thought to herself, "This doesn't sound right. To save your son, why are you asking me to check your father?" She approached Mrs. Qian and saw her face was pale, with dark circles under her eyes, clear signs of bad luck. Qi Bao carefully examined Mrs. Qian's face and then lifted the quilt to check her. The midwife became more annoyed. Sir, Mr. Qian, the bracelet on your wife looks very nice. Could you take it off so I can see it? Qi Bao's gaze was fixed on Mrs. Qian's ornate gold bracelet. The lady's maid, standing nearby, scolded. Who is this little girl? She doesn't understand. This is a delivery room. Can you come here? Take it off, Mr. Qian ordered sternly. The maid was stunned. Sir? Mr. Qian didn't hesitate anymore. He went over and took the bracelet off Mrs. Qian's wrist, handing it to Qi Bao. When the bracelet was removed, the dark mark on Mrs. Qian's forehead faded slightly, confirming Qi Bao's suspicions. She performed a quick spell, pretending to feel Mrs. Qian's belly, then struck gently. She whispered into Mrs. Qian's ear, Madam, just use your strength. The little brother is very obedient. Strangely enough, the restless baby seemed to find direction and moved toward the birth canal. Mrs. Qian, feeling very nervous, listened to her child's soft, sweet voice. It was like a gentle spring rain calming her heart, making her feel much more at peace. Midwife Wen was happily excited. I see the baby's head. Madam, push harder, Qi Bao said to Mr. Qian-san. Let's go. Staying longer will only delay others. Mr. Qian-san looked at Mrs. Qian-san and thought she seemed to look better than before. Only then did he leave the delivery room with Qi Bao. Outside, Yu Shualian anxiously waited. When she saw Qi Bao come out, she quickly hugged the baby into her arms. Mother, I'm fine. Third brother, how is your wife? Two women, nearly 40, approached, their eyes fixed on Qi Bao. Mr. Qian-san greeted the two women. Thank you for your concern, eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. The baby hasn't come out yet. Mrs. Qian sighed. I told you to go to Qingfeng Temple to see the abbot, but you didn't believe me. If you had, maybe. Her voice was full of regret. Mrs. Qianda interrupted. Third brother, don't worry. Sister-in-law is a lucky person. She and the baby will be safe, Mr. Qian-san said solemnly, thanks to your good words. I hope so. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Qi Bao's face. Qi Bao smiled at him. Third master, don't worry. Madam and the little young master will be safe. Yu Shualian hugged Qi Bao tighter, feeling more uneasy. Although she was from the countryside, she knew that some things in big families shouldn't be involved in. But now, she and her daughter were caught up in trouble and couldn't escape. She's born. She's born. Just as Qi Bao finished speaking, the midwife's joyful voice came from the delivery room. Mr. Qian-san hurried forward. Is my son all right? Moments later, the midwife came out holding the baby. Congratulations, third master. The young master is doing well. Reward. Everyone reward, Mr. Qian-san looked at his wrinkled son with excitement, waving his hand to have the servants give tips. Mrs. Qian-er's face stiffened, then she rolled up her sleeves and congratulated him. Congratulations, third brother. Mrs. Qianda looked at the baby and smiled. This child has a full forehead. He's quite lucky. Qi Bao also wanted to see the baby, but was pulled back by Yu Shualian. Mr. Qian-san rewarded the servants, calming his excited mood. Then he took Qi Bao and her daughter to the study. Tell me, why did my wife have a difficult labor? Qi Bao twisted the bracelet she had earlier, splitting it into two halves. Inside, it was surprisingly hollow. She pinched it a few times with her small hand and took out a small piece of paper. A foul smell hit her nose as she slowly unfolded it. On it were black symbols, but it was unclear what they depicted. Master Qian's face was dark and gloomy. Although he didn't fully understand, he knew this couldn't be something good. Madam's difficult labor was because of this. Of course, it wasn't that simple. Madame Qian had been given medicine, but Qi Bao used her spiritual power to dissolve it. However, in front of Master Qian, she couldn't say this openly. The young girl looked innocent and confused. I don't know. I just feel like the thing in Madame's hand is a bit strange. Master Qian thought that some children, when young, can see things ordinary people can't. This child must be extraordinary. Third Master, you promised me you'd take me to see my father's workshop where he had an accident. Master Qian paused while holding the note. I can settle your father's wages, but arson is a serious matter. It can't be easily resolved. Yue Lian hurriedly said, Master Qian, my husband worked in your workshop for 2 years. You should know what kind of person he is. Arson is impossible. Master Qian snorted softly. What if I know? Someone saw him setting fire. Yue Lian's face turned pale. She wanted to argue more, but Qi Bao stopped her. Qi Bao looked at Master Qian with bright eyes. Master Qian, young master is naturally weak. If he isn't properly cared for, it will be hard for him to survive past 3 years. Master Qian narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Yue Lian stepped in front of the child. Third master, children's words can't be trusted. What harm could my son's disaster bring? Master Qian dared not be careless. He loved his only son dearly. Qi Bao looked serious and said, I want to go to the workshop where the incident happened. Master Qian hesitated, not daring to ignore her. He personally took Qi Bao to the scene. The workshop was blackened and burned. Workers were clearing debris. Qi Bao looked at the mess before her face growing serious. Master Qian noticed her expression and asked, Do you see something? Qi Bao pursed her lips, but said nothing. Her spiritual power from her past life had vanished after rebirth. Now, she had only just begun to cultivate, barely forming some energy gates, but not enough to open her spiritual eyes. Still, she could sense dozens of angry spirits howling here. She touched the charred wood, feeling the pain and helplessness of the spirits before her. Third master, this has nothing to do with my father. It's your own family causing trouble. Master Qian was stunned, then chuckled. Little girl, you shouldn't talk nonsense. Qi Bao pulled something from the ground. It was a burned and broken rack with a few beads left on an abacus. Fire started from there. Qi Bao pointed to the ruins. Someone noticed the wood was wrong and was upset. Then they fought and someone died. That person set the fire. Qi Bao didn't explain in detail. She could only trace a little truth through lingering resentment. The specifics, I believe, are known to Third Master Qian himself. Third Master Qian's face gradually darkened. He thought the child had opened her spiritual eyes and seen things ordinary people couldn't see, but she was too young to understand clearly. In his heart, he understood immediately. Someone tampered with the materials, and after being discovered, they falsely accused Zhao Lianzhou. They burned everything in a fire, leaving no evidence. He didn't know whether the incident was caused by the main family or the second family. He took a deep breath. About your father's matter, I will go to the Yamen to clear the case. Today's events must not be mentioned to anyone. Qi Bao looked at him with clear eyes, seeming a bit confused. Why was he no longer pursuing the matter? After such a big incident with dozens of lives lost, she wondered. Third Master Qian looked away, not knowing why, but he felt the child's gaze was too bright, almost able to see into people's hearts. You family, as a mother, you should know how to teach your children. Yue Lian was not an entirely ignorant rural woman. Her ancestors had been capable people, but their family had fallen into decline since her great-grandfather's generation. Third Master, don't worry. Qi Bao is a sensible girl. She won't speak nonsense. Yes, I will arrange for someone to send you back, Qian nodded. His son would rely on Qi Bao in the future, so he didn't want to make things too difficult. Qi Bao let go of Yue Lian's hand and hurried to Third Master Qian. Third Master, may I ask you for a favor, After Yue Lian got on the carriage, she quietly asked Qi Bao, Why didn't you tell me about your father earlier? Qi Bao's eyes curved into a crescent moon. Mother, my father has already escaped trouble. Once the case is cleared at the Yamen, he will come back. Yue Lian was overjoyed. Really? Yes. Qi Bao doesn't lie. Yue Lian gently tousled her daughter's hair and kissed her cheek. You're so clever, my girl. As the carriage gradually disappeared into the distance, the peaceful exterior of the Yu family concealed underlying turmoil. Mother and daughter returned to the village, but Old Yu and Qi Bao's 3 brothers had not yet come back. Old Yu was an experienced herbalist who often went into the mountains to gather herbs. He would be gone for several days each time. She had walked so far that she couldn't find a place to go, and she still didn't know what had happened at home. Seven Treasure Girl, are you okay? From afar, Anshin hurried over and took Seven Treasure from Yu Shui Lian. The two families were neighbors and had always been close. I'm fine now, Auntie. My father was innocent, Seven Treasure said happily. Anshin wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, I knew third boy was honest. How could he do such a thing? When will your father come back? Yu Shui Lian softly said, once the case at the courthouse is cleared, your father will be back. A big weight lifted from her heart, and she felt much lighter. Seven Treasure hugged Aunt Chen's neck and said, Annie, when my father comes back, I will ask my mother to make something delicious. You and Uncle can bring Iron Egg Brother and the others to eat together. Aunt Chen pinched her chubby little face and said, okay. Then she turned to Yu Shui Lian and asked, what about the money her family took? Yu Shui Lian looked at Wang Po's house and said, as long as her father is safe, just consider it a gift for her filial piety. Seven Treasure's eyes curved into a smile. She wanted to give money as a gift, but it wasn't easy to get. Sure enough, early the next morning, the village was filled with noise and fuss. Seven Treasure had been very tired these days and wanted to sleep more, but the little yellow dog in the yard kept barking nonstop, so she couldn't sleep. With her messy chicken nest hair, she quietly slipped out the door. Her mother was nowhere to be seen, probably working in the fields. Seven Treasure went to the kitchen, lifted the bamboo cover, and saw the pancakes Yu Shui Lian had made for her. She held a pancake, ate a bit, and went out to find her mother. As she reached the main road by the pond, she ran into an acquaintance. Uncle Redface, you're here. The man with the red face was surprised and felt a little uncomfortable. So much had happened at the workshop, and Mr. Third had taken the little girl to clear the case for Zhao Lianzhou. Could it be that this little girl really had some special ability? Uncle Redface, you should be careful with your words, or you might be in real danger, Seven Treasure said, shaking her head with a big pancake in her hand. The man with the red face clenched his fists and whispered angrily, you little brat. Don't think that just because third uncle is protecting you, I won't dare to hit you. Whatever. The little girl sighed maturely, biting her pancake and walking away. Liuzi quietly advised, Big brother, maybe we should get lost. Do you think I believe a child's nonsense? Seven Treasure reached the village pond area, where a few old ladies were sitting under the trees talking. When they saw her, they hurriedly called her over to chat. Great-grandmother, Aunt Third, Grandma Five, the little girl looked like a snowball, with a small mouth that made people smile. In the village, no old lady disliked Qi Bao, except for Granny Wang. Third Aunt held Qi Bao in her arms and took out a green date to give her. Qi Bao, or did you hear? The Qian family came this morning looking for your grandma to ask for money. Qi Bao puffed out her cheeks, her big eyes shining with water. Grandma Wang has money to give them. Fifth Grandma snorted. If she had the money, she would have already given it. Everyone knows her family spoils those little boys too much. The money goes into their pockets, and there's usually nothing left. Grandma Zhu, whose teeth had all fallen out, pursed her lips and said, what kind of family is the Qian family? If they took money, they should pay it back. Third Aunt lowered her voice. I heard they made a promissory note. If they don't pay it back before winter, they might have to send some of the boys to settle the debt. Fifth Grandma also whispered, their fourth daughter, she married into the county and became a concubine. I heard her family's main wife died, so maybe the fourth daughter will have a chance now. Think what? Big families have strict rules. What's so special about the fourth daughter? Qi Bao. Suddenly, the old ladies were talking to Qi Bao when someone called her. Hearing the voice, Qi Bao's eyes lit up instantly. She stuck out her head and shouted toward the caller. Dad. She jumped out of Third Aunt's arms and ran toward the person calling her, her short legs moving quickly as she shouted, Dad. Dad. As she ran, tears started to fall, and her small face was crying loudly. In her past life, she was abandoned by her parents and raised by her master. Her master was serious and rarely smiled, usually letting the old ladies in the temple take care of her. They loved her, but it was a different kind of love from her parents. In this life, she was loved by Zhao Lianzhou and his wife from birth, like a precious jewel, protected and careful not to get hurt. Hey. Slow down. Zhao Lianzhou quickly stepped forward, picked her up, wiped her tears, and his own nose felt a little sore. It was his fault that his family was upset. Look at how sad this little girl was. Sniff, sniff, Dad. I'm so worried about you. I was afraid I wouldn't see you again. At this moment, Qibao was no longer calm like yesterday. She was sobbing on Zhao Lianzhou's shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Lianzhou hurried to comfort her. Be good. Don't cry anymore. From now on, Dad won't go out anymore. I'll stay with our Qibao. Qibao's dad is back. The old ladies greeted Zhao Lianzhou. Yes, I'm back. Zhao Lianzhou's original name was Zhao Sanhua. That name was given by Qibao's great-grandfather after he married into the old Yu family. He has delicate features, like a painted portrait, and is naturally handsome. His tall figure is very different from Zhao's other two brothers. He is gentle, humble, polite, and well-liked by most middle-aged women in Panlong village, except for Granny Wang. Grandma Wu says her father was not always like this. He used to be a thin, gloomy man who didn't dare lift his head when he saw people. Later, he went out to work and met Old Lady Yu. After following Old Lady Yu for 3 years, he returned a completely changed person. The villagers say this is because of the good feng shui of the Yu family. Otherwise, how could the same person be like a piece of wood in old Zhao's family but become different in old Yu's family? Zhao Lianzhou was holding Qibao and greeting people along the way. When they reached near the Zhao house, she heard Granny Wang loudly cursing and crying. Oh heavens! How will we get through this? We only had a little money, and now it's all gone, and we even owe 30 taels. If we don't get that money back soon, you'll have to go to the Qian workshop to pay the debt. Second daughter-in-law was unhappy. Why should we? If you have money, you should take care of the main family. That money was for Dafei's bride price. If it's to be paid back, it should be the main family's responsibility, not ours. Oldest daughter-in-law, he retorted angrily. Wu Xiufeng, didn't you spend money? When we buy meat, you eat the most. And your family's pigs and dogs, you secretly tricked from Grandma Yu. I didn't say anything for the family's reputation. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Wu Xiufeng suddenly threw something to the ground with a loud bang. I can't live like this. I won't. The Zhao family bullies people. They spend dozens of taels of silver and then just send someone to dismiss them with a few copper coins, and now they want me to take the blame and pay the debt. Zhao or Zhu, I tell you, if the money needs to be paid back, you do it yourself. I won't suffer for it. If you push me too far, I'll take my son and go back to my parents' house. Then came a series of loud banging sounds, mixed with women scolding, crying, and shouting. It looked like a fight had broken out. Zhao Lianzhou patted Qibao's small head. Have you heard enough? If you've heard enough, let's go home and find your mom. Qibao grinned, showing her little rice teeth. The Zhao family was in chaos, and she was happy about it. Let that wife bully people. But she didn't expect that third Master Qian would handle things so quickly and satisfyingly. Yu Shualian saw her husband come back, and immediately her eyes turned red. Her father, why do you look so thin? She knew well enough that Zhao Lianzhou had been hiding around these days, so she must not have been eating or sleeping well. She looked much more tired. My daughter, I am going to find Brother Taidan to play. Qibao found an excuse and kindly left the space for the couple. Taidan is the youngest son of Aunt Chener's family, 2 years older than Qibao. Their homes are nearby, and the children have always played well together. Qibao, they say Grandma Wang will sell you to pay off debts. Is that true? Taidan, who is dark and thin, is about the same size as Qibao. Qibao snorted. How dares she? If she really dares to think that, my grandpa will cut her into pieces. Old Master Yu is not a patient man and is very protective of his family. Qibao is his favorite, and a few days ago, Grandma Wang dared to cause trouble, probably because old Master Yu and the boys weren't home. Sure. Qibao suddenly slowed down and pointed to a bamboo plant nearby. There's one over there. The 2 children were crouching, catching bamboo shoot caterpillars. After catching a caterpillar, they would tear off its front tentacle, tie it with a string, and watch it fly like a tiny dragonfly. This was a favorite game of theirs. When tired of playing, they could roast the caterpillars over fire to eat. The taste was very delicious. Qibao turned around and saw Yu Sanling, who was following old Master Yu into the mountain, standing by the bamboo forest with a small basket on his back. Third brother, when did you come back? Yu Sanling was already 8 years old, much taller than Qibao and Taidan. I just got back. Yu's 3 brothers were all adopted by old Master Yu. Old Master Yu said that Yu's ancestors had committed sins, but he had spent his life doing good and helping others. Yu Sanling led Qibao out of the bamboo forest and to the small creek, washed Qibao's small hands, then opened the small basket. He took out wrapped wild vegetables, wild dates, and a basket of wild sweet potatoes. Taidan was drooling with envy. His 2 brothers fought over the food they caught, but they couldn't compare to Qibao's brothers, who were all older. Yu Sanling shared some with Taidan, then washed the sweet potatoes, gently peeled the outer skin, revealing the pink flesh inside. There's a saying that on June 6th, sweet potatoes are in season, referring to these wild sweet potatoes. They have soft, tender flesh, a sweet taste, and plenty of water, favorites among children. But sometimes, when digging up these plants, you might find something long instead of sweet potatoes. So, adults usually don't let children eat these. Qibao's mouth watered. Third brother. Next time I want to go into the mountain with you guys too. Longfen Mountain is big and full of treasures, and Qibao has long wanted to see it. When the siblings returned home, the atmosphere was not very good. Grandpa, old man Yu, sitting under the old plum tree sorting herbs, saw his little granddaughter return. His usually serious face lit up with a smile. Qibao, you're back. Yu Lian softly said, Qibao, go cook with Mom.
No.
I want to stay with Grandpa. She knew her grandpa and dad must have had something to talk about, which was why they tried to keep her away. Seeing she wouldn't leave, Yu Lian didn't mind. Even though she was clever, she was still just a child. Old man Yu patted Qibao's head and said to Zhao Lianzhou, are you involved in the Qian family's trouble? Zhao Lianzhou shook his head. You know me, Dad. I avoid trouble, so I wouldn't get involved. This is just bad luck. He was sorting herbs while talking about the Qian family with old man Yu. That day, I was unlucky. A young clerk delivering some bills spilled ink, ruining the freshly organized accounts. I stayed a bit longer. He continued, then I just happened to encounter. He finished organizing everything by dusk, thinking since it was almost time to stop work, he didn't bother to light the lamp. As he stepped out, he heard voices. Second young master. You want the servant to take these wood pieces? If the boat has problems later, and the old master asks, how can I explain? It's not for the big boat, just for the city's flower boats. They won't go to the big rivers, just small ponds for play. Nothing will happen. Zhao Lianzhou stopped, feeling unlucky. He wished he hadn't run into second young master Qian Dejuan from the main family. He'd rather stay in the accounting room all night. Qian Dejuan was the second young master of the Qian family, but he was more popular with the old lady of the family than any other young master. Not only was he handsome, but he also spoke sweetly, like honey. However, secretly, he liked going to brothels and gambling houses. The workers in his workshop often talked about his romantic escapades behind his back. Moreover, Zhao Lianzhou knew Qian Dejuan had a small temper and couldn't tolerate others. If he found out about him, it would probably cause big trouble. Unfortunately, the person who was talking to Qian Dejuan was stubborn. He had worked at the Qian family for many years and was very trusted by old Master Qian. Second young master, you speak so lightly. Do you think nothing will go wrong if you put the wood in the pond? Things that move on water can be dangerous. If something happens, it could cost lives. Can you take responsibility if that happens? Chan Jun's voice grew colder and more fierce. Hiderong, you're just a dog my grandfather raised. Don't be ungrateful. If you push us too far, no one will have a good time, He Guanshi snorted coldly. I just came for dinner, and I have to take responsibility. Second young master, please leave now. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, followed by He Guanshi's painful cry, Chan Jun's angry shouting, and the sound of sticks hitting. Zhao Lianzhou covered his chest, knowing that encountering such trouble could be deadly. He quickly hid behind a pile of felt. Just as he hid, the old man in charge of the supplies came over. Little Zhao, are you gone yet? Zhao Lianzhou dared not answer. These supplies haven't been taken. What should we do if it rains? The old man muttered, calling a few others over. Meanwhile, Chan Jun, who had killed someone, saw that things were getting out of control. Worried about being caught for using inferior goods, he made a harsh decision. He ordered his henchmen to set the entire workshop on fire. After the boat was built, it needed to be tested in the river, so the workshop was near the water. Zhao Lianzhou seized the chaos to jump into the river. Growing up by the river, he was a good swimmer. Seeing the fire was too fierce, he jumped into the water to escape. Old Hedu listened and frowned even more deeply. Did second young master Qian notice you at the time? Zhao Lianzhou shook his head. I don't know. When the fire started, he ran away. Later, he stayed on me probably because he heard the supply manager call me and guessed I was nearby. Qibao interrupted. Don't worry. That second young master has harmed many people. He won't have a peaceful night. Those who were burned by the flames, suffering greatly, jumped into the water but died from their injuries. The workshop was built by the water, which is yin energy. The spirits of the dead grew restless and resentful. Second young master Qian wanted to pretend everything was fine, but it wouldn't be so easy. Old Hedu quickly covered Qibao's mouth, looked around, and whispered, Be careful what you say. You can't talk about certain things, understand? Qibao, just a few days old, was visited by a wandering Taoist priest. The priest said Qibao's fate was unusual and unlucky with family members. It was best to send him to a monastery for purification to avoid disaster. Old Hedu used a broom to chase the priest away. His granddaughter was obedient and cute, so he didn't believe in such ghost stories that could bring harm to the family. But as Qibao grew older, Old Hedu felt that this child was different. He was unlike any other child he had seen. He was worried someone might notice Qibao's differences, so he kept him from showing too much in front of others. Qibao's round eyes blinked, and she leaned close to old Master Yu's ear, covering her mouth softly. Grandpa, there are no outsiders here. In her past life, she grew up in the mountains, occasionally going to the city with her master for errands. She was innocent like a child and didn't understand the dangers of human nature. Old Master Yu also whispered, No one should be talking so freely, okay? I remember, Grandpa. Zhao Lianzhou pulled her daughter over, tapping her small belly with her head, making Qibao giggle happily. Old Master Yu looked at the father and daughter with a smile. What happened after that? Where did you hide? Zhao Lianzhou sat Qibao on her lap and braided her hair. I ran away and met Mr. Zhua. I went home with him and hid on his ox cart. I've been staying at his house these days. It was he who told me the case was closed at the yamen. Old Master Yu nodded. Mr. Zhua is a kind man and a good friend of Uncle Qibao. We should remember his kindness. For now, don't go out. In a few days, you and Water Lotus can take some things to thank him. Zhao Lianzhou also thought so. There's no rush. I plan to go to the county town in a few days to see if I can find a job. The work at the Qian family definitely can't continue. They have 3.5 boys and a little girl at home. Not earning money isn't good. Qibao quickly turned her head. Dad, I want to go with you. Zhao Lianzhou pinched her little nose. Didn't you just go yesterday? Qibao frowned. That doesn't count as going to the city. I went in at sunset and came out at dawn. I didn't even get to look around. Besides, they were worried about Dad then. They didn't have the mood to pay attention to the county town. Old Master Yu nodded happily. Look at our little girl, growing up so fast, already caring about her parents. Qibao hurriedly ran over and hugged Old Master Yu's neck. I also care about Grandpa. Grandpa, don't go to the mountains anymore. There are snakes and bears. I'm scared just hearing about it. From now on, Qibao won't eat sugar, and we won't earn so much money. Okay? Old Master Yu sighed. Not earning money is not good. Your father still needs to study. Cough, cough. Zhao Lianzhou almost choked on her own spit. Dad, what are you saying? Let me study. So Qibao secretly envied children who could go to school, which became her regret in her past life. Yu Shui Lian patted her head. Don't cause trouble. Father, Lianzhou is already like a father to the children. Is it really appropriate for him to go to school? Every year, there are old men with white hair and beards taking exams. Manhwa's only in his early 20s. What's wrong with that? Old Yu flicked his fingers, braiding a small bird into Qibao's hair. Qibao squatted in front of Old Yu, looking at her small bird. Yes, people should learn. It's never too late. She didn't remember where she heard that phrase, but she remembered it anyway. Old Yu looked at his granddaughter with approval. See? I told you, Qibao is so clever. Yes, I am clever. Qibao thought so too because her master in her past life also said she had a quick mind. Zhao Lianzhou didn't really want to go to school. Father, I've studied for a few years with the old master. I can read and do calculations. That's enough to support the family. Going to school would just be a waste of money. Sending him to school is no better than sending a few younger brothers. Yu Shuai also looked sad. Yes, father. A few years ago, the family savings were all from what Grandpa saved. Ever since Big Brother and Second Brother had accidents, Mother also. Over the years, several of us have been eating, and there's hardly any savings. We only finished paying off the debt last year. If I go back to school, I need money for ink, paper, brushes, and tuition. That's a lot to spend. Qibao was momentarily stunned. She had an uncle? And two? She had never heard her family mention them before. Mother, what happened to my uncle? The atmosphere grew tense, and no one answered Qibao. No money. No way to earn it. Old Yu, who usually spoke little, suddenly snapped. Your father is not even 50. Why can't he work? The three little brothers are grown up. Is there no one at home? Does he have to rely on him to earn money? He pointed at Zhao Lianzhou. His body is weak. He can't do farm work. If he gets tired and falls ill, will the family be left to buy medicine or what? Old Yu suddenly lost his temper, scaring the whole family. Zhao Lianzhou whispered, Father, I come from a farming family too. I'll get used to working more. Going to school. It's just too expensive. Old Yu turned and scolded. Too expensive? All you do is complain about money? When your wife's sister gets noticed by others, or when the little brothers are falsely accused, who does the family rely on? Do you expect me, this old man, to kneel at the government office and beg? His eyes reddened, whether from anger or something else, no one knew. Yu Shuai-lian's eyes shimmered with tears. Father, why say such things? We don't bother anyone, so why would others want to trouble us? Seeing her mother cry, Qibao also felt upset. She hugged Yu Shuai-lian's neck. Grandpa, please don't be angry. From now on, Qibao will listen and behave well. Old Yu turned his face away and handed his finished little sparrow to his granddaughter. He spoke with a slightly nasal voice to Zhao Lianzhou. They say a son-in-law is half a son, but honestly, have I treated you more like a son or a son-in-law all these years? If our family doesn't study and get ahead in the future. He didn't finish his sentence, but Zhao Lianzhou understood. The Yu family has never been peaceful. If he isn't strong, he can't protect his family. Dad, don't worry. I will study hard and take exams to gain fame. I won't let anyone harm our family. After that, no one mentioned it again. The next day, Old Yu took a wild rabbit and went to the school at the foot of the mountain. Qibao and Yu Shuai-lian went to the river to wash clothes together. Qibao was holding several large lotus pods, given to her by Aunt Wu. Mom, what's going on with my uncle? Why have I never seen them before? Qibao stuffed a lotus seed into Yu Shuai-lian's mouth. The freshly picked lotus seeds were plump, white, tender, crispy, and sweet. Qibao enjoyed the feeling of digging out each seed from the green lotus pod. Yu Shuai-lian paused for a moment, knowing that this child liked to ask questions and get to the bottom of things. She looked around and saw no one, then began to tell her about the history of the Yu family. The old Yu family was originally a family of imperial doctors, but by Qibao's great-grandfather's generation, the family had started to decline. Qibao's great-grandfather was an only son, so he was spoiled and lazy, and after marriage, he favored concubines and neglected his wife, causing chaos in the family. Later, he got involved in the struggle for the crown prince, but luckily escaped punishment. Still, the family fell into decline. As he aged, seeing that his children were not capable, He regretted it and divided the family into legitimate and illegitimate branches. Qi Bao's great-grandfather's branch was the main line, while the neighboring He County Yu family was a branch of lesser status. The two families had been enemies and kept their distance. But after Qi Bao's great-grandfather passed away, the He County Yu family started to get restless. It is said that the Yu family ancestors owned a book called 1,000 Gold Prescriptions, which contained many difficult medical cases and remedies from all over the world. Initially, the Yu family patriarch left most of their assets to the He County Yu family, but they searched everywhere, old walls, mouse holes, and couldn't find the book. They suspected it was given to the main branch. After Qi Bao's great-grandfather died, the He County Yu family hurried to inquire. Luckily, old Yu was hot-tempered but tough, and he didn't give the He County Yu family any face, which calmed things down. Yu Shui Lian finished telling about the Yu family's ancestors and then talked about her two older brothers. Our family wasn't always hopeless. You have two uncles, and they are both capable men. Your great-uncle took the imperial exam and became a successful scholar. He served as a county magistrate for 3 years, but on his way to a new job, he was caught in a flood and lost his entire family. Your second uncle was clever and quick-witted from a young age. He was good at business, and honestly, before you turned 10, your mother and I were raised in a wealthy family. But unfortunately, heaven isn't fair. When your second uncle went out to discuss business, he encountered water bandits while traveling by water, and his body was never found. Both your uncles passed away one after the other. Your grandmother couldn't handle the shock and went mad. Your grandfather also fell ill, and from that time, our family's savings slowly disappeared. What Yu Shui Lian didn't say was that after her second brother died, many people came to collect debts. The Yu family struggled greatly during those years, forcing old Master Yu to leave the house and work for a living. Zhao Lianzhou was with Qi Bao Taiyi during that time. Those debts weren't fully paid off until last year. Qi Bao sniffled and hugged Yu Shui Lian. Mother, you must have suffered a lot back then. It wasn't suffering. Yu Shui Lian smiled. It's just that I feel sorry for my Qi Bao. I used to live a good life, but you've never really seen that. Qi Bao felt very sad. Her mother, once a pampered daughter of a wealthy family, suddenly had to shoulder the responsibility of caring for the whole family. How could she not feel Wu? Suddenly, Qi Bao looked up. Mother, have you ever wondered why our family keeps having bad luck? Something is wrong. Very wrong. Old Master Yu had always been kind and virtuous. Besides repairing bridges and roads and helping neighbors, the school at the foot of the mountain at the village entrance was built by the old master. Your great-uncle Yu, when he was magistrate, also worked to benefit the local people without any misconduct. Even your second uncle, who was a merchant, was known for being kind and fair, always leaving a way out for others, according to Yu Shui Lian. Not to mention Grandpa Qi Bao and your mother. A family that does good deeds will have good fortune. Such a family shouldn't suffer such calamities. The more Qi Bao thought about it, the more afraid she became. She had been living too comfortably and hadn't carefully looked into her family's situation. This was her mistake. Thinking about how her father had recently also brought trouble, Qi Bao felt that the feng shui of the Yu family might be problematic. Yu Shui Lian saw her daughter's face turn pale and thought she had scared her.
Qi Bao.
What's wrong? Qi Bao forced a smile. Maybe I ate too many lotus seeds and my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Yu Shui Lian hurried to rub her daughter's stomach. Even if it's delicious, you shouldn't be greedy. Qi Bao was preoccupied with her thoughts, so much so that she was distracted. Even when third brother Yu talked to her about village affairs, she didn't respond. Qi Bao, what are you thinking? I told you about San Maozi getting beaten, but you don't seem to care. San Maozi is a kid in the village, mischievous and naughty, just like you Sanling. They have fought many times. Sanling, bring me a hoe. Zhao Lianzhou is calling someone. Okay, coming. Yu Sanling forgets about San Maozi and quickly gets up to get a hoe from the main room. Qi Bao follows behind him. Tools and food are kept in the main room, usually locked. Since the adults are home now, the door is open. But as soon as she enters, she feels something is wrong. The main room is a place to honor ancestors and store coffins in Ijo area. Not long after Chibao was born, old Yu passed away, and his body was kept in the main room for 3 days. When Chibao was about 7 or 8 months old, Yu Shualian carried her into the main room to get something. But as soon as she entered, Chibao started crying loudly. Later, every time she went into the main room, she would cry very hard. Old Yu thought the spirits of the ancestors had upset the child, so he called a shaman to help her calm down. The shaman said Chibao had heavy energy, and it was best for her to avoid places like graves and ancestral halls. So, the main room became a forbidden area for Chibao. Finally, Chibao remembered that she had sensed something strange in the main room but couldn't explain it, so she just cried to remind her family. Later, her family didn't let her go into the main room. She thought she would check it out when she was older. But her mother kept a close watch, and the door was often locked. Kids forget things quickly, and after a while, Chibao forgot about this. Yu Samling took the hoe to leave but was stopped by Chibao, who tugged at his sleeve. Third brother, do you feel like... As night fell, Yu Samling squinted and looked in the direction Chibao pointed. The dark beams of the house were unclear, and he saw nothing. Chibao, what did you see? He asked softly. He moved closer to her, unable to help but get nearer. Chibao could see strange things, and Yu Samling knew this. He felt a chill at his back, as if something was watching him. Chibao stared fixedly at the beams of the main room. Third brother, I need to. Samling, Chibao, what are you doing here? Suddenly, Yu Daliang and Yu Erling appeared at the door, looking unhappy. Come out. Chibao pointed at the beams. Big brother, up there. Yu Daliang's face changed. Without saying a word, he pulled Chibao away. Chibao, you can't go into that room. Don't you remember? Yu Samling drooped his head. He was persuaded by Chibao and momentarily lost focus, forgetting about this matter. Yu Dalong stepped out first. Behind him, Yu Erling quickly locked the door again. No, big brother. Chibao was still struggling. Yu Erling had already brought water. Chibao, it's time to wash your face and go to bed. In the yard, old Yu was weaving a basket under the moonlight. Zhao Lianzhou was helping him. Yu Shui Lian carried the cleanup girl, Chibao, into the house. Mother, I want to go see the main hall. Yu Shui Lian comforted her. Okay, when you grow a bit older, I'll let you go inside. Mother, be good. Go to sleep now. Chibao didn't want to sleep, but her mother's gentle voice and comforting touch made her too sleepy to resist. Soon, her eyelids drooped, and she fell asleep. Her last thought was that she must sneak into the main hall tomorrow. Maybe the problem was there. But the family kept a close watch, and she couldn't find a chance, making her more anxious and restless. For some reason, she felt that something upstairs was wrong, something important that concerned the future of the Yu family.
She found Yu Samling.
Third brother, I can see some things. You know about this, right? Yu Samling paused his laundry, glanced around nervously, and whispered, but don't always talk about this, it's kind of creepy. Chibao held his hand. Third brother, I have something serious to tell you. The 3 older brothers were close in age to her and Yu Samling. Yu Dalong was already 13, a tall and strong boy, not much shorter than Zhao Lianzhou. He wasn't from Izhou. When he was 8, during a big drought, his mother took him begging to his maternal grandmother's house. Unexpectedly, his uncles sold him and his mother. They fled in panic. His mother was taken by starving villagers, and he was taken back to the Yu family by old Yu. After Yu Shui Lian married Zhao Lianzhou, the marriage was recorded under Yu Shui Lian's name, making her the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yu family. As for 11-year-old Yu Erling, he was also adopted by the Yu family. When old Yu went to a small town for business, he saw someone performing with a monkey and thought the monkey looked strange. After some investigation, they discovered the monkey was actually a boy disguised in a monkey's skin. Old Yu couldn't resist and bought the boy back. Yu Erling was only 4 when he arrived at the Yu family 2 years earlier than Yu Dalong. He had been beaten badly by the monkey performer and had forgotten where his original home was. When he first arrived, he was too scared to eat at the table. It took over a year before he started speaking. This is something I can only tell you. If I tell my older brothers, they definitely won't allow it. Qibao pouted and whispered while sitting beside Yu Sanling. Her older brothers love her very much. Whenever there's good food or treats, they always give her priority. But if there's danger, they absolutely won't agree. Yu Sanling is different. He's quick-witted and clever, running around the village, and often causing trouble with Qibao. He sees that his sister trusts only him and doesn't trust their older brothers, so he's very brave and confident. Yes, my older brother acts like an adult all the time, and my second brother is a bit old-fashioned. If you have something to say, tell me. I'll definitely help you. Qibao was happy to hear his quick reply. Third brother, there's a problem in our main hall. Find a good time to distract Dad and Mom, and let's go up and check it out. Yu Sanling was suddenly stunned. Qibao, Mom. Mom said you're not allowed to go into the main hall. Qibao stood up quickly. Third brother, let me tell you, our two uncles and Grandpa all had issues with things on the beams in this house. If we don't fix it, later Grandpa, Dad, Mom, and us will all be in trouble. We'll never have a good life at home. Seeing how serious she was, Yu Sanling swallowed hard. Qibao, do you really see something? Qibao looked a little hurt. You don't believe me? Yu Sanling saw her look sad and hurriedly comforted her. No, I just. Oh, I'm willing to try. But it's not enough for just the two of us. We still need to ask our older brothers and second brother. Qibao glared at him sideways. You said that the older brother acts like an adult, and the second brother is a bit old-fashioned, right? Yu Sanling awkwardly smiled, then took the chance while herding ducks to find Yu Dalong and Yu Erlang, who had just come back from the fields, and told them about her plan. Yu Dalong immediately shook his head. No, you forgot? When Qibao was little, every time she went into the main hall, she would get sick afterward. Yu Erlang also agreed. Qibao couldn't listen anymore and ran out quickly. Big brother, second brother, tell me, I've been healthy since I was little. Why do I get sick every time I go into the main hall? Yu Dalong stayed silent. Yu Erlang said in a deep voice, the main hall is full of Yin energy. Your luck isn't strong enough to handle it. That's not true. Qibao explained carefully, breaking down her reasoning for the two of them, and used the money workshop as an example. You also don't want Grandpa and Mom and Dad to have more problems, right? Yu Dalong hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Then, what do you want to do? Xiqiao took the three children to the small bamboo grove. Our house's foundation and yard are fine. The feng shui chosen by Grandpa is good. The only possible problems are two places, the main hall and the ancestral grave. Yu Dalong immediately said seriously, that's a bit difficult. The main hall is easier to handle, but the ancestral grave. Yu Erlang continued, that's right. To get to the ancestral grave, you have to pass through the village's graveyard area. Usually my parents don't let me and my older brother go there, and you and Sanling definitely can't. Yu Dalong nodded. The ancestral grave is next to several fields. It's harvest time now, and there are usually people in the fields. It's hard to avoid them. Sanling interrupted. Xiqiao, can we wait until after the harvest and winter to go? No, Xiqiao said firmly. I previously calculated for Grandpa, and he's been through a disaster recently, but I don't know where it's coming from. If we don't fix the hidden dangers at home, I can't rest easy. When the three children heard that Grandpa might be in danger, they immediately became anxious. Grandpa Yu had a bad temper and was serious, but he was kind to the children, and they all respected him deeply. They didn't want him to be in any danger. Sanling gritted his teeth. Let's first fix the main hall. I'll think of a way for the ancestral grave. Xiqiao tilted her head. Third brother, what's your plan? You'll find out when the time comes. During the harvest, the villagers helped each other. Today, your family helps mine, and tomorrow I'll help yours. Uncle Chun and Uncle Wu's family finished helping Xiqiao's family harvest the rice. Then Grandpa Yu took Yu Shuilian and her husband to help Uncle Chun's family. Yu Dalong and the others stayed at home to dry the rice and watch over Xiqiao. Second brother, go bring the ladder. Yu Dalong instructed the little ones. Third brother, stand at the yard gate and keep watch. If the adults come back, just bark like a dog. Yu Dalong told the children. I'll go onto the beams in the house. Xiqiao, you stay back and direct. Sanling rolled his eyes. Big brother, that's not a good plan. The beam space is small and you're too tall to go up easily. Alright, second brother, you watch outside the yard. Big brother, hold the ladder for me and I'll go up. Xiqiao also thought this was the best plan. After all, Sanglang often climbs trees to get bird nests or wade in the river for loaches. He's like a wild monkey. Climbing a ladder is nothing. Yudaleng looked at the beam and thought about it carefully. He saw some reason in Sanglang's plan, so he agreed. He brought the ladder. Sanglang, be careful when you go up. Got it. Before he finished speaking, Sanglang had already started climbing, crouching low and crawling onto the beam. Yu Dalong watched with a pounding heart. Third brother, be careful. Third brother, a little further forward. Yes, right there. Qibao tiptoed and directed Yu Sanlang to move on the beam. Can you see anything? Is there something there? Yu Sanlang crouched down, but the high beam made it hard to see his expression clearly. Ah. After a long moment, he finally shouted. Yu Dalong anxiously said, Third brother, what are you doing? Come down if you're done. Don't scare yourself. Qibao hurriedly asked, Third brother, did you see something? From above, Yu Sanlang's surprised voice came. There are a few coins and a messy paper strip like a talisman paper. Yu Dalong paused. Is there really something there? He looked at Qibao with a complicated expression. How did his younger sister see that? Qibao looked up. Third brother, tell me how the coins are arranged. Up on the beam, Yu Sanlang explained the order of the coins and how the talisman paper was placed, roughly describing the symbols. Qibao was shocked. This might be the 5 ghosts fortune-telling method, but not to bring wealth to the Yu family. Instead, it was casting a curse, borrowing the family's luck. No wonder the Yu family had been unlucky and stagnant. Yu Dalong's heart also skipped a beat. Since he arrived at the Yu family, he had heard many villagers say that their luck was bad. They even asked old Master Yu to bring a feng shui master to check, but nothing was found. Later, after Qibao was born, the family's situation worsened. Rumors spread that Qibao might have brought bad luck to the family. Third brother, don't move yet. Qibao turned to Yu Dalong and said, Big brother, go help me get some things. Although Yu Dalong was confused, he knew that the things on the beam shouldn't be there. Soon, he brought what Qibao asked for. Qibao was holding a struggling rooster. Big brother, help me bleed it. Yu Dalong hesitated. The family only had this one rooster. If something went wrong, Grandpa would definitely ask questions. But thinking of the things on the beam, he gritted his teeth, grabbed the rooster's neck, and went out to find a kitchen knife. Qibao used the rooster's blood to draw a talisman, then grabbed a basket and tried to climb the ladder, but Yu Dalong stopped her. Give it to me. Just tell me how to handle it with Sanlang. Yu Dalong was willing to let Qibao into the main hall, and letting Yu Sanlang go onto the beam was already a big concession. Anything more was impossible. Qibao knew her brother's temper well, so she didn't insist further, and directed her brothers on what to do from below. Yu Sanlang took scissors and cut open the previous talisman paper, then placed the rune drawn by Qibao on it. Finally, he pressed down with the scissors. From afar, the sound of Yu Erling barking like a dog could be heard. Come down quickly, Qibao whispered as he looked outside the yard. Yu Sanlang asked while descending the ladder, Qibao, will this work if we do it like this? Qibao nodded. It should work, but it depends on that person's magic skills. Unbeknownst to Qibao, at the moment the scissors pressed down, someone suddenly spat out blood. Yu family. Has the feng shui been broken? No. That can't be. The person covered his mouth and nose, blood continuously flowing out. He grimly said, the master said that even experts might not see the secret. How could there be such a master in a small village? It seems I need to go see the Yu family. Old Yu, barefoot, entered the yard and saw the children at home. During the day, why are you all closing the door? Qibao chuckled and said, the chickens outside kept coming to steal our grains, so I closed the door. Old Yu nodded with satisfaction. Yes, Qibao understands the importance of food at home. He turned to pick up a rake, intending to turn the rice to help it dry faster. Suddenly, he saw a rooster hanging its head in the corner, with blood on its neck. Who did this? Old Yu, usually calm, looked angry. He glared at the small yellow dog napping under the tree. Wankai, was it you? The children, always sensible, immediately thought it was the dog that had bitten the rooster. Wankai opened its mouth and wagged its tail, looking confused. "What did I do?" Qibao hurried over to hug old Yu, pouting sadly. "Grandpa, don't be angry at Wankai. I was the one who killed the chicken. Grandpa is busy harvesting rice every day and has become very thin. I couldn't help much, so I wanted to kill a chicken to help Grandpa get some meat. Grandpa, please don't be mad, okay?" The little granddaughter's soft voice made old Yu's anger instantly disappear. He gently touched Qibao's head with moist eyes. "Grandpa isn't tired. In the future, don't kill chickens casually. If you want meat, just tell Grandpa. We need to keep this rooster for laying eggs, understand?" "Yes," Qibao nodded obediently. Old Yu stood up and looked at his grandsons. "My little sister doesn't understand these things. In the future, you should stop her from doing such things." The three young boys lined up and quickly nodded when they heard this. "Just kidding, if it happens again, Grandpa will definitely scold someone." In the evening, old Yu was eating chicken and feeling very sad. He was waiting for this batch of eggs to hatch chicks in autumn. Now that the rooster was gone, he wondered if he would have to spend money to buy another one. Qibao saw old Yu looked upset and thought maybe his teeth were bad and he couldn't chew well. She took a chicken leg from her bowl and offered it to him. "Grandpa, you eat this. It's soft." Zhao Lianzhou and Yu Shui Lian. "Grandpa, when was our house built?" Qibao asked as she held her bowl. Since she learned to speak, she asked many questions. When she was little, she asked about which dynasty it was, who the emperor was, and whether women had to wear foot bindings. Her questions were very strange, but the Yu family was very open-minded. They thought she was just a curious child with wild ideas, so her strange questions weren't unusual. When Yu Samling was young, he even asked if cutting his little bird would allow a new one to grow back. "Our house was built after your great-grandfather split his family. Your great-grandmother wanted a rural place to live. When Uncle Song from the village was young, he had a close friendship with your great-grandfather, so they asked our family to settle here," old Yu said, lost in memory. "When they built the house, I wasn't born yet. Later, my eldest sister married and moved to Huainan, and we lost contact. My older brother too. Your great-grandmother was in poor health, so she took me back to the countryside. It's been over 50 years now. Although the Yu house was old, it was built with blue bricks and tiles, unlike the other houses in the village made of mud walls. Otherwise, Granny Wang wouldn't have agreed to Zhao Lianzhou marrying into the family. Do you remember any of the craftsmen who built our house?" Qibao continued to ask. Old Yu fed his little granddaughter a piece of chicken.
I don't know about that.
"I wasn't born yet when the house was built, so I wouldn't know. Besides, it's been over 50 years. Most of those craftsmen are probably dead now." Yu Shui Lian tapped Qibao's bowl. "Eat your food. Stop asking questions. The rice is getting cold." After dinner, Zhao Lianzhou went to see her daughter. "Tell your dad what you want to do." Qibao giggled at her father. "I just think our old house is pretty good. I want to study it a bit and ask an old craftsman about it." Zhao Lianzhou patted her head. "Don't go to the main hall." Qibao wanted to tell her father about visiting the ancestral grave, but when she heard that, she swallowed her words and decided to rely on herself. The village was busy with the harvest, and Qibao was eager to visit the ancestral grave, but couldn't find a chance. "Qibao, come quickly. Your third brother is fighting with someone at the threshing ground." The grain-drying area is a large, flat, sunny spot where villagers rush to dry their grain during harvest time. This place is at the border between two villages, which often leads to conflicts. Once, Panlong Village was a big village. After a bad year, the government moved many refugees there and split part of the village off, creating Fuhu Village. Normally, these two villages should be friendly since they share roots. However, because of the original residents and the newcomers, they have had ongoing conflicts. After harvest, everyone is busy drying their grain, worried that a sudden rain might ruin a whole year's hard work. Yu Samling got into a fight with San Maozi from Fuhu Village over the drying spot. It started with two kids fighting, then their friends joined in. Some unreasonable women also got involved, and protective men stepped in too. Soon, Both villages were in an uproar. Chi Bao, wearing a small straw hat decorated with wildflowers and barefoot, was picking rice stalks in the field with her friends when she heard her older brother was fighting. She dropped her basket and ran toward the village chief's field. Many families were helping the village chief today.
Dad. Mom.
Third brother is fighting with someone. She shouted and then ran toward her own field. Grandpa. Third brother was beaten by someone. Old Yu, who was tying rice straw in his field, was so angry he threw down his bundle and cursed as he walked toward the field ridge. You little rascal, always causing trouble, huh? Medeor's father, who was working near Yu's field, joked, Uncle Yu, don't be mad. I think Samlang has the makings of a great general. His fighting skills are top-notch. Medeor's mother spat and said, What are you talking about? Look at Uncle Yu, he's so angry. If he punishes the kids later, what will happen? Chi Bao shouted to Medeor's father, Uncle Gui, your Medeor also fought with someone. Medeor's father instantly lost his temper. What? He fought too? Did your Samlang encourage him? Chi Bao, arms akimbo, her little pigtails trembling, replied quickly, No, it's because someone from the neighboring village was trying to take our land and throw our grain onto the grass. Medeor didn't want to, so he argued with them. My third brother was just helping out when he fought, she said clearly and quickly. Medeor's parents, ignoring the joke, got up and ran toward the grain-drying area. Chi-Chi told the others, Uncle, Auntie, your child was also beaten. The people from the neighboring village are very fierce. They first called him brother, and now the uncles and elders have come too. Now other families in the village also got angry. Kids fighting is one thing, but adults getting involved is another matter. The village chief threw down the rice in his hand. Let's go, everyone, and see what's happening. The village has long-standing grudges. Every year during the rice drying season, there are some conflicts, mostly women shouting and pointing fingers. Men rarely get involved like this. At the rice drying yard, women were shouting all day, children were noisy and crying, and the men's angry shouts almost turned the place upside down. But despite the noise, everyone stayed near the woods, and no one damaged the stored rice. Who are you scolding, Wang Er's family? Just scolding you, you good for nothing. Everyone knows that. Old hag. How dare you insult our Panlong village? Watch me tear your mouth apart. You hit my man? I'll fight you. Good. If no one from Panlong village dares to stand up, dog, send someone to handle this. Everyone in the village heard the commotion and rushed toward the rice-drying yard. Even the elderly, with difficulty walking, leaning on their crutches, hurried over. Come on, let's quickly go to the ancestral grave, Chi-Chi urged, lying on Yu Dalong's back. Hurry up. It's noon now, and the sun is strong. We must get back before the late afternoon. Yu Erling carried a basket filled with cinnabar yellow paper and some strange objects. He asked while running. Chi-Chi, where did you get these things? Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled. Last year, Annie Xiao from the village chief's house was very sick. She asked a fairy master to come and perform a ritual. I secretly hid some. All these items were in her Rui Qingquan bag. She couldn't tell her older brothers that she was born with these powers. Luckily, these food items and other things traveled with them when they crossed over, or they'd be in real trouble now. The three hurried along, crossing the graveyard, climbing the hill through the woods, exhausted and panting, finally reaching their own family's graveyard. Yu Dalong put down his sister. Then, and Yu Erling grabbed sticks and swept the grass, worried a snake might appear and hurt his sister. Just as Chi-Chi was about to check the surroundings, she suddenly felt a cold shiver behind her. Someone was watching her, and that person was in the woods, not far from the graveyard. Chi-Chiao, you can come over now. After flattening the grass and making sure there was no danger, Yu Dalong turned around and saw his sister standing there, looking a bit strange and dazed. Chi-Chiao, what's wrong? Chi-Chiao gathered her thoughts and forced a small smile. Nothing. I just think there's a lot of grass in Grandpa's tomb. Shuland has many plants, and now is the season when grass grows wildly. The family is busy and hasn't had time to tend to the graves. They will only do it in winter. The Yu family's ancestral graves are not just two. Qiqiao roughly counted and found there are 6 in total. Among them are the tombs of her 2 uncles. Yu Dalong thought she was scared and softly comforted her. Don't be afraid. After you were born, Grandpa liked you the most. He said if he could live a few more years, he would love to see you grow up. Qiqiao, Grandpa and Grandma are such kind people. They wouldn't hurt you. Qiqiao smiled and made a shushing gesture to her brothers. Thinking she might start a ritual, Yu Dalong pulled Yu Erling aside to gather firewood. Qiqiao hopped over, humming a little tune, picked a few wildflowers, but secretly performed a beast-taming spell. This kind of magic is a rare skill, and Qiqiao usually doesn't use it because it's dangerous and can backfire. Her body is still young, and she might not be able to handle it. But now, people in the woods were watching them. If they couldn't deal with this person, it could cause big trouble. Yu Erling broke a dry branch and whispered to Yu Dalong, "Big brother, Qiqiao said she was going to do a ritual. Why is she just playing around?" Just as Yu Dalong was about to answer, he heard a muffled groan from nearby. His heart tightened. Could someone be nearby? Qiqiao threw the wildflowers into her basket, patted her hands, and said to her brothers, "Big brother, second brother, come over here." She pointed to a spot near the grave and said, "Dig here." "Qiqiao, are you sure about digging here?" Yu Dalong looked at the spot she indicated, directly facing the grave. Though he didn't understand feng shui, he knew that the area near the head and tail of a grave shouldn't be disturbed, as it could bring bad luck. Qiqiao nodded with her hands behind her back. "Yes, dig here." Yu Erling was the most honest. At her command, he swung his hoe and started digging. Yu Dalong had no choice. Things had already reached this point, and with what happened on the beam earlier, he could only trust Qiqiao's judgment. The 2 brothers swung their hoes and began digging. Qiqiao looked into the woods. The intense stare she felt earlier had disappeared. It seemed that the person watching them had been caught. With a sudden sound, Yu Erling's hoe seemed to hit something. Yu Dalong quickly squatted down, used a sickle to dig a little, and saw a small iron box slowly appear. Yu Erling was shocked. There really is something inside. Qibao reached out to open the box but was stopped by Yu Dalong. "Qibao, stand back. I'll open it." The box was old, with a rusty padlock. Yu Dalong gently examined it with his sickle, and it fell off. Qibao was relieved, thinking that luckily her 3rd brother wasn't here, or he might have shouted about finding a treasure map. Yu Dalong carefully opened the box. Inside, there were 2 talisman papers, a lock of hair, and a small note. Yu Erling's face turned pale. "What is this?" "It looks creepy." Qibao's face was tense. "It's a harmful, sneaky thing. The person who made this is clearly trying to ruin our family and end our lineage." Yu Dalong took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. "It's truly malicious." "Qibao, what should we do now?" Qibao put away the small note. If she guessed right, it should be her grandfather's birth date and time. She took yellow paper from her basket, pricked her finger with thorn, and used her blood to draw 2 talismans. Then she made a hand seal, and instantly, the talismans, hair, and papers in the box burned into ashes. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a strong wind shook the trees, blowing Qibao's hair messy. The 2 brothers from the Yu family watched in shock. They didn't know their little sister had such skills. As the flames rose, in a dark room, the altar suddenly caught fire. The person casting the spell's hair turned white, and blood flowed from their 7 orifices. He crazily shouted, "This can't be. No one can break my 9-yin formation." Qibao's chest was boiling with energy. She felt unwell too. The other person was struggling desperately, fighting for their life, which would inevitably cause her some harm. She endured her discomfort and set up protective spells around the Yu family ancestral grave to prevent anyone from causing trouble again. "Big brother and second brother, tidy up this place. Don't leave any traces." As long as 5 or 6 days passed without anyone coming, grass would grow back, covering the disturbed soil. The 3 finished cleaning and hurried home. Yu Dalong noticed that his little sister's face seemed a bit off. "Qibao, are you feeling unwell?" Qibao was about to speak when she suddenly coughed up blood, her vision blacked out, and she lost consciousness immediately. "Qibao, Qibao, the way of heaven is measured. All things are constant, carrying the soul and embracing unity. In her drowsiness, Qibao felt as if she was sitting again in her master's arms, listening to him read aloud. She seemed to understand, but also not quite. She wanted to ask something, but her mouth wouldn't open, and her chest felt heavy, as if something was pressing down on her. "It's time for you to go back," her master suddenly said, voice faint. Qibao was startled. "Go back where?" "Qibao. Qibao." Someone called her through a fog, as if passing through thick mist. She instinctively turned her head. "Huh!" Yushui Lian saw her daughter open her eyes and burst into tears of joy. "My good girl, you're finally awake," a woman beside her said. "This girl's spirit is weak. In the future, stay away from places with heavy yin energy." Yushui Lian gratefully said, "Thank you, divine woman. Third brother, watch over my sister. I'll send the divine woman out." At the foot of the bed, Yu Sanlang leaned over, lying beside Qibao, with red eyes and nose. "Third brother, are you crying?" Qibao reached out her small hand to touch Yu Sanlang's eyes. "What's going on?" Among her three brothers, Yu Sanlang was the most stubborn and never shed tears. Yu Sanlang choked up and said, "You don't know how scared I was. You've been asleep for 3 days and I couldn't wake you. If it weren't for calling the divine woman to summon your spirit, you might not have woken up at all." Qibao was surprised. "I've slept for so long." She realized she was still too weak. In her previous life, at her peak, she wouldn't have cared about such opponents. She didn't expect that this time, she almost lost her life. It seems she needs to improve her cultivation quickly. "Where are elder brother and second brother?" She wanted to sit up but was stopped by Yu Sanlang. "Don't get up yet." Elder brother and second brother were beaten by Grandpa. Their injuries on their bottoms haven't healed yet. "Don't cause more trouble." Yu Sanlang remembered how frightening Grandpa Yu had been when he was beating someone, and secretly felt grateful. Luckily, he had played the role of distraction, or he might have received a beating himself. After talking with Yu Sanlang, Qibao closed her eyes to rest and breathe deeply. She soon felt lively and energetic again. "Mother, I want to go out for a walk." Qibao clung to Yu Shuilian. "I've been lying here for 3 days and my whole body is sore. I can't just stay in bed anymore." The feng shui issue was resolved, but she still needed to go out and check the situation. She also wanted to see how elder brother and second brother were doing. Yu Shuilian was worried. "Kids' bones are soft. How can you be sore already?" Qibao tugged her hand and kept shaking it. "Mother, just let me go out and play for a bit, please." Yu Shuilian felt helpless and could only carry her daughter, planning to go outside for a walk. As the mother and daughter reached the gate, they met Zhao Lianzhou. Father, seeing his daughter awake, Zhao Lianzhou's eyes turned red with happiness. "Oh, my dear girl, you're finally awake." Yu Shuilian asked Zhao Lianzhou, "What did the village head call you for? Why didn't your father come back with you?" Zhao Lianzhou carried his daughter into the yard and sat down, whispering to Yu Shuilian, "Someone died in our ancestors' graveyard." "Do you know who it was?" Qibao was lying in Zhao Lianzhou's arms, with her little ears upright, quietly listening to her parents. Yu Shuilian was surprised. "Someone died in our ancestors' graveyard? Oh my, that area is full of graves. Who would go there for no reason?"
Who was it? That was strange.
Recently, no one in the village or nearby villages had heard of anyone dying. Zhao Lianzhou lowered his voice. "It was someone from the second branch of the Yu family in He County. Do you remember Yuan Biao? Yuan Biao?"
Who was that?
Qibao's little head was spinning wildly. Could the troublemaker in the Yu family be from the main family in He County? Yu Shuilian was stunned. The person who died was Yuan Biao? That rascal is finally dead. When he was young, he always pulled my hair and tried to steal my things when he visited. Later, my father forbade them from coming over. Strange, how could he have died in our ancestors' graveyard? Zhao Lianzhou shook his head. "I don't know. It was a cow from the neighboring village that ran away, and they only found it chasing into the woods. Today, the constable and the coroner came to examine the body. I heard he was bitten by a snake." My father is still at the village elder's house, waiting for people from He County to arrive. That day, Qibao was unconscious and was carried home by Yu Deleng. That night, old Yu and Zhao Lianzhou, worried about their daughter, took incense and paper money to the graveyard for a ritual. Because it was dark, they finished burning the offerings and returned home, not expecting anyone else was in the woods. Yu Shui Lian clapped her hands. It's just as well that the Yu family in He County got into trouble. They came all the way to our woods for no good reason. Thank goodness the heavens saw their evil deeds and had that snake bite the troublemaker to death. She paused when she saw her daughter's bright eyes, listening intently, and quickly stopped talking. Take Qibao for a walk. I'll go check the fields. Recently, the family had been busy with Qibao's matters, and the fields were left untended. Zhao Lianzhou carried his daughter to the old locust tree. Seeing no one around, he whispered, Qibao, be honest. Do you think the person who died in the woods has anything to do with you? That day, Yu Deleng and Yu Erlang refused to speak, insisting they went into the woods to catch rabbits. Old Man Yu and Yu Shuilian believed, but Zhao Lianzhou did not trust them. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. That day, Yu Sanlang fought with someone, but it didn't seem like a small quarrel between children. It looked more like a planned scheme involving his brothers and Qibao. Qibao whispered softly while pointing at her finger. I don't know, Zhao Lianzhou sighed. I thought you knew something. It seems you don't know anything. This is troublesome. How could that person have something from Erlang? Qibao looked up anxiously and said, That's impossible. Second brother didn't even contact him. Before she finished, Qibao quickly covered her mouth with her small hand. Oh no, she had been caught by her father. Zhao Lianzhou looked pained again. Sigh, I thought my daughter was my little comfort. Now it seems she doesn't trust me at all. Did I do something wrong? That's why Qibao is so disappointed in me, hiding so many things from me. Qibao waved her hand and said, No,
It's not that.
it's because you and the other grown-ups don't believe what I say. As she spoke, her head drooped and her small figure looked sad. Zhao Lianzhou's nose tingled. After all, parents often overlooked their children, thinking they didn't understand anything because they were young and refused to listen to them properly. He gently comforted her. It's my fault. Can Qibao tell me what happened in the woods that day? Father, you can't tell Mother and Grandpa. Qibao looked up, her big, clear eyes like water-soaked agate, pure and innocent. I promise. Qibao then recounted how the Yu family's fortune was altered. Zhao Lianzhou frowned deeply while listening. Qibao, how do you know all this? Qibao had to bring out her dream of the old man with a white beard to deceive him. Zhao Lianzhou looked suspicious. Then, can you tell me if I will face any hardships in the future? Qibao shook her head. I can't see my father's fate clearly. Zhao Lianzhou pinched her small nose and said, You little liar, and you still like to make things up. Qibao puffed out her cheeks, annoyed. It's not that. It's because your luck is not accurate, so I can't tell. Zhao Lianzhou was stunned. Then he stroked his daughter's head and looked up at the sky, saying, Your grandma doesn't like me, her son. She even got my birth date wrong. Qibao didn't understand why anyone would forget their own child's birth date, but if that person was Granny Wang, it made sense. The next morning, Granny Wang, whom Qibao disliked, came over with Zhao Lianzhou's younger sister, Zhao Si and I. Yu Shui Lian and Zhao Lianzhou were good friends before they got married. When Zhao Si and I visited, it was hard for Wang Pozi to show her disapproval. Third sister-in-law, I have to tell you, old Master Zhang's family is well known in the capital. If our Qibao can be adopted by them and become a close family member, then my third brother can do anything in the future. As soon as Zhao Si and I entered, she started talking about old Master Zhang in the city wanting to adopt some children. She is 1 year younger than Zhao Lianzhou but married 2 years earlier. Now her son is 5 years old. Yu Shui Lian immediately refused. No matter how good his family is, Qibao won't go. I only have this little girl, and I don't want her to become someone else's daughter. She kissed her daughter's soft face as she spoke. Qibao cheerfully said, Yes, a gold nest or silver nest isn't as good as my own little home. I have parents, so I don't want to go to someone else's house. That old master is really strange. He has children of his own, but still wants to adopt others' kids. If he really wanted to adopt, he should just go to the charity hall, where there are many orphans without parents. Qibao sensed something was odd about this. Worse than a dog's nest, Wang Posey scoffed. Your nest can't compare to old Master Zhang's dog's nest. Listen, I, as the mother-in-law, haven't urged you to have a son, but you should at least be a bit more thoughtful. What can you do with just this girl? You're making me angry. Qibao tilted her little head, smiling and showing two small dimples. You're not my real grandma. What my mother has or doesn't have has nothing to do with you. Hey, you little brat! Wang Posey was so angry she reached out to pinch her, but Zhao Si and I stopped her. Yu Shui Lian quickly hugged Qibao and looked cautiously at Wang Posey. Qibao didn't say anything wrong. Her father is a son-in-law, and you're an outsider. What does our family have to do with you? Zhao Si and I hurried to mediate. Everyone stopped fighting. Third sister-in-law, although my third brother is a son-in-law, he is still my mother's biological son, right? No, Qibao stuck her little head out of Yu Shui Lian's arms. Recently, Grandma Wang said in front of everyone in the village that my father has nothing to do with her, and he's not her real son at all. Zhao Si and I looked troubled. Third sister-in-law, you know my mother is quick-tongued but kind-hearted. Think about old Master Zhang's situation. Parents love their children, and they should give her the best. Think about it. Old Master Zhang's life is much better than ours. If Qibao goes there, she'll be living a good life. Such a good life? Why don't you let your son go? Qibao responded softly and confidently. Zhao Sini's expression stiffened, then she smiled and said, Well, that's because he's too young. Mrs. Wang angrily stood up and walked outside. Why do you care about her family? They're a poor, broken family with no future. They still keep that useless girl as a treasure. You'll regret it sooner or later. Zhao Sini hurriedly chased after her mother, saying, Third sister-in-law, think it over again. Qibao tilted her head and said to Yu Shuilian, Mother, rushing in like this never leads to good things. Don't believe her nonsense. More importantly, she had just looked at Zhao Sini's face and noticed that this woman had also committed a serious crime. It showed she was clever. She didn't want her mother to be tricked by her. Yu Shuilian squatted down and looked into her daughter's eyes. Yes, I understand, Mother. The friendship from childhood had long since changed into something unrecognizable. When old Yu returned from the magistrate's house, he saw his little granddaughter happily playing in the yard. His heart finally eased. Father, why are you only just now back? Yu Shuilian poured him a glass of water. Last night, old Yu hadn't returned all night, which made her anxious and uneasy. Old Yu took out 2 walnuts from his pocket and handed them to Qibao. It was too late yesterday, so I stayed at the magistrate's house. He looked tired and didn't seem to want to say much. Third brother Yu was hiding behind the corner and waved at Qibao. Qibao slid down from old Yu's arms. Grandpa, I want to go help third brother chase ducks. Go ahead. Old Yu also wanted to send her away so he could talk. Qibao ran to the small creek and saw Big Yu and second Yu roasting taro. Not far away, there was a boy about the same age as third brother Yu, sitting by the creek eating taro happily. When the boy saw Qibao, he grinned and greeted her. Qibao whispered to third brother Yu, Third brother, what is that kid doing? Is he looking for revenge? Third brother Yu chuckled. No way, we're good brothers who share life and death. Qibao was surprised. But that day at the grain-drying yard, didn't you fight him? Third brother Yu whispered mysteriously. That's a long story. I'll tell you later. First, sit down and listen to what big brother and second brother have heard. Old Yu had been beaten so badly he could hardly get out of bed, but once he recovered a little, he hurried to find out who was trying to harm their family. Tell me quickly. Qibao's face turned red with excitement. She also wanted to know who was behind all this. Big Yu glanced at the boy called San Maozi nearby. San Maozi turned his back to them and said, You think I'm a fool? The wind blows, and I forget everything. I hear nothing. Don't worry, they're our own people. Yu Sanling nodded in agreement. The 4 siblings gathered together, and Yu Dalong whispered, You know the Yu family from He County, right? The other 3 little ones nodded. pecking at their grains. Qi Bao added, "That's the descendant of the concubine our ancestors favored?" "Exactly." Yu Dalong continued. "You don't know Qi Bao. When the old master was alive, every year on his birthday, they would come to pay respects. After he passed away, Grandpa scolded them a few times, and gradually they stopped coming." Qi Bao's eyes widened. "Did they want to harm our family?" Yu Dalong sneered. "Maybe they didn't realize it, but yesterday Grandpa and I overheard a message from the Zheng family." Yu Sanlang impatiently said, "Big brother, aren't you tired of talking? Who wants to hear all this nonsense? Just tell the main point." Yu Dalong looked at Yu Sanlang, then lowered his voice. "That second old master of the Yu family from He County suddenly died last night." Yu Sanlang spat. "That's definitely the second old master causing our family's downfall. He just died like that. Serves him right." Qi Bao pinched her fingers and shook her head. "He didn't die easily. Since we started digging his grave, he's been bleeding from all 7 orifices, with his internal organs like ants gnawing at him. He suffered for 3 days before dying painfully, but she felt something was off. The symptoms of the second old master's death seemed more like being affected by a formation, not like backlash. Could there be a higher expert behind this?" Yu Erlang looked terrified. "Such a brutal death. It really is karma." Qi Bao asked Yu Dalong, "Now that the second old master is dead, will Grandpa go to mourn?" Yu Dalong shook his head. "They invited Grandpa, but he doesn't want to go. Zheng family's grandpa persuaded him for a long time, but he refused." Qi Bao frowned. "No, she had to go see for herself. But knowing Grandpa Yu's stubborn temper, he would never want to go to the Yu family from He County." Qi Bao thought she needed to find a trustworthy ally. That night, Zhao Lianzhou brought foot-washing water to Grandpa Yu, then sat beside him, fanning and talking. "Dad, we should still go to the Yu family from He County to pay respects." "Go where?" Grandpa Yu snapped, nearly kicking over the foot basin. "Their family is wiped out. I won't even glance at them." Seeing Grandpa angry, Qi Bao hurried over, kneeling on his lap to prevent him from blaming her father. "Grandpa, don't be angry." Grandpa Yu took a deep breath when he saw his little granddaughter run over. "Grandpa's not angry." Qi Bao's small face stiffened. "You have it. Look at your furrowed brows and tight lips. That means you're angry." Old Yu immediately lost his temper when facing his granddaughter. "Grandpa, I'm not angry at all." Qi Bao nudged her father, signaling him to continue. "All right, just say what you want to say directly," Old Yu said impatiently about the arguing between father and daughter. Zhao Lianzhou pulled her daughter close, fanning her to chase away mosquitoes. "Father, since our Yu family started fighting with Grandpa Qi Bao's generation, life was pretty stable. But later, my older brothers had accidents and Grandma Qi Bao also fell seriously ill. Our family has been getting worse day by day. Have you ever thought about why that is?" Under the moonlight, Old Yu looked confused and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Zhao Lianzhou paused, then told Old Yu everything about what the children did at the ancestral grave that day. Old Yu's eyes widened in shock. "There really is something in the graveyard. Just wait and see." Qi Bao pretended to run back into the house, then turned around and took out a small note from her bag to show Old Yu. "Grandpa, look at this. Whose birth date is this?" Old Yu examined it carefully, and his expression suddenly changed. This is your great-grandpa's birth date. Where did you get it?" No one, not even Zhao Lianzhou, knew Old Yu's birth date. "Where did she get it from?" Zhao Lianzhou softly said, "This is what was inside the iron box dug out from in front of the grave." There were also some talisman paper and a lock of hair. Qi Bao was trying to break this curse, which is why she fainted. Old Yu was quite shaken tonight. First, he saw his father's birth date for no reason, and now his son-in-law told him that his granddaughter not only found problems with the feng shui of the Yu family, but also broke the curse. He clenched the small note, eyes blazing with anger. "Yu Zhongyat, that old bastard, has been plotting against our Yu family for so many years. He really is a scoundrel." He almost cursed the last words but suddenly realized his granddaughter was nearby, so he quickly stopped himself, not daring to say the dirty words. Qi Bao, confused, asked, "Grandpa, What's a scoundrel? Old Yu and Zhao Lianzhou both hesitated, unsure how to answer the child's question. Old Yu changed the subject. Are we going tomorrow? Should we bring Qibao along? Zhao Lianzhou nodded. Qibao is different from others. She can see many things we can't. Bringing her along is a good idea. Maybe she can help us see if there are any tricks in the Yu family's feng shui. Yu family in He County is different from Qibao's family. Their entire big family lives in the city, with officials, merchants, and traders, living prosperous lives. They are well known in He County. When Qibao arrived near Yu Er's house, she saw from afar that the entire estate radiated golden light, which usually indicates a family blessed with good fortune and virtue. However, as she got closer, Qibao noticed that beneath the golden glow was a strong aura of death. It seems that Yu's second branch relied on stealing the family's luck, leading their children to promising futures. Now that the protective formation has been broken and they are being punished, those involved in government or business are likely to face decline. Yu Wenjun, who was welcoming guests outside Yu's house, was stunned when he saw Old Master Yu. Everyone expected Old Master Yu wouldn't come, but now he had arrived, bringing his son-in-law and granddaughter with him.
Why?
Not happy to see me visit, Old Master Yu said with a hint of annoyance when he saw Wenjun staring in surprise. He harbored deep resentment, wishing he could draw a sword and punish the entire family to vent his anger. Last night, Qibao told him about the family's misfortune, how his 2 sons and wife had died tragically, all caused by this family. The hatred burned fiercely in his heart, keeping him awake all night. Wenjun quickly stepped forward and said, "Uncle Wu, I'm so glad you came. Of course, we welcome you. Glad?" Old Master Yu sneered. "Your father is dead and you're happy about that." Even Wenjun, who is usually patient, was visibly upset by Old Master Yu's harsh words. Wenjun's mother, Jiang, rushed out from the ancestral hall, shouting, "Yu Zhonglia, you old man. No one asked you to come. Your second brother died, and instead of mourning, you're stabbing us in the heart. Are you even human?" Old Master Yu sneered again. "My sister-in-law, you're wrong. My brothers are all dead. As for that bastard born from a concubine, it has nothing to do with my family." Everyone from the Yu family looked shocked. The guests who came to pay their respects felt awkward. Qibao whispered to Zhao Lianzhou, "My grandfather still has brothers?" Zhao Lianzhou whispered back, "Yes, but they've all been harmed and died. Otherwise, the old master wouldn't have insisted on splitting the family and moving to Panlong village. The Yu family in He County, at the same generation as Old Master Yu, has all disappeared. Only the second master is left to support the family. Now that he has passed away, the family has lost its main pillar." Jiang was very upset. Her body was already weak these days, and after being scolded by Old Man Yu, she couldn't stand steadily. Her body trembled and almost collapsed. Old Man Yu shouted, "You wife, I just said a few words to you, and now you're acting like you're going to die. Who are you trying to impress?" While Old Man Yu was arguing with someone, Zhao Lianzhou took the opportunity to sneak into Yu's family courtyard, holding Qibao. The Yu family in He County is not as small as Qibao's family. The house is only occupied by Old Master Yu's family, with 2 other families living on the outskirts of the city, 3rd and 4th masters. The man who died in the woods, Yu Wenbiao, was the son of the 4th master. Right now, Old Man Yu was arguing with Madame Yu outside the memorial hall. Inside the courtyard, things were also chaotic. Madame Wu, the 5th mistress, was crying and scolding in the main hall. "My son worked for your second branch. Now something happened, and you're telling me to go find the Yu family in Feng County? Are you bullying us orphans and widows who have no support?" The branch had 4 sons in total. The eldest son had died early in a power struggle between the legitimate and illegitimate branches, leaving no children. The 3rd son was weak and often sick, relying on the second branch for support. The 4th master was known for his romantic affairs when young, and he died young, leaving behind his wife and 3 children. Now that Yu Wenbiao, his youngest son, was gone, Madame Wu couldn't help but feel hatred. The second mistress of the Yu family stepped forward and said, "4th aunt, Fourth Seventh went to Feng County on his own and died in someone else's ancestral grave. What does that have to do with us? If you're looking for someone to cause trouble, shouldn't you go to the Yu family in Feng County? Madame Wu shouted. Back then, you all said that our second son,
Kiba watched easily.
She loved to see these lively scenes, especially the gossip and big news. Zhao Lianzhou tugged on Qi Bao's little ear. Don't forget why you're here. Oh, right. She was here to check the feng shui of the branch. Let's go quickly to their ancestral hall. The Yu family had declined by this generation. Their ancestral hall couldn't be built on a new feng shui treasure land like a big clan. Instead, it was built behind the house. When the second master suddenly died, many guests came to pay their respects. Old Man Yu and Madame Wu caused trouble again, making the house chaotic. Zhao Lianzhou and her daughter moved through different courtyards without attracting attention. Come this way. Qi Bao pointed toward the Yu family ancestral hall. They soon found its location. In front of the hall, there were 2 large water jars on each side of the main gate. Inside, lotus flowers bloomed vibrantly. 2 maids were sweeping the yard. Qi Bao ran quickly to the 2 maids and said, "Go help in the front yard. There are many guests over there, busy with their own things." The old woman was initially stunned, then she threw away her broom and walked outside without even glancing at Zhao Lianzhou. Zhao Lianzhou was stunned. "Girl, what are you doing?" At only 3 years old, she could already influence people's minds. If she grew up the wrong way, what would happen? The father felt very worried. Qi Bao didn't have time to talk to her father. She took out a yellow piece of paper from her pocket and then took out cinnabar ink and other tools. Zhao Lianzhou was shocked again. She really wanted to pick up Qi Bao and shake her to see how many things she was hiding. Qi Bao finished drawing a talisman. Somehow, she suddenly lit it, and a small flame shot out. She threw the flame into the big fish tank at the entrance of the ancestral hall. For some reason, Zhao Lianzhou suddenly felt that the lotus flowers in the fish tank seemed to wilt instantly, but upon closer look, they appeared unchanged. A cold wind blew out of the ancestral hall. Although it was still hot in early autumn, Zhao Lianzhou suddenly felt a chilling coldness. "Dad, you stay outside. I'll go in and take a look. If someone comes, just hide by yourself. I'll find a way." "No, we go in together." Zhao Lianzhou always felt something was wrong with the ancestral hall. He couldn't be at ease letting his daughter go in alone. Qi Bao frowned and said, "Dad, I really won't be in danger. If you go in, you might hold me back. Besides, someone needs to watch outside, right?" Zhao Lianzhou refused to agree. "You were unconscious for 3 days last time. If something happens again, your mother will be furious with me." Qi Bao looked helpless. "Dad, that was a different situation. This time, we're taking the initiative. If we can break it, we break it. If not, we'll come back next time. If you keep hesitating, it'll be troublesome when someone arrives later." The father and daughter wouldn't back down. In the end, they agreed that if Qi Bao didn't come out after the incense burned, Zhao Lianzhou would go in to find her. "Dad, if someone comes, just bark like a little dog." Zhao Lianzhou crossed his arms. "Barking like a dog sounds terrible. Just imitate a bird instead." Qi Bao slipped into the ancestral hall of the second master's family. Inside, the lights were bright, solemn, and respectful, very different from outside. There were ancestral tablets honoring the Yu family ancestors. Qi Bao tiptoed and looked around, suddenly noticing her great-grandfather's tablet among them. This was interesting. Qi Bao wandered around the hall and found several protective arrays set up by descendants. These arrays were different from ordinary ones that borrowed spiritual energy from heaven and earth or relied on ancestral blessings. Instead, they used others' luck to protect the descendants, very sneaky. She took out a small paper doll from her qianquan bag, drew symbols on it, and then pointed her finger. The paper doll immediately flew to the bottom of her great-grandfather's tablet and slipped inside. Humph! Trying to use her great-uncle to borrow luck. Let's see if they're willing to accept this blessing. Qi Bao secretly tampered with the ancestral tablet. This old ancestor is no longer a kind figure. He causes trouble for his descendants. If she and the Yu family from the county try to do evil again, They will not only face backlash from the protective array, but also disturb the peace of the deceased elders. The task was completed successfully. Qi Bao happily clapped her hands, but then she heard a few cuckoo calls outside. She quickly hid under the offering table. Just as she was hidden, she heard footsteps approaching. "Father, Uncle Wu is not here to help. Shouldn't you go and say a word?" A middle-aged man's voice sounded. Then an old man replied, "Help what? Old Wu from you wants to do what? Everyone in the family knows that the second branch has enjoyed good fortune for many years. It's time to pay back." Hiding under the offering table, Qi Bao thought, "Old Master Heir is lying in the ancestral hall now, and Old Master Si died long ago. So, the person speaking must be Yu San Lao Yi." The person speaking inside the ancestral hall was indeed Yu San Lao Yi and his son. Yu Wenbin lit a stick of incense for Lao Yi and said, "Father, you said, those from Feng County brought such experts this time and actually broke the master's protective array. From now on Lao Yi snorted coldly. "If it's broken, it's broken. Anyway, the benefits from Feng County all went to the second branch. It's not our turn. Now that heir has died, it should be our third branch's turn to prosper." Yu Wenbin hesitated. "Father, De Gui's family went to Uncle Wu's house. No matter how much we persuade them, they're unwilling. They even sent the little girl to Zhang's family. Should we send someone to find out what kind of fate that girl has? They seem to value her so much." Lao Yi dismissed this. "Just a little girl. How capable can she be? The children sent to Beijing, are they enough?" Yu Wenbin smiled. "Finding a child born on an inauspicious day and month is quite easy. When villagers hear that the child can go to Beijing and that the family can get money, they're eager to send all their children away." Qi Bao was shocked. What are they planning to do with a child born on an inauspicious day and month? "Come out." Just as Qi Bao was pondering, she heard Lao Yi shout angrily. She instantly shrank back in fear. Then she heard a loud crash, as if something had fallen to the ground. Did they discover her? Qi Bao took out a distraction charm, not caring whether it would work or not. She quickly threw it out first. She held her breath and stayed very still, not daring to move. If she was caught, she would just say she was confused and walking the wrong way. After all, she was young, and no one would suspect her. After a long time, a young girl quietly stepped out from behind the candlestick and bowed nervously to the three elders, saying, "Grandpa." Qi Bao was surprised. She didn't realize anyone was in the ancestral hall. How had she not noticed before? This person's presence was so faint that she didn't sense it at all. Had her recent actions been seen? Yu Wenbin looked displeased and asked, "Mingxi, why are you here?" Yu Mingxi lowered her head and replied, I accidentally broke my second sister's screen. Mother punished me to kneel in the ancestral hall. I couldn't hold back and fell asleep." Yu Mingxi was Yu Wenbin's youngest daughter and a commoner girl, not valued much by the family. Being punished was a regular thing for her. The third elder spoke sternly. "Go back and talk to your wife properly. There are many ways to discipline a child. Don't always make her kneel in the ancestral hall. Those are the ancestor tablets. If you offend the ancestors, what will happen?" "Yes, I will talk to her nicely later," he replied. The father and son left with Yu Mingxi. Qi Bao, sensing no one was outside, heard 3 cuckoo calls and cautiously crept out. "My dear girl, you almost scared your father to death. Let's go quickly," he said, having seen the third elder and Yu Wenbin enter the hall, and now sweating nervously. He dared not go inside to find Qi Bao, so he mimicked bird calls to signal her. Let's go, let's go." Qi Bao didn't want to stay longer. She had finished everything she needed to do. Outside, Old Yu was loudly shouting, "There are gods above 3 feet. You all have done terrible things and will be punished someday. I, an old man, will see it happen in my lifetime." Madam Yu covered her chest and cursed, "You old fool. I have many children and grandchildren, but your family is dying out. Don't talk like that. If anyone will be punished, it will be your family." Old Yu sneered, "My family is dying out? Dare you swear on your descendants that my family is finished? Using such sneaky tricks to harm others, everyone knows who's guilty. Do you remember how your old man died? Are you brave enough to let others see Yu Zhongye, that old scoundrel, dared to scheme against his family, causing his wife and 2 sons to die. He wasn't afraid of making this matter big and warning those close to him. Would they still dare to associate with his family? Yu Wenjuan helped Madame Yu and looked grim as he said, "Uncle, it's been over 30 years since our ancestors' time. Why dwell on this now? Let it go. My father is kind and has never done anything bad in his life." People say that the dead are the most important, but do you think you're being too harsh? Old Yu loudly scolded, "Don't talk about kindness to me. Honestly, our family received guidance from a wise person. The day before, we dug up some dirty things in the graveyard, and the next day, your old man suddenly died. Such a strange thing. Who wouldn't be afraid? Today, many guests are visiting. When everyone hears this, they feel uneasy. The second young master has always been healthy. Recently, when the county magistrate's mother celebrated her birthday, he went to congratulate her. Many saw him looking full of vitality and strong. It's been less than a month, and he suddenly fell seriously ill and died. That seems unlikely. The second household has a son working as a deputy minister in the capital, and their family is very prominent. Many people know the second young master. If he were sick, there would be some news. Some people, who once wanted to marry into the Yu family, immediately gave up that idea. They joked that the Yu family used to be very prosperous in Feng County, but now they are facing ruin. If no one has done anything harmful, it's hard to believe. Zhao Lianzhou held her daughter and quietly slipped into the crowd. Lianzhou. Just as the father and daughter entered, someone called Zhao Lianzhou from behind. Zhao Lianzhou felt a bit guilty, but turned around and saw Uncle Qian with his 6 sons.
Unso ki an, hello, ki bao dit ka su.
Uncle Qian, with his hands behind his back, nodded at Qi Bao. Lianzhou, can we talk privately? Zhao Lianzhou wasn't eager to get involved, especially with the Qian family's affairs.
Ki bao smai warmly.
Uncle Qian, how is your young son? Uncle Qian smiled. Thank you for asking, little Qi Bao. My son is very healthy. Behind Uncle Qian, the 6th son looked at Qi Bao with mixed feelings, seeming a bit afraid. Qi Bao asked, that red-faced older brother of yours, he's probably over 7 now, right? The 6th son's face changed drastically.
How?
How do you know? Qi Bao sighed like a little adult. I told him to be careful and cautious, but he just wouldn't listen. If the King of Hell wants someone dead at midnight, he won't wait until dawn. Uncle Qian hadn't taken Qi Bao's words seriously before, but after the red-faced man's death, he started to feel afraid. This girl really has some tricks. The 6th son secretly glanced at Qi Bao. This girl is too strange. Earlier, she said the older brother would be killed by his son, but at that time, the older brother didn't even have a wife. How could he have a son, let alone be killed by him? The older brother didn't take it seriously either, and often went to visit his mistress's house. Later, the man who was seeing someone else died, and it was said he wanted to marry the red-faced man for a long time. The red-faced man didn't take it seriously. He was just a man who spent his days idly at home. A girl from a good family didn't like him, but the man he was seeing was a bit older, though quite handsome, and very gentle to him. So he agreed to marry him. On the wedding day, after they bowed to heaven and earth, the man's son also called him father. Everyone was happy and started to cheer and drink more. There was lively noise, and they even wanted to celebrate the wedding night. Suddenly, someone mentioned that the man who was seeing someone else had died in a strange way. People suspected they had been secretly involved and might have planned to harm him. The son of the man was simple-minded. Hearing this, he got upset and rushed into the kitchen, took out a bone knife, and chopped the red-faced man into minced meat right there. Sixi was so frightened he went stiff. Later, he remembered what Qi Bao had said. You'll be killed by your son. Old Master Yu was also scolding loudly. If he kept going, someone might get hurt. I tell you all, as long as I am alive, my family line will not end. I will see with my own eyes what happens to your family, men stealing and women prostituting. You will end up like that. Get out. Madame Eyre shouted angrily, with her last strength. Get out of here. After this incident, The Yu family's main and branch lines were completely broken off and would no longer have contact. Qian Sanyi said to Old Master Yu, "Old Master Yu, a chance encounter is better than an invitation. Why don't I host a meal and we sit together?" Old Master Yu looked at his son-in-law and granddaughter. "Then I'll trouble third master a bit." He was not a stubborn old man who refused to adapt. Especially after experiencing the feng shui issues with the Yu family in county, he knew his family had been targeted long ago. If he didn't make more connections, he might be harmed someday without knowing. Although Qian Sanyi was from Feng County, his wife's family was a big household in He County. He knew well about both sides. Old Master Yu, the second master of the Yu family, has always been healthy. Suddenly something like this happened. It's really unexpected. If it weren't for the other day, when his wife suddenly went mad and said the second master was cursed by heaven, with blood wounds all over his body, none of his parts were intact. People in this city don't even know about it. Old Master Yu and Zhao Lianzhou looked at each other, unsure what Qian Sanyi meant by this. Qibao thought to herself that the old man must have been greatly affected. His appearance must be very tragic, or he wouldn't have scared his wife into madness. She didn't know that Lord Yu Air appeared kind on the outside, but was actually quite scheming inside. He had about 7 or 8 children, both with and without official status. The crazy fifth wife, only 20 years old and yet to have children, was favored by Lord Yu Air. That night, when everything was peaceful, Lord Yu Air suddenly stiffened and then started bleeding from his nose. The fifth wife thought he was just overheated and tried to talk to him, but she saw blood pouring out from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. His body also developed cracks, from which blood kept flowing. Terrified, she ran out in panic, but was caught and locked in the woodshed by Lady Yu. Lady Yu was busy trying to hide Lord Yu Air's death, not noticing that the fifth wife had sneaked out, causing a commotion that everyone in He County knew about. Qi Bao was eating snacks, cheeks puffed out. Lord Yu Air is dead. Why are they hiding it? The snacks were really delicious. Old Mr. Yu and his son-in-law also looked at Mr. Qian, curious about the situation. Mr. Qian smiled and said, "Lord Yu Air's eldest son, Yuan Hai, is a deputy minister. When Lord Yu Air passes away, he will probably come back to mourn his father." Old Mr. Yu and Zhao Lianzhou instantly understood. Since the Yu family's ancestors, each generation has been declining. It was hard enough to have someone in official service, but now Lord Yu Air's family didn't want Yuan Hai to return. The 3 years of mourning could lead to unpredictable changes. Qi Bao was curious about another thing. They're so strict about mourning. How did the fifth wife manage to escape? Not only Qi Bao was curious, but the 3 adults at the table were also very interested. Since the Yu family wanted to hide this matter, they must have kept a close watch on the fifth wife. So how did she manage to run away? Old Mr. Yu and Zhao Lianzhou looked at each other, realizing that the Yu family in He County might not be as tight-knit as they thought. There must be internal conflicts and disputes. After discussing the Yu family, Mr. Qian smiled and said to old Mr. Yu, "I think your granddaughter really likes you. Would you consider making me her godfather?" Old Mr. Yu was surprised. Why did everyone want to compete for his granddaughter? She was his only child. Qi Bao stared with big, dark eyes. "Mr. Qian, you and your family already have children. Why do you still want someone else's kid?" Mr. Qian was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. "It must be because your little girl is so charming that people want to make her their goddaughter." Qi Bao supported her chin. "But why does old Master Zhang in the city want so many godchildren and adopted daughters?" Master Qian's face changed slightly. "The Zhang family is very wealthy. Maybe they just want to gather more good fortune. Good fortune isn't gathered that easily," said Qi Bao, shaking her head as she talked to her grandpa and dad on the way back. Old Yu turned to Zhao Lianzhou and said, "Your sister might have some issues. In the future, keep your distance from her family." He used to worry that Zhao Lianzhou would look after Granny Wang's family, but after realizing her son-in-law had no contact with the Zhao family, he gradually relaxed. Zhao Lianzhou nodded. "I'll ask around later and see what kind of relationship Zhao Si and I has with the Zhang family. The father and son arrived at the riverbank at the village entrance and saw many people holding bamboo poles, fishing in the river. A few young people were splashing around in the water. Pinglong village is near the river, and most children here know how to swim. When they gather like this, it's usually during flood season when the water rises suddenly for fishing. Qibao slid down from Zhao Lianzhou's arms and hurried over. "Uncle Chun, are you fishing?" Chun Er hurriedly waved his hand. The third boy from the neighboring village is missing. Some children saw his shoes floating in the river. "It looks like he fell in." Old Yu quickly stepped forward. "When did he fall?" Usually, the two villages don't get along, but when something serious happens, they help each other. Besides, every family has children. When a kid falls into the river, adults feel terrible. Qibao saw a woman crying nearby, gasping for breath, with two children behind her, staring blankly at the river. Did the third boy fall into the river? Yu Sanlang ran over crying. Qibao, the third boy. He just... Oh. Such a sad fate. Yu Sanlang was crying so hard he was sniffling, clearly very upset about his brother. Qibao quickly helped him. "Third brother, don't cry. First tell me, when did the third boy go missing?" Yu Sanlang hiccuped as he spoke, struggling to say words clearly. "The other Yu, Erlang, answered for him. This noon, we were eating when the third boy came to find your third brother. He said he wanted to go to his uncle's house. We tried to keep him, but it didn't work. Later in the afternoon, his brother Zhang Biao called him back to harvest the grains. They looked everywhere but couldn't find him. Then some children said they saw him fall into the river." Yu Sanlang's eyes were red and swollen. "Qibao, you're good at calculating, right? Can you tell me where the third boy's soul is? I want to burn paper money for him so he can rest in peace." Qibao pinched her fingers and thought for a while, then said with a complicated expression, He's not dead." "Really?" "Yes." Seven Treasure points towards the sun-dried grain field and says, "It's over there. Let's go find him." Yu Erlang hesitates and asks, "Shouldn't we tell the adults?" His mother is almost worried to death. Yu Sanlang wipes his tears and says, "What's there to say about that old woman? She keeps bothering my brothers all day long." Yu Erlang, who is 2 years older, understands how serious this is and quietly tells Zhao Lianzhou. After hearing Yu Erlang, Zhao Lianzhou looks at the villagers trying to help and then at the young girl nearby. "Oh my, such a capable girl. What will she do in the future?" The children of Yu Sanling walk all the way to the sun-dried grain field and find San Maozi sleeping soundly under a pile of grass. He kicks him angrily and says, "You little brat, you made it hard for me to find you." San Maozi is lying under the grass pile, with a big, leafy locust tree above him. The cool breeze makes him sleep peacefully, but suddenly, he is startled awake by a kick. "Mother, I promise I won't do it again." Yu Sanling chuckles and says, "Big brother, this beating today, you probably can't escape." San Maozi rubs his eyes and sees the Yu siblings, then relaxes. Seven Treasure frowns and asks, "San Maozi, why did you lie and fall into the river?" San Maozi is stunned. "When did I lie?" Yu Sanlang sits beside him and says, "Dog said he saw your shoes floating in the river. Why did you throw your shoes if you're okay? Did you want to give them to me?" San Maozi gets angry and slaps his thigh. "Who wouldn't want to wear them?" "My sister threw them away." Seven Treasure squats down, curious, and asks, "Why did your sister throw away your shoes?" San Maozi looks down sadly and says, "Early this morning, I went to the field to pull weeds. I didn't get home until noon and I didn't even drink water. She told me to wash her clothes. I made dinner at home, swept the yard, fed the chickens, cleaned up the chicken droppings. She slept all morning and didn't wash her own clothes. If I didn't help, she would hit me. When my shoes went missing, she threatened to throw me out if I didn't wash. As a man, how could I let a woman threaten me?" And then, Seven Treasure interrupts, "And then she threw your shoes away." San Maozi nods with his head down. Yu Sanlang, furious, slaps the straw and says, "No, I mean, who is your mother? Why does she treat you like the little vegetable that gets bullied by the stepmother?" San Maozi lowers his head even more and says, "I definitely am not her biological son. They found me. No, even the ones they found are better off than me." He was very jealous of the young men in the Yu family. Although they were not born into the Yu family, Aunt Yu and Uncle Zhao treated them very well. Grandpa Yu looked scary, but every time he went out and came back, he brought food for them. Unlike his father, who always brought delicious things back, but never shared with him. Qibao sighed and took out a snack to give to San Maozi. Brother San Maozi, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Tears suddenly streamed down San Maozi's face. Qibao, why aren't you my real sister? Yu Sanlang swallowed hard. He was sure Qibao brought the snack for him, so he felt lucky for San Maozi. But when he saw San Maozi crying so sadly, he felt embarrassed. Between his brother and the snack, he hesitated. Eat it. Qibao gently wiped San Maozi's tears with her small hand. She knew about San Maozi's family. His father's first wife had died of illness, leaving behind a son and a daughter, and they owed a lot of debt. San Maozi's mother had a birthmark on her face, so no one wanted to marry her. As she got older, she was disliked by her family. A woman with children was hard to marry, and a woman with a flaw in her appearance was also hard to marry. When the matchmaker introduced them, both sides were satisfied, so they became a family. After San Maozi's mother married into the Zhang family, she treated her first 2 children as if they were her own. Later, she had her own child, but because her eldest daughter was temperamental, she went out in the rain to chase her and fell, losing the baby. San Maozi was the second child her mother was pregnant with. Normally, the youngest son should have been the most loved by his parents. But that wasn't the case in San Maozi's family. His father worried that loving him too much would upset his older siblings, so he acted as if he didn't exist. His mother was afraid others would say she was a wicked stepmother, so she treated her older children as if they were ancestors, while her own son was used and ordered around. As a result, San Maozi's life in the Zhang family was worse than that of a dog. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. Qibao, since you already have 3 brothers, I'm not missing out. Maybe I should ask Grandpa Wu to take me to your family too. Yu Sanling couldn't take it anymore. Get lost. You have your own parents. Why are you coming to steal my brother's place? Qibao urged him. Hurry up and eat. Your parents will be here soon. Just as San Maozi swallowed the last piece of snack, he heard footsteps approaching. Then came his father, Zhang Dali's loud voice. San Maozi, you little brat, daring to trick me into jumping into the river. You're really asking for trouble. Seeing his father holding a thick, long yellow willow switch, San Maozi was so scared he jumped up to run, but he was immediately stopped by his older brother Zhang Biao. Little brother, even if you're upset, don't use jumping into the river to scare your parents. Look how worried they are. Get out of the way. Compared to the unreasonable and stubborn sister Zhang, San Maozi disliked this hypocritical older brother even more. While speaking, San Maozi's father had already rushed over and swung a stick at him. There is an old saying in Shu land, good people come from the yellow jujube stick, because when this thing hits you, the pain is so sharp it feels like it cuts to the bone, leaving a deep, unforgettable ache. With one strike, San Maozi's already thin clothes tore open at the back, revealing a large hole, and a bright red bloodstain appeared instantly. Qibao was so frightened, she quickly covered her eyes and tugged at Yu Erlang's sleeve. Second brother, call Dad over quickly to stop Uncle Zhang. He might kill San Maozi brother. Some elders in the village also advised, how bold. Teaching children isn't done this way. You can't beat him to death. Many kind-hearted women and aunties also urged San Maozi's mother. San Maozi's mother, let the head of the family stop. That kid's bones are tender. If you keep hitting, you'll break his bones. Exactly. Little boys are naturally mischievous. Just a few hits are enough. No need to beat him anymore. San Maozi's mother wiped her tears. Dad, look, hitting him on the buttocks so he won't forget the pain. Then he won't dare to do it again. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. If even the mother doesn't feel sorry for him, what more can they say? Qibao angrily said, Auntie, how can you do this? San Maozi made a mistake, and you just teach him. You keep hitting him every time. One day, if you hurt him too much, won't you regret it? San Maozi, beaten to the ground by his father, cried and wailed, Hit me if you want. Just kill me already. I'm not even your real son. You have Zhang Biao and Zhang Ying, so why was I born? Was I born just to suffer? Why am I alive? My parents don't love me. My brothers and sisters dislike me. If I die, you'll be happy. San Maozi's father initially wanted to hit him a few more times, but when others pulled him back, he hesitated. Yet, when he roared so loudly, he felt ashamed, and he struck even harder. Zhang Biao cried beside him. Little brother, how can you talk about dad like that? You're dad and mom's own son, the youngest. Who in the family doesn't love you? Why are you here? San Maozi's mother, seeing Zhang Biao say this, was afraid people would think she was unfair as a stepmother. She gritted her teeth and said, Dad, hit him hard, but he still argues back. You Samling couldn't take it anymore. He kicked Zhang Biao to the ground. God damn it. What kind of monsters are you all? You have to beat my brother to death. Zhang Ying saw her brother being beaten and sat down heavily on the ground, crying loudly. Mother, did you see that? We have no mother, so we deserve to be bullied. No one will stand up for us. Qi Bao crouched beside her. The one getting hit is San Maozi's brother. If you call your mother, do you want her to come and bully San Maozi too? Zhang Ying choked. None of your business. Qi Bao softly said, You threw San Maozi's shoes, which made people think he jumped into the river. He went to the fields to pull weeds in the morning, and now it's afternoon. Has anyone asked if he's eaten? Why do you all have good food and drink, yet say your family treats you badly? Do you feel upset because your parents make San Maozi work but not you, and don't let you get beaten? Zhang Dali paused, seeing his son's angry and hateful look. His heart trembled. This is his youngest son. How did he become his enemy? Qi Bao hurriedly ran to Zhang Dali. Uncle Zhang, if you think it's unfair, let San Maozi do whatever he wants in the future, so no one will say it's unfair. San Maozi's mother came over. This is my family's matter. Why is a little girl like you interfering? San Maozi isn't as sensible as his older brother or sister. If we don't discipline him, he'll go to heaven. Qi Bao's eyes sparkled as she looked at San Maozi's mother, sleeping in, stealing food, and bullying younger brothers. Does that mean he's sensible? She then turned to Zhang Biao. Your wife sent you to school, and your teacher teaches you to be respectful and brotherly. Is this how you treat your younger brother? If you think your wife favors San Maozi more than you, why not switch places with him? Zhang Ying rushed over. Pfft, he's just a little wild kid. Why should he compare to my brother? Qi Bao lifted her small face. Isn't San Maozi your real younger brother? Zhang Ying blurted out. That ugly, wild kid isn't fit to be my brother. San Maozi sneered at his mother. Did you hear that? My kind-hearted sister calls you an ugly, wild kid. Qi Bao looked at San Maozi's mother. Did San Maozi come from your secret birth? San Maozi's mother lowered her head without speaking. Zhang Dali's face reddened. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Someone nearby sneered. It's always the stepmother causing trouble, leaving the real family behind. This is the first time I've seen someone trouble their own flesh and blood. Their heart must be strange, trying to hurt their own family to please the previous one. Yeah, their brains are probably addled. They didn't come from their mother's belly, so how can they develop genuine feelings? The two kids from the Zhang family are just ungrateful wolves. When San Maozi's mother moved in, the older one could barely walk, and the younger was still playing with poop and pee. They even lost their own child. What kind of offspring do you expect to raise? Being a stepmother is hard. People always have something to say, whether good or bad. Someone like her, TSK. Truly no one like her. Old Yu couldn't stand to see his granddaughter being yelled at. He stepped forward and picked up Qi Bao. How bold. If you want to scold the child, go home and do it. Don't scare my granddaughter here. During this moment, Yu Sanlang and another boy, friends with San Maozi, pulled San Maozi aside. Seeing San Maozi covered in blood and looking pitiful, the women nearby showed sympathy. Two uncles from the Zhang family couldn't watch anymore and grabbed Zhang Dali. The first two are your own children, and this one too.
There's no need to hit him like that.
If you end up hurting him badly, you'll have to pay for the medical bills. Zhang Dali put down his stick and cursed. You little brat. Today I'm letting you go because of your big uncle's face. Next time, San Maozi wanted to say, next time, I'll just jump into the river and die, but Yu Sanlang quickly covered his mouth. Uncle, if there's a next time, you don't need to hit him. I'll do it for you. He grinned and then turned to glare at San Maozi. Brothers, you should know when to be sensible. It doesn't hurt to back off sometimes. Zhang Ying sneered nearby. Thought you'd really jump into the river? Well, that didn't happen, but you got beaten up instead. Learn your lesson. Zhang Biao tugged at his sister's clothes. San Maozi is already like this. What's the point of arguing? The women watching the scene lost their good opinion of Zhang Ying. Those who had considered marrying her quietly gave up. This is her own younger brother. If she treats him like this, how could she treat her sister-in-law or brother-in-law well in someone else's house? Zhang Dali took San Maozi and left. The villagers who were watching also dispersed. On the way home, Old Yu scolded Yu Sanlang and Yu Erlang. That Zhang family is clueless. You helped San Maozi just for a moment, but you can't help him forever. Why get involved in those things? Yu Sanlang hummed, but he's my brother. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Old Yu stopped walking. Stop being so reckless. The fight you had at the grain drying yard almost caused a tragedy. Now you're acting like good brothers again. Qibao knew that San San was just pretending with San Maozi. Grandpa, don't blame San San. San Maozi is connected to our family. We can't avoid these things. But don't. Old Yu thought of San Maozi's mother and felt angry. He'd never seen such favoritism before. Honestly, no matter how good someone's reputation is, what's it good for? Qiqiao sighed softly. If this woman doesn't treat San Mao well, she'll regret it someday. Old Yu gently stroked his granddaughter's little head. Good girl. It's not your fault. You shouldn't sigh so much. If you do, bad luck might come your way. At the Zhang family, San Mao's mother also sighed. I'm your real mother. I would never harm you. You're not young anymore, think about me too. As your mother-in-law, if I treat your older siblings badly, people will criticize me behind my back. Do you understand? I don't understand. San Mao, lying on his broken bed, felt terrible all over. He couldn't sit up or lie down comfortably. San Mao's mother, Wang, tears falling down her face, said, Your father ignores me, and your older siblings see me as a stepmother. You're my own son, but you don't seem to care about me at all. Why is my life so hard? I am disliked by my family, despised by my husband's family, and even my own son, San Mao grunted. It's not my fault that you're miserable. If you really find me annoying, why not find someone to sell me? I could go serve others as a servant. Better than being in the Zhang family, being scolded and used like a dog. He used to care for his mother, but no matter how much he cared, she favored Zhang Biao and Zhang Ying. She never softened when he was beaten. She never asked about right or wrong. As long as Zhang Biao and Zhang Ying cried, he would be beaten. He must have dug up the Zhang family's ancestral grave in his past life to suffer so much now. Thinking of Qiqiao's family, he felt a wave of envy. After the harvest, Qiqiao was going to school with her father. When she opened her eyes, Qiqiao heard her mother whispering to her father. Qiqiao isn't awake yet. You go to the school yourself. She's just a little girl. It's not good for her to go alone. We already accepted Mister's was kindness, so we can't let others make things difficult for her. Qiqiao suddenly threw off her blanket and jumped out of bed, barefoot, rushing outside. Mother, you don't keep your promises. We agreed on everything, she pouted, very unhappy. Father, wait for me. I'll be quick. Zhao Lianzhou spoke softly. No rush, your father will wait for you. He pushed his wife gently. Don't worry, go ahead. We've promised the child. How can adults go back on their word? Yu Shualian glared at him. You're spoiling her. My daughter, I spoil her because I want to. Zhao Lianzhou happily helped his daughter put on her shoes and comb her hair. No rush, we'll go after breakfast. The Yu family had all the writing supplies and inkstones ready. Old Master Yu had previously thought about letting Zhao Lianzhou go to school. At that time, Old Master Yu was not very happy about it. He thought that this son-in-law was good-looking, smart, and came from a good family. If he became successful in the future, who knew if he would forget his family and abandon his wife and children? He didn't want to spend money on an outsider's education. The money should be saved for his own grandchildren. But this time, Zhao Lianzhou got into trouble, and Old Master Yu felt a sense of danger. They were too weak. Not only powerful families like the Money family could control them, but even the Yu family in the county wasn't easy to deal with. He made up his mind to let Zhao Lianzhou go to school. Several nights, he lay in bed feeling worried and couldn't sleep. Teaching someone to read. How many years and how much money would it take to see a return? Zhao Lianzhou carried his book box and held Qi Bao's hand, heading toward the school. On the way, they met many villagers who greeted them. Qi Bao, where are you and your father going?
To school.
Your father is going to school? The people who heard this widened their eyes. Old Master Yu was so stingy. He was willing to spend money to send his son-in-law to school. Old Master Yu must have been hitting his head on the mountain, right? Otherwise, how could he agree to this? Yes, my father is going to school. I want to go too. You also want to study?
Yeah.
Second uncle, I'm going to the school now. We'll chat later. Father and daughter greeted everyone along the way, and gossip spread like the wind, reaching every household in the village. Madam Wang, you're really lucky. Old Master Yu is sending your son to school. If he passes the exam and becomes a top scholar, won't you be the official wife? Recently, Granny Wang was in a bad mood. Just him? Passing the top scholar? Isn't that like the village fool becoming emperor? Some people secretly went to find old Master Yu. What are you thinking? Sending Wang Posi's son to school? Even if your son-in-law is close, can he compare to your own grandson? Your daughter Water Lotus is still young. Why not have another grandson? Take a step back. If you send a few of Dajia's children to school, that's more reliable than Manhwa. Listen to me. Your son-in-law is an outsider. He's not the same as your own son. Your family has had a hard few years. If you keep supporting a student, won't it drain your old bones in the future? Those who had a good relationship with old Master Yu were worried that if Zhao Lianzhou became successful, the Yu family would suffer. Old Master Yu remained expressionless, but inside, he was bitter. If any of those 3 children showed promise in studying, he would send Zhao Lianzhou to school. When old Lady Yu was alive, she repeatedly told him that Zhao Lianzhou was a promising student. Only if Zhao Lianzhou succeeded could the Yu family rise. Mr. Zhu also said that Zhao Lianzhou is smart and good at studying. Old Yu has waited until now. If it weren't for the incident with the Qian family, he wouldn't have made up his mind yet. Some people speak less kindly about it. Old Yu must be out of his mind to send a son-in-law to study. He's an outsider. Although he's fighting with Madam Wang now, he's still his own daughter and father. When benefits come, he will think of his own family first. Just wait and see. If Zhao Sanhua doesn't do well in school, old Yu's money will be wasted. How long will they endure this poor life? If Zhao Sanhua becomes successful, old Yu's family will. Haha, no one has high hopes for Zhao Lianzhou, and they pity old Yu, who only has one granddaughter. This is the sad part of having no sons to continue the family line. Qi Bao doesn't know about these rumors. She happily greets Mr. Zhua. Mr. Zhua, my father and I are here to study. Are you happy? Mr. Zhua looked surprised and asked Zhao Lianzhou. You and Qi Bao are coming to study. Zhao Lianzhou put down Qi Bao and bowed to Mr. Zhua. Uncle Zhua, you know my family. Now that the Qian family is involved, I definitely can't keep working there. Our family is struggling, and my father wants me to study. Isn't that adding to our troubles? Qi Bao is young, so I brought her along to help lighten the family's burden. Don't you think so? Mr. Zhua is friends with old Yu and knows the situation of the Yu family. This school was built by old Yu himself, and he was the one who invited Mr. Zhua to teach. Even the early year's salary was paid out of old Yu's own pocket. When the Yu family fell on hard times, students started paying tuition fees. Because of this, the nearby villages are all grateful to old Yu. Zhao Lianzhou is a young man he likes very much. An old friend had once suggested for Zhao Lianzhou to come study here, but bringing a child along. Qi Bao held onto Mr. Zhua's leg, her big, hopeful eyes shining. Grandpa Zhua, I promise I will be good and won't cause trouble for you. Seeing the child's innocent eyes, Mr. Zhua was speechless. All right, bring her along and observe for a few days first. The arrival of Zhao Lianzhou and his daughter made the children in the school restless, constantly glancing back at them. Qi Bao showed a small, sweet smile. Seeing that her daughter was calm, Zhao Lianzhou listened carefully to Mr. Zhu's lesson. In his early years, Zhao Lianzhou had already studied basic books like the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character text when he followed old Yu. The explanations given by Mr. Zhua and old Yu had also been explained to him before. At this age, he naturally doesn't need to start learning with young children, but instead studies the great learning with slightly older boys. As for Qi Bao, Mr. Zhua gave her a copy of the 3-character classic and occasionally teaches her a few lines when he has free time. Qi Bao opened it and saw that the characters were a bit different from those of her time. "Father, what does this character mean? And this one? And this?" Mr. Zhua was not very pleased. Zhao Lianzhou didn't need to attend lessons and was just answering questions for Qi Bao. "Qi Bao, come. Grandpa will take you to the backyard." In the backyard, Grandma Zhua was weeding the fields. Taking advantage of the good weather, Zhuqiao was drawing the books from Mr. Zhu's study one by one. Grandma Zhua, elder sister Qiao. Qi Bao happily greeted the two. Since they all lived in the village, they saw each other often. Mr. Zhua also visited the Yu family many times, so everyone was familiar with Qi Bao. Zhuqiao, 12 years old, was a half-grown girl. "Qi Bao, why are you here?" "I'm here to read books." Grandma Zhua looked up from the field and glanced at her husband. "Mr. Zhua said to Zhuqiao, Qiao, teach Qi Bao to learn the 1,000-character classic." Qi Bao turned her head. "Teacher, I want to study with my father at the school." Mr. Zhua smiled kindly. "You're too young and can't keep up with your father. When you get older and learn well, I'll let you study with him." "Really? Really?" After finishing with the little girl, Mr. Zhua felt reassured and went to his lessons. Studying is studying. How can children study together? No one in the Yu family was taking care of the children, so he entrusted it to his wife. Anyway, they lived in the city, and his wife and granddaughter came mainly to take care of him. They didn't have many other things to do. Zhuqiao received her task and sat under the eaves, teaching Qi Bao to read word by word. Grandma's was smiled and continued weeding. Her grandchildren were all grown up. Only Qiao was her little granddaughter. It was lively to have such a small child like Qi Bao around. But as she listened, she felt something was off. "Qiao, teach more slowly. Qi Bao is still young. You're teaching too fast." "How can she keep up?" Qi Bao cheerfully said. "Grandma Zhua, I can keep up." Some characters she recognized, others were different, but she had a good memory and quickly remembered them. Grandma Zhua stood up and wiped the dirt off her hands. "Come, tell Grandma. How do you read this sentence?" She pointed casually to a line Qi Bao had just read. "Clouds rise to cause rain. Dew turns to frost." This sentence. Salt in the sea, fresh in the river, fish swim deep, birds fly high. Old Lady Zhua was stunned and finally confirmed that the child truly remembered everything. Her expression was very complicated. After school in the evening, Zhao Lianzhou happily picked up her daughter and went home. Back in the backyard, Mr. Zhua couldn't help but sigh to old Lady Zhua, who would have thought that the mischievous Wang Posey would have a child who is so eager to learn. It's a pity she's too restless. If she had started studying a few years earlier, it would have been better. Old Lady Zhua looked lost and said, "I think her little girl is the real eager learner." Mr. Zhua chuckled. "Qi Bao is a smart kid, but Zhao Lianzhou bringing her to class is a bit too much." Qiao Zhua interrupted. "It's not mischief. I think Qi Bao learns faster than Uncle Zhao." Mr. Zhua just thought his wife and granddaughter favored Qi Bao and didn't pay much attention, happily feeding his white goose. Meanwhile, the Yu family was also lively. Qi Bao leaned on old Mr. Yu, chattering about funny stories from school. Old Mr. Yu smiled and asked, "What did Qi Bao learn today?" "I learned the 1,000-character classic." Yu Shui Lian, peeling beans nearby, said, "Read it to Grandpa." Tandi Shen Huang, Yu Zhou Hong Huang. The child's voice was soft and childish, but clear and expressive, reading fluently with rhythm. The Yu father and daughter were stunned. Yu Sanling, coming back from herding ducks, covered his chest and said, "Lucky I didn't go to school, or I wouldn't be able to memorize so much." When old Master Yu was alive, the children had all learned to memorize, so they knew how hard it was. Yu Shui Lian turned to Zhao Lianzhou and asked, "Did Mr. Zhua teach so quickly?" Zhao Lianzhou was also surprised. Qi Bao, you memorized everything. Yes, I memorized it. The three adults looked at each other in amazement. Usually, it took a month or two to memorize such things, but she finished in one day. Come, Qi Bao, let me tell you what it means. The father and daughter going to school became a popular sight in the village. Some people even came specially to see, but Zhao Lianzhou and her daughter didn't mind, and went on as usual. In less than 3 days, Qi Bao finished memorizing the 1,000-character classic and could explain its meaning. Mr. Zhua was stunned and finally understood what his wife had said before. He sighed again, thinking about Wang Pozi, how lucky she was. Her descendants were all so smart, but her own family's children weren't much. It was the good fortune of Old Yu's family that nurtured such talent. Mr. Zhua was very pleased with Zhao Lianzhou and her daughter. They were also happy with their learning life. But the parents of the children in the school were not happy. What's going on here? A place for studying has turned into a place for taking care of children. If you can't study properly, you'd better go home early to look after your kids. You're wasting my grandson's time here. The first to speak up was Granny Lin from the end of the village. Her family moved to the city years ago, but they just returned in spring. She thought of herself as a city person and looked down on the villagers, especially families like Old Yu's, who had no descendants. Mr. Zhua, tell me, bringing a little girl to a place for reading Confucian classics, what does that look like? Granny Lin didn't come alone. She brought a few children and their parents, but everyone kept quiet and looked down. Qi Bao looked at Granny Lin. She had a sharp face and a bitter attitude. In her middle age, she was lucky with some money, but in old age, she was poor and dependent. She didn't seem to have good luck. Grandma Lin, you should be more kind. Otherwise, old ladies will quickly try to smooth things over. It's nothing. Qi Bao and Xiao are with me. We didn't disturb the children's lessons at all. Granny Lin sneered coldly and asked her grandson Zhao Duofu, Duofu, tell me, does this girl eavesdrop on your lessons? Duofu was 7 years old, a sturdy little boy. He had long disliked Qi Bao. She was a little girl who could read more characters than he could, and the teacher often compared her to him. Yes, she often sneaks into the classroom and disturbs my learning. Qi Bao pushed away Xiao Er's hand and ran over to Duofu. I sit at the back with my dad. It's your own fault for not paying attention. You kept looking back, and you blame me for not letting you learn. Aren't you ashamed? Duofu's face turned red. If you hadn't sat at the back, I wouldn't have looked back. Is there a horn growing on my head, or what? I didn't turn around, but you just can't control yourself. Qi Bao crossed her arms and glared fiercely at Duofu. Granny Lin pulled her grandson close. Hey, little girl, you're quite bold. Daring to talk to my grandson like that. Believe it or not, what do you want to do? Old Mr. Yu, barefoot and muddy-legged, hurried over and scolded. Granny Lin took 2 steps back, pointing at Qi Bao and scolding. What are you saying? Kids are here to study and take exams, and a girl like you comes to cause trouble? Are you trying to ruin my grandson Duofu's chances? Followed by Xiao Lu, Yu Sanlang ran over, panting. He scolded without catching his breath. Stop talking nonsense. You're Zhao Fat Pig? Trying to take exams? Roast pig, maybe, you. Duofu cried loudly, tears streaming down his face. Grandma, he's bullying me. Zhao Duofu usually doesn't dare to speak loudly in front of Yu Sanlang. Today, because Lin Pozi is here, he's gotten bolder. He's crying, making a fuss, and rolling on the ground. Lin Pozi's family used to be villagers, but 10 years ago, they sold a daughter. That daughter later entered a wealthy family, starting as a maid and gradually becoming the main lady's top maid. The lady liked her a lot and gave her many rewards. Lin Pozi's family also rose in status. The daughter got married into the Yu family in He County. 5 years ago, she brought back a lot of silver, and the family moved to the city, cutting ties with the villagers. But earlier this year, for some reason, they moved back. When Zhao Duofu first returned to the village, he was like a little tyrant, but Yu Sanlang beat him a few times. Later, whenever he saw Yu Sanlang, he acted like a mouse seeing a cat, terrified. Lin Pozi was very angry. Your Yu family really teach children like this? Old Yu shouted loudly. How I teach my children is none of your business. First, take care of your own unruly kids, then come talk to me. You. Lin Posey trembled with anger. She turned to the villagers who came with her. Tell me, what should we do with this girl from the Yu family? Someone tried to smooth things over. Lin Auntie, we're not expecting the children to become officials or anything. Just learning a few words and being able to count is enough. Having more children isn't a big deal. Another person was unhappy. Uncle Yu. Even though this school was built by the old master, he said it's for the benefit of the villagers. What's the point of bringing a little girl to learn? Exactly. If no one in your family can take care of her, maybe we can help by having our daughters watch over her. Old Yu's children are precious. Such a big girl. Everyone's running around everywhere. Of course, she needs someone to watch her all the time. Yu Sanling glanced at the speaker. Aunt Gui, you've already lost one child in the pond. Now you want to lose another? Aunt Gui was so angry she almost lost her balance. Her youngest son was about Qibao's age. Playing by the pond and drowning, Yu Sanlang's words cut her deep. Uncle Yu. Old Yu's face darkened. My grandson didn't do anything wrong. You don't care about your own son, but my granddaughter is precious. There's water everywhere in the village. Why not watch her carefully? The village head also came over. Aunt Lin, Qibao was raised by us. This child is very obedient and well-behaved. The teacher didn't say anything, so there probably isn't any problem. Otherwise, ask the children in the school. If they don't think there's a problem, let Qibao follow along. During hard times, everyone in the village has received kindness from Old Lady Yu. Now, the descendants of Old Yu have some matters, and people don't want to speak openly. It would be unkind if they did. Qibao asked the children in the school, Do you think I've affected you? The children looked at each other and finally said in unison, No way. Qibao sits at the back, and we all have to listen to the teacher, so there's no time to look back at Qibao. Some children also said to Zhao Duofu, Duofu, you sit at the front, far from Qibao. How could she affect you? It's true. I sit at the back, and I'm next to others, but it's not my fault. He's just too busy. Zhao Duofu, just admit it. It's because you can't concentrate. When a sparrow flies past outside the window, you have to look. Don't you have any shame blaming Qibao for bothering you? It's just that Qibao learns faster and is better than you. A real man, if he can't learn as well as others, he just finds adults to cause trouble. That's just disrespectful. Zhao Duofu, thinking his family is rich and having grown up in the city, looked down on the village children. Grandma Lin's strictness made him unpopular at school. Besides a few older boys, the children argued back and forth, making Zhao Duofu cry. You're bullying me. Mom, look, they're all bullying me. Zhao Duofu wiped his tears. Wah, I'm quitting school. Old Man Yu and some children exchanged knowing looks. You little brat, I'll teach you a lesson. The village chief looked around at everyone and said meaningfully, Grandma Lin has been in the city too long and forgot about village life. But we've all been here for generations. As a person, you shouldn't forget your roots or lose your conscience. Even if you gain fame later, if people find out you've forgotten kindness and gratitude, that official position might be out of reach. The villagers all lowered their heads in shame. Grandma Lin and her grandson were full of frustration and went home cursing. The trouble at school for Qibao was finally over. Every day, Qibao was happy to go to school. She was obedient, well-behaved, and didn't cause trouble, so the children liked her very much. Old Man Yu often sighed, wondering why she wasn't a boy. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, Qibao had her first day off. Qibao wore a small apron, rolled up her sleeves high, and helped Yu Shui Lian make mooncakes in the yard. Busy. Aunt Chen came over with a basket, holding some large, golden pears. Today, I picked these pears to celebrate the festival for your family. Xiqiao reached out and took the basket. Thank you, second aunt. Wow, these pears are so big. I can't eat them all, second Aunt Chen stroked her small face. Of course, they're as big as your cheeks. It's no wonder you can't finish them. Yu Shui Lian lifted her apron to wipe her hands, then turned to bring a few of her own oranges for second Aunt Chen. You're so polite. We hardly have any pears. Yet every year you give us so many. Second Aunt Chin helped stuff mooncakes with filling. It's nothing. Honestly, I think it's a waste to give all those to the Chin family. The old lady of the Chin family favored the eldest son's family. Second Aunt Chin's family didn't get along well with them. Whenever she thought of the Chin family, she felt uncomfortable. Knowing she didn't like the Chin family, Yushui Lian quickly changed the subject. I heard that second brother Chin found a good job. Second Aunt Chin was wrapping an egg yolk into a mooncake. Yes, that's right. I came to tell you about it. The job was found by Sini's husband. I know that C.I. Bao's father doesn't like that family, but no matter how much he dislikes them, we can't let money be a problem, right? The job lasts about a month. It's at a stone quarry, cutting stones. It's hard work, but the pay is quite good. They're working fast to meet the deadline, 5 taels of silver a month. Many people are eager to get into Sini's family's business. C.I. Bao was kneading dough nearby. This work is too hard. My grandpa won't go. Second Aunt Chin pinched her nose. You little thing, what do you know? It's so hard for us villagers to earn money. Besides selling a few eggs and grains, villagers have no other way to make money. So, even though stone cutting is tiring, the high pay makes it worth it. Not only people from Panlong village, but also many from neighboring Fuhu village are asking Wang Pozi to help them get in. Old Yu also seemed tempted. Grandpa, you can't go. This isn't a good idea. C.I. Bao stood in front of Grandpa Yu and said seriously. Zhao, Lian Zhou also disagreed. Old man, you're too old for that. It's too hard. We're not desperate for money, so there's no need to do such work. If anyone should go, it should be me. Grandpa Yu listened to his son-in-law's words. Whether true or not, he felt comforted. But he couldn't just not go. Zhao Lianzhou is studying, and his monthly expenses are high. The children are growing, and their clothes are getting too short. Soon winter, and they'll need new cotton coats. In a couple of years, De Lang will be getting married, so they need to save money early.
Along is a quiet boy.
He needs to learn a skill, so he can support himself in the future. As for Yu Sanling, Old Ji glanced around and saw the chatter and fussing around Yu Shuilian. He thought, alright, this kid has a sweet tongue and knows how to talk. Keeping an eye on her is enough, nothing serious. He also harbored a hidden worry that he didn't share with anyone. Since the birth of Qi Bao, his daughter, there had been no news or signs of her. Old Ji wondered if their family would truly be left without heirs. He needed to save more money to go to the city and find a good doctor to see his daughter. It's a pity their family's fortunes had fallen, and their ancestral medical skills had been lost. Otherwise, things wouldn't be like this. Qi Bao wrapped her arms around Old Yu's neck and whispered in his ear, Grandpa, I have to tell you, that work is dangerous. You really shouldn't go. She couldn't see what might happen at the stone quarry, but when Old Yu said he was going, she noticed a faint deathly aura on his forehead. She didn't believe in superstitions, so she went to visit second brother Chen's house. There, she saw that the deathly aura on second brother Chen's forehead was even stronger than her grandpa's. Since both of them had such a strong aura of death, the quarry was definitely going to have trouble. Zhao Lianzhou was stunned. Qi Bao, what did you see? Qi Bao gestured and told her father and grandfather. When Grandpa said he was going, I saw a deathly aura on his face. The same with second Uncle Chin. Tomorrow I'll check on others to be sure. Old Yu hurriedly covered his little granddaughter's mouth. Be good, we can't say such things lightly. Right now, the villagers were arguing heatedly about going to the stone quarry. After the harvest, there wasn't much work at home. The women and children could handle the remaining chores. Everyone wanted to earn some money to prepare for winter. If the quarry was going to have trouble, the Zhang family probably didn't know. The villagers only thought that Old Yu's family was opposing Zhao's family because of old disputes, and they tried to stop them. Blocking someone's livelihood is like killing parents. This was a serious matter.
Qi Bao Berlin get innocenti.
But I really think something will happen at the quarry. Yu Shuilian hesitated. Dad, we're all from the same village. If we knew something was going to go wrong, we should tell others. If something really happens later, what can we do? She remembered Zhao Lianzhou talking about that handsome man with the red face, and thinking about recent events, she couldn't help but believe in her daughter's intuition. Zhao Lianzhou thought for a moment and said to old Yu, Dad, I'll go find second brother Chen. You go to the village chief's house.
We should warn them about this.
Whether they believe it or not. We've done our part. Now it's up to fate. We can't just sit back and do nothing while others might face danger. That night, the husband and wife finished tidying up their home, and each went to visit the village chief and second brother Chen. Chi-Chi wanted to wait for her grandfather to come back and ask about the situation, but she couldn't resist running around wildly during the day. She leaned into her mother's arms and gradually fell asleep. Yu Shui Lian gently touched her daughter's rosy face. This child has such great abilities. Whether it's good or bad for the future, no one knows. The moon was high in the sky when second brother Chen saw Zhao Lianzhou off and returned home. Second sister-in-law Chen sat in the yard and finally spoke after a while. Dad, maybe we shouldn't go anymore. Second brother Chen sighed. 5 taels of silver, just over a month. It's hard to find such work. Second sister-in-law Chen said gloomily. Even if the money is good, you need to have the luck to get it. Brother Zhao is a scholar. He wouldn't speak carelessly. Besides, Uncle Yu is very stingy. The money looks like it was stolen, and he didn't go because of that. It's probably true. And do you remember that red-faced man who caused trouble in the village before? Second brother Chen was startled. Why are you talking about that troublemaker? Second sister-in-law Chen leaned closer and lowered her voice. He really was killed by his son. Isn't that strange? The couple looked at each other and shivered. Could it be that little Chi-Chi was involved in the problem this time? Even the village chief's family was discussing this matter. Village chief's youngest son, Dad, Uncle Yu, and the Zhao family don't get along. Maybe Uncle Yu is upset and deliberately kept us from going. Village chief's eldest son glared at his younger brother. Stop talking nonsense. Uncle Yu isn't that kind of person. His eldest daughter-in-law also agreed. Second brother, you're right. Uncle Yu may be a bit stingy, but he wouldn't spread rumors about such things. I heard something the other day. I think it has something to do with Chi-Chi. She told the story of how the red-faced man was killed by his son, and everyone was stunned. Is this true? Asked the village chief's youngest daughter-in-law hesitantly. The eldest daughter-in-law nodded. Yes. Uncle Yu was worried people would gossip about Chi-Chi, so he kept it quiet. It was only when Grandma's eldest grandson went to the city for work that he heard about it. This matter has caused a stir in the county. Many say it's almost like a miracle. The village chief's youngest son hesitated about the money. 5 taels? My older brother and I can earn 10 taels in a month. Our family only saves a few coins a year. Even if Chi-Chi is clever, she's just a little girl. Maybe last time was just a lucky coincidence, like a cat catching a mouse. It's not a god. How can it be so accurate every time? The eldest son also felt tempted. It's hard for rural folks to earn money. Going to the town dock to unload goods and carry boxes is exhausting, earning only about 70 or 80 cents a day. This past month was hard, but the money was really a lot. The eldest daughter-in-law saw her husband and her younger brother-in-law both reluctant to take the money, but she felt uneasy and worried. Father, say something. The village chief sighed deeply. We shouldn't go. Even if there's money to be made, you need to stay safe. If nothing happens, it's fine. But if something does happen, then what? Money can be earned again, but life can't. Go to bed early. I'll visit Uncle Wu and the others. The next day, a few families from the village came to talk to Granny Wang, politely saying they wouldn't go anymore. Granny Wang was surprised. These penny pinchers, when they see money, they always want to take it. Yesterday, one after another, they begged to go. Why not today? She felt something was wrong and wanted to find out what was going on. Second daughter-in-law Wu Xiaofang hurried back, panting and angry as she told Granny Wang, Mother, those people from the Yu family are not honest. They're spreading rumors that our brother-in-law Shi's quarry might be dangerous. Granny Wang was furious. That shameless old scoundrel. How dare he spread rumors about our Zhao family? Today, I won't let him get away with it. Granny Wang went to the old Yu family's house but found the door tightly shut. She knocked loudly, but no one responded. Old Yu Wu, you old rascal. You can't make money, so you spread rumors to harm our Zhao family. Serves you right to be childless and without a future. I tell you, Sending that worthless kid to school won't make him successful. Just wait. Our Zhao family will get rich someday, and your family won't even smell our scent. A villager came out to stop her. Madam Wang, please stop yelling. They've all gone out today, no one's home. Granny Wang spat. Shameless old thing. You know what dirty things you've done, so you're hiding on purpose. You can't run from justice. I'll curse your family someday. After cursing, she felt a bit better but was still angry. On her way back, she met the people who had begged yesterday, and she sneered at them with a fake smile. Some people are just destined to be poor all their lives. They don't even bother to pick up money when it's right in front of them. They believe every word from those little troublemakers. Once we leave this village, there won't be such opportunities anymore. Our Zhao family won't help anyone in the future. If it's hard work and not worth it, even if you beg at my door, my wife and I will turn a blind eye. People in the village felt embarrassed. Yesterday, they asked for help. Today, they changed their minds. It was truly shameful. But they trusted the village chief and Uncle Yu. They preferred to give up the money rather than risk their children's safety. The village chief naturally heard these words too. For a moment, he wasn't sure if his decision last night was right or wrong. But once words are spoken, they can't be taken back. Many people from Panlong village decided not to go, and the empty spots were taken by people from the neighboring Fuhu village. Zhang Dan happily poured himself a small cup of wine. Those fools, they hear a few words of right and wrong and decide not to go. Serves them right, we get to take the advantage. It's a pity that San Maozi is still young. If he were older, my son and I could have a prosperous year, San Maozi's mother, Wang, worriedly said. Husband, I've heard many say that the stone quarry might have accidents. Maybe. We shouldn't go. We only have this one man at home, and the children are still young. What if something happens? Zhang Ying was displeased. You ugly thing, what do you know? That son-in-law from the Yu family is just the son that Granny Wang didn't want. Can his family really deal with Granny Wang? If others say that, we might believe it, but when the Yu family speaks, can we trust them? Zhang Dan slammed his hand on the table. Exactly. You're old, but you're not as wise as my daughter. Their families say they're related by marriage, but they're worse than enemies. Granny Wang's family has benefits, but when the Yu family talks badly, that's the truth. San Maozi, who was making straw sandals nearby, interrupted. Grandpa Yu isn't that kind of person and Uncle Zhao isn't either. Dad, you should listen to Mom this time. If we lose the money, we can earn it back. Oh, so losing the money and earning it back makes you look so capable? Zhang Ying mocked. Why don't you go out and earn it then? Why are you just eating free food in my house? San Maozi threw down his straw sandals. Zhang Ying, who's just eating free food, Zhang Biao, holding a book nearby, looked at Zhang Dan with some hesitation. Little brother, respect your elders. You can't be so rude to your older sister. Zhang Dan suddenly slammed his cup on the table. Wang, do you even teach your son? Look at what he's become. San Maozi, I tell you, stay away from those brats from the Yu family. Those are not good people. Kneel outside if you want, but if you don't realize your mistake today, don't bother eating. Wang trembled with fear and hurriedly tried to hit San Maozi. You little brat, I told you not to talk nonsense. Always talking rubbish. San Maozi glared hatefully at everyone. In my past life, I must have been a murderer or arsonist. Cursed by heaven. Too many sins, so I was reborn into your family. Seeing you all, I wish I had never been born into this family. Zhang Dan grabbed a clay bowl from the table and smashed it. Little brat, you're going to turn the world upside down. I'll beat you to death today. You hit anyway. If you beat me to death, no one will take care of your son or daughter. You're just a servant. If you don't beat me to death, I feel ashamed for you. San Maozi raised his neck and shouted at his father. He's really had enough of these hard days. Being obedient and doing chores means getting beaten. Arguing with his brothers and sisters also results in punishment. No matter what, he's just living like this, so he doesn't mind a few more hits. Zhang Dali grabbed the rolling pin from the corner and stood up, ready to hit San Maozi. When San Maozi saw the thick rolling pin, he was scared and ran into the yard. If he got hit, he might break a bone. Bold, what are you doing? Uncle Zhang came in and saw Zhang Dali holding a rolling pin, about to hit the weak Sen Maozi. He quickly protected San Maozi behind him. Don't rush to hit the kid first. I have something to tell you. Uncle Zhang also advised Zhang Dali not to go to the stone quarry. After all, the people of Panlong village, as relatives of Zhao Sini, didn't go there either. They shouldn't focus only on making money and risk causing trouble later. Zhang Dali chuckled. Big brother, you believe those gossip stories? Old Yu's family and Wang Pozi's family have had a grudge for a long time. It's not just a day or two. I think it's clear that Old Yu's family is jealous because Zhao's family is getting ahead, so they secretly caused trouble for them. Uncle Zhang saw he couldn't convince him and gave up. If you want to go, then go. My kids are still young, and I won't go earn that money. Just be careful outside. The Yu family, who had been scolded all over, left early in the morning for the county town. Yu's ancestors were once prominent. When Old Yu was young, he was from a noble family, so he was more knowledgeable than ordinary villagers. He believed that children needed to see more of the world to be clever and capable. Despite being frugal, he took his children to the city every year to broaden their horizons and teach them about the outside world. Old Yu took his 3 grandsons and sold the recently harvested medicinal herbs. Zhao Lianzhou took his wife and daughter to visit Mr. Zhou to send holiday gifts. Mr. Zhu's eldest son managed household affairs, his second son was a county clerk, and they had a grandson studying in the city. Their family was quite well off. Mr. Zhu could teach in Panlong village and enjoy his retirement. Zhu's eldest grandson was just engaged, and the family hadn't yet had a child as young as Qi Bao. They all liked the adorable little girl. When Qi Bao left Zhu's house, her pockets were full of candies and walnuts. They are really so warm and friendly, Qi Bao exclaimed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Zhao Lianzhou and Yu Lian looked at each other and smiled. Their daughter was so cute that they naturally felt happy. The married couple returned to the previous tea house, but didn't see Old Man Yu and the others. Instead, they unexpectedly met a familiar person. Water Lotus, a young woman happily called out to Yu Lian. Yu Lian turned her head and glanced, then also looked surprised. Chunji, you came to the county too? Chunji smiled and nodded. My lord came to Feng County for business, so he brought me along for a walk. Is this little Qi Bao? Wow, it's been a year and you've grown so much. She looked at Zhao Lianzhou again. Zhao Lianzhou was also familiar with Chunji. Mother Bao, you talk with Chunji. I'll go see if my father and the others have arrived. Chunji watched his back, feeling either envy or admiration. Zhao Sanhua is really different from before. Yu Lian smiled, pulling Qi Bao over. Qi Bao, call her Auntie. Auntie, Qi Bao tilted her little head, examining the woman in front of her. Chunji looked at her and thought she was about 2 or 3 years older than her mother. Her skin was fair, her face delicate, not particularly beautiful, but she carried a gentle and calm aura that made people like her. As Qi Bao looked, she suddenly frowned. The peaceful appearance seemed a bit strange. Yu Lian also saw the young girl following Chunji. Is this Mingxi? Chunji pulled the girl over. Yes, Mingxi, call her little auntie. Chunji was Lin Pozi's second daughter. Before she married, she was very close friends with Yu Lian, one of her few close friends in the family. Later, she went to He County and became a concubine for Yu Bin in the Yu family's 3rd branch. According to the family, Yu Bin was also Yu Lian's cousin, so it was natural for Mingxi to call Yu Lian auntie. However, they had a falling out, and the good friendship faded over time. Mingxi lowered her head shyly and called out, little auntie. When Mingxi spoke, Qi Bao immediately recognized her as the girl punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. Was her grandfather that scheming 3rd old master? Chunji smiled and said, this girl is just shy. Your Qi Bao is more outgoing. Yu Lian quickly said, young ladies should be quiet and well-behaved. Unlike my girl, who's always jumping around like a monkey, no peace at all. Qi Bao, go play with Mingxi, Yu Lian said to Chunji, letting Qi Bao and Mingxi go play together. Qi Bao pulled Mingxi and sat at a table beside Yu Lian. Are you an only child? Qi Bao was a talkative girl. If others didn't speak, she would keep talking non-stop. Yuming, she whispered, "No, I have 2 older brothers and 1 older sister. This time, my father brought me and my second brother here." Qibao licked her lips and said, "Aunt Chunji looks about my mother's age. She's so amazing. She's had 4 children? Why did my mother only have me?" Qibao turned to look at the slender Chunji, puzzled about how she managed to have 4 children at once. Yumingxi's face turned slightly red. "No, my eldest brother and second sister are from my mother. Only my second brother and I are from the concubine." Concubine? Qibao finally understood that Chunji was Yu family's concubine. "So, what do you usually do at home?" The second young man brought over tea and snacks. Qibao handed Yumingxi a piece, while she slowly nibbled on her own. Yumingxi was very shy and didn't eat her snack. "I usually study with my teacher and do needlework with my sister. I haven't played outside." Qibao immediately felt sorry for her. "Then, let your aunt take you to your maternal home. I can take you to catch fish in the river or climb trees to find bird nests. My third brother is really good at catching bird nests." Yumingxi shook her head gently. "My aunt needs my mother's permission to go back to my maternal home. After all, they're not really relatives." Yumingxi's words broke some of Qibao's understanding. She couldn't understand why her maternal family wasn't considered proper relatives. Qibao, Yu Sanlang rushed into the inn and handed her a small wooden horse about the size of his palm. "Look." Yu Sanlang pinched a little thing under the horse's belly, and the tiny horse started to trot and kick on the table.
Qibao cười lắp bét happily.
"Where did you get this?" "It's so fun." Hee, it's fun, right?" "I begged Grandpa to buy it for me," Yu Sanlang said proudly. Then he turned and saw a little girl staring at him. "Who's that?" Qibao introduced him. "This is a new friend I just met. Her name is Yumingxi. She's from the Yu family in He County." Hearing He County Yu family, Yu Sanlang immediately lost interest. That family was full of bad people. He knew they did bad things, and he didn't like the little girl either. Chunji saw the Yu family members returning one after another and knew there was trouble between the 2 families. She also stood up to say goodbye. "Auntie, if you have time, bring Mingxi's sister to play in the village." Qibao greeted Chunji and her mother. Chunji smiled and replied, "Sure, when I have time. Mingxi can come play with you." Old Yu returned with Yu Dalong and Yu Erlang, just in time to meet Chunji. Chunji bowed to him. Old Yu nodded slightly and prepared to go eat dumplings at a street stall with his family. With such a large family, he wouldn't be willing to eat at a tea house because it would cost too much money. 7 family members filled one table completely. Before the dumplings arrived, Yu Sanlang suddenly pointed at the people coming out of the opposite restaurant and said, "Dad, isn't that your sister?" Zhao Lianzhou patted his head and replied, "Your sister is in the city. Don't point fingers randomly or you'll offend someone." Yu Sanlang pointed again and said, "Really? She's still with that woman from earlier." Zhao Lianzhou looked in the direction he was pointing and saw Zhao's younger sister, Zhao Si, and Zhao Chunji walking together. The person leading them was Yu Wenbin, accompanied by a slightly overweight middle-aged man. Yu Shualian glanced over and asked, "Is that your cheap brother-in-law?" Zhao Si was a concubine, so Zhang Fuguei wouldn't come to Panlong village to visit relatives. Therefore, Yu Shualian and others had never seen what Zhang Fuguei looked like. Zhao Lianzhou shook his head and said, "No." Suddenly, De Lang spoke up. "He is the old Mr. Zhang who wants to adopt Qibao. He often went in and out of the county with old Yu, sometimes bringing medicinal herbs or mountain goods to sell. He was quite familiar with the major figures in the county." Qibao turned her head to look at Mr. Zhang and felt that he was surrounded by a gray mist. It was probably because he was involved in sinister deeds and had committed murder cases more than one life, it seemed. She took a breath and whispered to Zhao Lianzhou, "Dad, that Mr. Zhang is a bad person. If he adopts children, he might be up to some evil tricks." Zhao Lianzhou quickly covered her mouth and lowered his head, saying, "Girl, you can't talk nonsense. Some things, even if we know, we can't say." Mr. Zhang's family was powerful, with connections in Beijing. Even if he was involved in bad deeds, they wouldn't be able to expose him. Qibao's eyes twinkled. Even if she couldn't seek justice for those who had died, she definitely wouldn't let Mr. Zhang get away easily. She leaned close to Yu Sanling and whispered a few words. Taking advantage of the fact that old Yu and the other elders were focused on Mr. Zhang, Yu Sanling quietly slipped away. Zhao Lianzhou didn't notice his young daughter's actions. He watched Mr. Zhang and Zhao Si. Since Mr. Zhang's adoption of children was considered evil, what role was Zhao Si playing in persuading their family to send Qi Bao away? Also, Yu Wenbin walking with Mr. Zhang. Did Yu Wenbin know about Qi Bao or not? Mr. Zhang and his group gradually moved out of the Yu family site, and the dumplings were served. Qi Bao licked her lips, waiting for her mother to give her two to put in her small bowl. Yu Erling served dumplings to Old Man Yu and Zhao Lianzhou. Turning around, he saw that Yu Sanling, sitting with Qi Bao, was gone. Hey, where's third brother? Qi Bao smiled happily and said, I want to eat chestnut cake. Third brother went to buy some snacks for me. Yu Shualian scolded, You child, if you want to eat, you should wait. It's mealtime now. Why is your third brother running around? Yu Dalong stood up and said, I'll go see if third brother's back. Zhao Lianzhou looked at his daughter, and then at Yu Dalong but said nothing. Qi Bao giggled at him. Yu Sanling is clever and has been here several times, so he knows the streets and alleys of the town well. He crossed another street, wrapped a headscarf around his face, and went to the corner. There, he saw a young beggar leaning against the wall, sunbathing and dozing. He tiptoed over, grabbed the copper coins from the beggar's broken bowl, and ran away. Hey, you're stealing from me! The beggar shouted in surprise, calling out to others nearby, That kid stole my money. Stop him. In the city, even beggars have gangs. These young beggars usually have a few followers. Hearing the commotion, a group of beggars from nearby streets chased after Yu Sanling. Yu Sanling ran while looking back at the people behind him. In his haste, he bumped into old Master Zhang and quickly slipped a small paper doll into his pocket. Little brat, watch where you're walking, a servant next to old Master Zhang scolded. Old Master Zhang looked at the beggars chasing him and smiled, waving his hand. Forget it, probably just some beggars fighting over territory. Yu Sanling didn't stop to apologize. He hurried into another alley where Yu Dalong was already waiting. Quick, change your clothes. Yu Dalong handed him a blue shirt and quickly put a hat on him. In a flash, the dirty little boy was gone. Now dressed in a new blue outfit and wearing a hat, Yu Sanling carried a basket and came out of the alley with Yu Dalong, just as a group of beggars was approaching.
Ugh.
Damn kid, almost dirted my new clothes, Yu Sanling grumbled, pulling at his new outfit. The beggar who had been running earlier turned back and asked, Brother, did you see a dirty little boy just now? Yu Sanling shot him a sidelong glance. That thief kid, is he with you? Seeing his stern look, they hurriedly said, No, it's not him. He just stole our money earlier. Yu Sanling snorted and pointed ahead. He went that way. Thanks. The beggars continued chasing after him. Yu Sanling saw no one around and quickly pulled Brother Yu Daliang into a fast run. A few beggars ran a few steps, then one suddenly stopped. Wait, why do I feel like that kid just now looks familiar? The one who tried to steal my money. Another sniffed and said, Brother, could it be him? Damn, this kid is clever. The beggars turned back and chased after them, but there was no sign of Yu Sanling and his brother anymore. The busy street made it hard to see anyone familiar. Delicious. Yu Sanling ate a hot dumpling, sweating from the heat. Yu Erling, holding new clothes, looked unhappy. Grandpa bought me these new clothes, but I haven't even opened them. You already wore yours. Yu Sanling swallowed a dumpling and said, It's no big deal. In the future, I'll let you wear my new clothes first. Yu Erling looked at his small frame and said nice things, but he still wanted to wear the clothes himself. After they finished eating and drinking, they left. Yu Daliang passed by a beggar and dropped a handful of copper coins. The beggar, who had been upset today after being robbed and scolded by his brother, was happy to see the coins and called out happily, Thank you, sir. On the way back, Zhao Lianzhou quietly asked his daughter, What did you do to that old man? Nothing. Qi Bao smiled with her eyes like crescent moons, just gave him something to help him sleep better. Today, Lord Zhang met with Yu Wenbin and talked about some matters. He felt good and played with the new maidservant for a while before going to Mrs. Zhang's room to rest. That new girl isn't obedient. You're already this old, and you still. Mrs. Zhang was unhappy about her husband always bringing women into the house but couldn't control him. She could only scold the maidservants and keep whispering to her husband every day. Earlier, Lord Zhang had a quarrel with the maidservant and looked tired. He didn't like listening to Mrs. Zhang's nagging. His eyes half closed, and he hummed now and then. Suddenly, the maidservant pushed open the door, smiling sweetly. "Master, why listen to that wife's endless nagging? Why not go out and have some fun with me?" Lately, Lord Zhang had been interested in this clever maidservant and didn't want to hear his wife's complaints. He got out of bed and went to her. When he stepped outside, he saw the sky was dark and everything looked gray. "Sir, I just wanted to rest a little, and now it's already night?" he wondered. The maidservant turned back and giggled. "My lord, isn't it more fun when it's dark?" He saw the young girl with a gentle expression, full of charm, and felt a strong attraction, so he eagerly followed her. "You're right. Only after dark does it become truly interesting." The young maid flirtatiously threw him a charming glance and turned to run ahead. Old Master Zhang was so captivated that he chased after her, unknowingly entering the woods. Everything around was faint and blurry, making it hard to see clearly. He suddenly felt uneasy and asked, "What kind of place is this?" The young maid, soft as a feather, leaned in and said, "Sir, this wild countryside is even more romantic, isn't it?" She reached out and pulled Zhang Master, giggling as she led him through the forest. The damp fog clung to their bodies, sparkling like ice crystals. Suddenly, Zhang Master became a bit scared. "I'm not staying here. I need to go back." The young maid held his arm. "Sir, we're already at my house's doorstep. How can you just leave? You should come inside and sit for a while. I'll serve you well." He was about to say, "Is there really a home here?" But then he saw what seemed to be a house in front of him, dark and indistinct, with only two large red lanterns swaying in the wind. Upon closer look, the lanterns appeared white. His heart skipped a beat. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Sure enough, the lanterns were red. "We've arrived. Let's go inside." "My parents are waiting," the young maid's voice drifted softly. Zhang Master felt someone push him from behind, and the door creaked open. In the misty courtyard, a woman dressed in bright red, swinging a red handkerchief and smiling, said, "Oh, the young master has returned." Uncontrollably, Zhang Master took a few steps inside. He noticed the doorframe was very low, and he had to lift his head to avoid hitting it. What kind of place is this? The entrance was so narrow and low. "Sir, you're too tall. Just lower your head and shrink a little, and you'll be fine," she advised. Following her words, he bent his head slightly and stepped inside. When he reached the woman, he realized she was very tall. He barely reached her waist. He wondered why she was so tall. The woman's smile looked a bit stiff. She said unhappily, "With a family like ours, why did you choose such a short young master?" The young maid, with a sinister tone, said, "She doesn't like it either. Who asked him to soil her? From now on, he's her person." An old man came out from inside, tall and strong like a giant, with a deep voice that rumbled like thunder. He said, "What's this tiny thing for? It's not even enough to fill a gap between your teeth." The woman in red hurriedly advised, "He's a bit small, but we can boil him and make soup." Old Master Zhang finally realized something was wrong. The house looked like a haunted tomb. He had come to this strange place for no clear reason. Looking up at the old man, he suddenly exclaimed with surprise, "Master, save me." Master, but he had shrunk in size, and his voice was tiny like a mosquito's. The old man couldn't hear him at all. The old man reached out and took a millstone from the corner of the wall. "Come on, let's grind. The blood can be used for making dough, and the bones can be treats for the girl." Old Master Zhang shouted, "Master, it's me. Don't you remember? Those young boys and girls, I've been bringing them to you every year from different places." "Master." Suddenly someone grabbed the back of his neck. The old man swung his axe and chopped off his limbs, tossing his torso into the millstone's trough. The old man started grinding. The heavy millstone pressed down, making it hard for him to breathe. It turned, crushing his internal organs, causing pain that made his whole soul tremble. Blood flowed down as the millstone ground away. The woman in red and the young maid suddenly stuck out their long tongues, like dogs, and began licking the blood. Old Master Zhang's body was crushed, but he seemed to be an outsider, watching his own body being ground up. His leg bones were gnawed on by the old man, blood dripping down. The young maid threw a finger bone into her mouth, chewing it like a snack. "Father, his soul has left his body. Should we eat his soul too?" "No, no," old Master Zhang shouted in panic. Master, what's wrong with you?" Someone nearby seemed to be crying. Old Master Zhang suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Lady Zhang, with red eyes from crying, looking at him exhausted. He trembled with fear. Save me," a gray-robed Taoist holding a whisk said. "Old Master Zhang has been possessed by an evil spirit. That's why he's lost his mind. If we hadn't found it in time, it could have been disastrous." Old Master Zhang was stunned, but then woke up. Go get that little girl Yanhong for me." Lady Zhang looked scared. "Master, you forgot? Yanhong was beaten to death and thrown out because she stole money." Old Master Zhang's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that Yanhong was a new maid, only about 14 or 15 years old, very pretty and lively. He felt attracted to her and wanted to bring her into his house, but she was stubborn and didn't want to come. In anger, that night he forced himself on her. Later, he found her boring, like a wooden doll, and threw her to some guards. Those guards were rough, and by dawn, Yanhong was dead. Mrs. Zhang, upon learning this, ordered someone to throw the body into the wild bamboo forest north of the city. It has been over half a month now. So, who was the person who previously played tricks on him? He had a terrible headache and suddenly remembered who the woman in red resembled. She looked like the paper figure in the funeral shop. No wonder her face looked so strange. Old Master Zhang snapped out of a shock, trembling uncontrollably. Master Tao, you must save me." The Taoist sighed. "Old Master Zhang, you must have offended someone. Think carefully. Who might it be that you've offended recently?" He saw no signs of magic or spells, so the person must be an extraordinary expert. Old Master Zhang racked his brain but couldn't recall anyone he had offended lately. He appeared kind to others, but was secretly involved in many bad deeds. Could it be that someone found out about his misdeeds? "Master Tao, forget everything else. Please help me first by capturing that female ghost," he begged. The Taoist shook his head. "Karma has its reasons. This matter started because of you, so you must resolve it yourself. Find her family, give her a proper burial, treat her family well, and end this curse. Only then can I help you." However, the wild bamboo forest was near the mountains, where wild animals often appeared. The red corpse was long gone. She was kidnapped by a human trafficker, and her family couldn't be found. Naturally, the matter was difficult to settle. The Taoist stood up. "Old Master Zhang, from now on, do more good deeds and less evil." Mrs. Zhang was furious. "What does that cow-nosed Taoist mean? My husband is famous for being a kind man. If you slander him and ruin his reputation, be careful, I'll have you thrown in jail." Seeing Zhang's sons also look angry, the Taoist sighed bitterly. He realized he had caused trouble he shouldn't have. No wonder he was being schemed against. Turns out, the family was full of hypocrites, wolves in sheep's clothing. "I've said all I can. If I've offended you, please forgive me, Madam and young masters," he said, feeling he shouldn't stay any longer. "Just leave quickly. If you're caught, don't expect to be alive again," Sabao said from the stream behind her bamboo grove, waving to a faint, transparent figure. The shadow was slender and graceful, bowing to Sabao. Yanhong thanks the little fairy, but she cannot see that evil person get his punishment. It pains her. Sabao waved her small hand. "Don't worry. His days will be tough in the future. You must not let him ruin your next life." Yanhong bowed a few more times before disappearing into the bamboo forest. Yu Sanlang, who was crouching nearby with his eyes tightly shut, trembling, asked in a trembling voice, "Is he gone? Let's go." Qi Bao clapped her hands. Third brother, what are you afraid of? I told you, she won't hurt anyone. Besides, with me here, what is there to be scared of? Yu Sanling opened his eyes and looked around. There was nothing suspicious. When did you notice her? Qi Bao took a candy from her pocket and handed it to him to calm him down. She's been following old man Zhang all along. I saw her that day right away. Yu Sanling was shocked.
Then
Check if anyone is following me behind. Qi Bao sighed helplessly. Third brother, don't get so jumpy. People like Yan Hong are rare. She died such a tragic death, and old man Zhang is really too bad. Yu Erling came over. Are you two okay now? Grandpa asked you to go home early. Don't stay out and cause trouble, or Wang Posey will take it out on you. The day after they returned from the city, Wang Posey came to scold them again. Zhao Lianzhou and Yu Shuilian, being younger, didn't respond. Old man Yu didn't want to argue with Wang Posey. But Yu Sanling was annoyed. He ran out and yelled at Wang Posey. Qi Bao always thought her third brother was a special person. He looked handsome and gentle, and everyone praised him. He really was a good-looking kid. But once he spoke, he was a fierce person, worse than any village woman. Because of this, Yu Shuilian had to apologize many times. Of course, Yu Sanling also got beaten many times. This time, he fought for his family. Luckily, old man Yu didn't hit him, but secretly gave him a pear. Yu Sanling thought Grandpa must be upset too. So, he decided to curse that old woman. When he cursed, he felt more confident. He scolded Wang Posey's whole family from top to bottom. Even her hens weren't spared. Wang Posey was so angry that she almost got sick. But within a few days, Zhao Xini and the manager returned, taking workers to the stone quarry, which helped restore some face for Wang Posey. To vent her anger, Wang Posey deliberately took Zhao Xini around the village. What does barren mean? It's when someone does bad things and doesn't leave any offspring. In the future, there will be no one to visit the graves during Qingming or Mid-Autumn Festival. They deserve to be childless and grandchildless. My family is doing well, and I feel jealous and uncomfortable. So I keep talking bad about my family, huh?
Bah.
My daughter is promising. From now on, she'll be the lady of the house. That jealous person will be sick with envy. She'll be so jealous she'll die, but she won't get any good from it. Zhao Xini also felt uncomfortable. She finally gained some respect in the village, but now the Yu family was causing trouble. She couldn't be happy about it. So, Granny Wang scolded loudly, fanning the flames and not sparing the villagers' feelings. A group of poor folks. And if she ever had such a good opportunity again, she would never give the villagers a chance. The villagers felt sad about losing the money, but also felt embarrassed to face Granny Wang's family, so they avoided her family. Some households even argued between daughters-in-law and parents-in-law over this matter. Many privately complained, because just one sentence from old Yu's family caused such a big loss of money, and everyone felt unhappy about it. Say that again? Repeat what you just said. After boasting, Granny Wang and Zhao Xini went home. Only then did her second son, Zhao Erju, hesitate and stop talking. Granny Wang's anger flared up instantly. My daughter, the village's poor folks are mocking me. Now you want to come and cause trouble too? Wu Xiufeng scolded from beside her. You useless brat. In just over a month, you earned 5 taels of silver, working under our brother-in-law. What's wrong with that? Why are you hiding and not going? Granny Wang could scold her son, but she couldn't tolerate her daughter-in-law scolding her son. Shut up, Erzi. Tell me, is someone gossiping about you? Zhao Erju squatted on the steps, shrinking his neck. Mom, the villagers aren't going. There must be something strange about this. Big brother can go, and if something really happens, at least someone from our family will be there, right? He was afraid of death, but more importantly, he didn't want to suffer. The older brother and another man were already earning money. That was enough. Why should he go and suffer? Heard this, he sure was unhappy. What do you mean? My family is sending 2 people, and you're afraid of trouble? Our family isn't. Her husband, De Fei, and others don't go either. Wu Xiufeng sneered. Big sister-in-law, you're saying that? Back then, De Fei owed 20 taels of silver to the workshop. If the older brother and De Fei don't go, what about that money? The family immediately started arguing again over this. Zhao Xini, angry, slammed the table. If you want to go, go. If not, don't. Don't expect me to support my family anymore. It's a joke. There's money, but no place to use it. Granny Wang stared at her 2 sons and her eldest grandson. I don't care if others go or not, but my family must go. Anyone who does it will be kicked out of the Zhao family. Don't recognize me as your mother anymore. The villagers were afraid of trouble and didn't want to go. If Erzi also refused, they might mock him behind his back. So it was decided they had to go. Zhao Erzu couldn't argue with his mother anymore. He looked sad and, along with some men from the neighboring village, followed Zhao Xini to the stone quarry. Qiqiao stands on the hill, looking at the crowd whose heads are filled with fear and despair. Despite her warnings, they refuse to change their ways. She hopes they brought the protective charms she gave them. San Maozi is inside his father's house, picking up a charm he threw at the foot of the bed and asking his mother, I gave this to Dad. Why isn't he wearing it? Qiqiao feels uneasy about coming to Fuga village. It was all arranged by San Maozi. She has already sent the uncles and aunts who are going, and her own father can't be left out. Zhang Ying snorts coldly. I threw it away. Don't think I don't know. You're just trying to flatter Dad with these small tricks. You're a wild child born of a stepmother. Your father will never look at you kindly in this life. Humph. San Maozi tightens his grip on the charm and looks past Zhang Ying at Wang Shi, sneering. You're right. I am a wild child. If you have the courage, tell your father to send me away. Oh, poor you. Always wanting to be my sister. The wild child. San Maozi. Wang Shi enters the room, slapping him twice. I told you to watch your mouth. How dare you say such things? San Maozi quietly stares at Zhang Ying, then looks directly at Wang Shi, saying mockingly, You're right. I am a wild child, disliked by my own mother. His eyes have a fierce, wolf-like look that makes Zhang Ying feel uneasy, so she turns and runs out. Wang Shi's hand pauses in midair, tears falling down her face. San Maozi softly says, Why aren't you hitting me? If you're too weak, go get some yellow jujube sticks and beat me. I won't run. I'll stay right here because I am your own son. Wang Shi's body softens, and she sits on the bed crying loudly. San Maozi looks expressionless. If you won't hit me, I will leave. Meanwhile, the Qian family is also punishing their son. Old Master Qian is holding a whip, glaring at Qian Dejuan and panting heavily. Concubine Lin is holding her son and crying, Master, all the mistakes are mine. It's my fault for not raising second young master properly, which caused all this trouble. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Madame Qian stands nearby, watching silently as if she sees nothing. Qian-san, you can't bear it anymore. He gently puts down his teacup and says, Big brother, normally I shouldn't interfere in your family matters. But Dejuan has done things that are too much. If others find out, our family's reputation built over so many years will be gone. The Qian family workshop had an incident. Later, it was revealed that Qian Dejuan, to pay off gambling debts, used inferior materials and passed them off as good. When officer he found out, he was so angry he killed to silence the matter. Master Qian paid money to the family of the deceased and went around the government office to handle matters. Originally, the Qian family planned to punish Qian Dejuan with family discipline, but the elderly lady of the Qian family cried and refused. The old master of the family said that family shame should not be spread outside, so they decided to hide the matter. Qian's wife secretly complained to her husband, saying, Although the bracelet was a gift from my family, the master who blessed it and the second branch of the family are both somewhat shady. The one who works hardest and contributes the most in our family is you, but since we are from the third branch, we will get the smallest share of the inheritance. Yet they are not satisfied and even want to harm our children. Their hearts are really cruel. If that little fairy hadn't seen through their plans, her son might not have been saved. Thinking of her son who died young, she felt bitter and clenched her teeth in anger. That child was already 5 years old, obedient, smart, and healthy. She couldn't understand how he suddenly caught a cold and died. Master Qian also felt uneasy. With many brothers and nephews in the family, there were disputes both openly and secretly. He understood that, but he couldn't tolerate anyone harming his son. So, when the workshop had an incident, the old master of the family decided that Qian Dejuan should go to the countryside to oversee the farm. He didn't say much, as it was a family matter and he didn't want it to spread. Unexpectedly, the young man went to the countryside and ended up assaulting 2 tenant girls. The girls, humiliated, jumped into the river and drowned. Both families of the tenants were locals, and the village head was from the same village. Such an incident made it clear that if they didn't stand up for their daughters, other girls in the family might be bullied in the future. Angered, both families carried the bodies to the county office. The county magistrate was a relative of the Qian family and asked how they wanted to handle the matter. The second old master, who had been silent, finally spoke, saying, "Old master, elder brother, our Qian family has had many problems this year. If we don't handle this properly, it will be hard to live in this county in the future." Madam Qian added, "That's right. Our Peng is about to get engaged. If outsiders find out about this, with such a brother, who would want to marry into our family—" "Shut up," old Madam Qian shouted angrily. "This is our family's matter. When did it become your turn to speak?" Madam Qian dared not say anything more. Old Madam Qian looked at her sons and finally asked the old master, "Old master, you need to make a decision on this." The old master sighed and said, "What can we do?" "Third son, go apologize to those 2 families. Show proper respect, and ask the village head to help speak. The person is dead. No matter how much noise we make, we can't bring him back." Fortunately, it was just the 2 young ladies who were willing to exchange some money. As for Dejuan, he went outside with the steward to handle some business, to avoid the trouble, and would come back after things settled down. Madam Qian felt her grip tighten. She knew that whenever that scoundrel caused trouble, Aunt Lin would cry and make a fuss, and the old lady would interfere, and then everything would end this way. Splitting the family. She couldn't stand this situation. Sooner or later, they would have to split the family. That evening, the couple returned to their room. As usual, Lord Qian went to check on their youngest son. Seeing the little boy had eaten well and was sleeping peacefully with his small belly, he felt relieved. Don't get involved in the affairs of the main and second households. Just focus on taking care of our own children. When the time comes, after we split the family, you can do whatever you want. Madam Qian was startled. What's wrong with you? In the past, whenever she mentioned splitting the family, her husband was impatient. This time, he brought it up willingly. Lord Qian rubbed his forehead. "Do you know what happened to old Master Zhang?" Madam Qian whispered. "I wanted to tell you about this. A few days ago, my sister-in-law from my maiden family told me that the 4 guards of the Zhang family all died tragically, one even being bitten by a dog, dying painfully. Isn't that strange?" Lord Qian sighed. "I used to not believe in karma, but after you had the baby and the incident with Hongda, I realized that there really are divine forces watching over us. The Zhang family seemed prosperous on the surface, but behind the scenes, there were many dirty affairs. It was said that old Master Zhang's serious illness and the deaths of several guards were caused by the tragic death of a maid."
It shows that.
Madam Qian felt uneasy. "Last time, I asked you to take that little fairy as a goddaughter. How did their family respond?" Lord Qian shook his head. Their precious daughter didn't want to. Old Master Zhang had mentioned this before, and they became wary. Madam Qian spat. Such shameless old folks. With such a young child, how could they? She didn't realize she was thinking too much and grew more determined to befriend the Qi family in the future, to prevent any harm from coming without her knowing. She pondered that the Yu family had many children, and Zhao Lianzhou had gone back to school. Maybe she should send some brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Also, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, she could send some fabric from the Yu family. She wondered if Qi Bao liked it. Qi Bao touched the soft, shiny, pale yellow fabric. "Mother, are you really going to make clothes for me with this?" Yu Shui Lian pinched her nose. "This color is bright and tender. Neither I nor your brother can wear it." Who else would I make it for? Mrs. Qian chose this color, clearly prepared especially for Qi Bao. What about Grandpa and my older brothers? Qi Bao is not a selfish child. She likes new clothes but also hopes her family is doing well. Yu Shui Lian smiled and said, "They are all taken care of. Mrs. Qian is very careful. She prepared fabric for everyone from old to young and bought some cotton. This winter, she plans to make new cotton-padded jackets for the family." Yuda Lang came over and asked, "Qi Bao, we're going to the town to sell wild chickens. Do you want to go?" Yuda Lang is tall and often goes in and out of the mountains with Old Yu. Old Yu specially made him a bow so he can easily hunt rabbits and wild chickens. When they get to the town and see visitors arriving at the dock, they can sell their game for a good price, helping the family with household needs. The Tongjiang River flows around several counties and passes through Panlong Village. Over time, a dock called Tongjiang Town was built there for travelers to rest and trade. Even though it's a small town, it's lively and busy. Qi Bao holds her older brother's hand, looking around excitedly. Everything looks new and interesting. She also sees small stalls selling buns, pancakes, and noodles, making her swallow her saliva. Yuda Lang glances at the big boat docking nearby and gives the rabbits and wild chickens to Yu Sanlang. "You stay and sell. I and your second brother will unload the goods." During the farming off-season, local people come to unload goods and earn some cash. Yuda Lang and Yu Erlang are strong and often help out secretly to earn money. Qi Bao's eyes fixate on a stall frying twisted dough sticks. She swallows and says to Yu Sanlang, "Let's start a little business." "What do you think, third brother?" Yu Sanlang is bargaining with someone. "Big sister, look at these rabbits. So fresh, and their fur is perfect. If you eat the meat, you can also make a small vest for your kid from the skin, right? With the same money, you get two things. If it weren't for my many brothers, I wouldn't be selling this." "I don't even want to sell it." The woman buying the rabbits is in her early 30s. When she hears Yu Sanlang call her big sister, she laughs and scolds. "You little kid, I could be your mother and you still call me big sister." Yu Sanlang straightened up and said, "Seriously, big sister, what are you saying? You look just like my sister." "I think you're very young." "Oh, look at my mouth. I must have said the wrong thing." "Honestly, big sister, you're too young. Don't blame me for not having good eyes." The woman liked how fair and handsome Yu Sanlang was, and his sweet words made her feel very pleased. "Give me these rabbits and wild chickens too." "All right." Yu Sanlang quickly tied the woman's hands and feet with a grass rope and handed her over. Next to them, Qi Bao, who was watching the scene, suddenly spoke. "Auntie, is your son going to visit relatives and drink wine?" The woman was startled. "Yes, my nephew's grandfather's birthday. I need to go to the celebration." Qi Bao frowned slightly. "Auntie, it's fine if you go, but don't bring your child along, to avoid trouble." The woman felt a bit strange, but didn't think much of it, assuming the child was just talking nonsense. After the woman left, Yu Sanlang pulled his sister aside. "Grandpa has told you many times. If you see something outside, don't tell anyone, okay?" Qi Bao's face darkened. "But she's very kind, and she bought our rabbit. She only has one son. If something happens to him, she might go crazy." Yu Sanling thought about how his family was cursed to be childless and didn't say anything. "What were you about to say just now?" he asked. Qi Bao immediately perked up. "Third brother, look at the busy dock. There are dock workers unloading goods, merchants coming and going, and travelers resting after their ships. Maybe we can do some small business." "Yes, what kind of business?" Yu Sanling stroked his chin, thinking it was a good idea. Qi Bao squatted beside him. "There are so many people. They work hard at the dock every day. As the weather gets colder, they'll need food and drinks." Yu Sanling looked around. There are already many food vendors, buns, noodle shops, and wonton stalls. "What can we do?" Qi Bao's eyes sparkled, "But none of them make food as delicious as my mother's." This was not just family bragging. Yu Shui Lian was talented at cooking, and coming from a wealthy family, she made dishes many villagers had never seen. As the saying goes, a good cook's palate is sharper than others. The Yu family's taste was different, just a little more salt, and it was perfect, truly good flavor. Yu Sanlang tasted his lips and agreed that his sister was right. His mother's cooking was indeed very tasty. Let's go home and discuss this with Mom. While the siblings were talking, a group of servants was pushing a small boy, about 5 years old, toward the shore. Make way. Make way. People in front kept clearing the path. As they pushed and jostled, the person in front kept retreating, almost pushing Chi Bao. Yu Samlang hurriedly picked up Chi Bao. Who is this? Such a big show. He tiptoed, trying to see what kind of wealthy family they belonged to. The front was crowded with adults blocking the way. A tall, strong guard dressed in black robes stood with a stern expression, each carrying a long sword at his waist, looking coldly at the crowd around him. Chi Bao was pushed to the back by the crowd, only faintly hearing a child's arrogant voice. Stop, this stuff isn't tasty. It looks dirty too. Then someone flatteringly said, since the young master doesn't like it, we can wait until we reach the city to look around. In such a rural place, there's nothing clean or delicious. The group arrived quickly and left just as fast, like a tide rising and falling. Chi Bao only saw a small figure in gem blue, who was lifted by a tall person onto a boat. She curiously asked, "Who is that?" So impressive. A passing merchant nearby smiled and said, looking at how they carry themselves, that must be the young master of the Yanwang Mansion. Yanwang Mansion's young master? Chi Bao asked. Are they very powerful? The man paused, then saw that Chi Bao was young and didn't find it strange. Of course, they are powerful. The current emperor is actually the nephew of the Yanwang. Isn't that impressive? Chi Bao had lived in the Great Wei dynasty for 3 years. She hadn't yet developed a deep respect for imperial power, but she thought, wow, their family is so powerful. They are relatives of the emperor. Third brother, we must do this business. Next time we meet children from such wealthy families, we can't let them go. She became more excited as she thought. After all, her Qianquan bag was filled with many tools and books about food, crafts, embroidery, and medicine. Not using them would be a waste. Yu Samling also thought it was a good idea. All right, when we get home, we'll tell our mother. Yu Daliang and Yu Erlang finished unloading and said, let's go home. The brothers took Chi Bao back, just as old Yu was leaving to see someone off. Grandpa. Chi Bao ran quickly and was hugged by old Yu. Good granddaughter is back. Grandpa, did we have visitors today? Chi Bao asked, looking toward the direction where the visitors had just left. Old Yu nodded, but didn't say anything more. That evening, old Yu told the family, I want to send Erlang to learn medicine. What do you all think? Yu Shualian, who was feeding Chi Bao, was surprised. Dad, why are you suddenly talking about this? You never mentioned it before. Old Yu looked at the boys and said, they are all grown up now. Dalian will be getting engaged in a couple of years. He's good with his hands and feet. In the future, he can gather herbs, hunt, and farm. I just want to find a skill for Erlang. After saying that, he asked Erlang, what do you think? Yu Erlang lowered his head and took a moment before speaking. I listened to Grandpa. Old Yu saw that he was not very happy and said, Erlang, Grandpa will grow old someday. I don't know how many years I can watch over you. The old master brought you back, and I need to think about your future. Erlang softly replied, Grandpa, I understand. Old Yu continued, I plan to send you to Jishir Hall. You've been there a few times, and you know the shopkeeper and the doctor. Don't worry, they won't make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Erlang secretly felt relieved. Once the decision was made, Yu Shualian made 2 sets of clothes for Erlang, prepared some thank you gifts, and then sent Erlang to the city. 3 days later, at the busy dock, a woman was asking around if anyone had seen the brother and sister who used to sell rabbits and wild chickens. Sister Xiaohao, why are you looking for them? Did they sell something problematic? Someone asked her. Oh no, it's not that. The woman explained to her fellow villagers about that day's events. My uncle's birthday was coming up, and I planned to take my sheep egg to the celebration. But when that little girl mentioned it, I kept thinking that morning and decided not to take him. Her grandmother almost argued with me because of it, saying I only care about myself and not the kids. Isn't it strange? On the birthday, a fool in their village suddenly started hitting people with a stick, and he hit our table. A sister-in-law from my mother's village got her arm swollen from the blow. That sister-in-law was sitting right next to her. If she had taken her son that day, he would have been sitting beside her. If the stick had hit her son's head, she couldn't even imagine what might have happened. That day, the scene was chaotic. More than just the sister-in-law was hit. Several adults and children were beaten by the fool. It was only later that her uncle's sons managed to stop him. The fellow villager was surprised. Really so incredible? Did that little girl really predict everything? Sister Xiaohao replied, yes, I only have that one child, sheep egg. I thought about visiting that little fairy to see if I could still have some happiness. Unaware, Qi Bao was being searched for at the dock. She was happily going to school with her father, then helping her mother cook delicious food at home. Life was comfortable and fulfilling. Mother, it's getting colder now. We can use chili and Sichuan pepper as seasonings, boil some bone broth, and string the vegetables into skewers. We can sell skewers, meat for 3 coins per skewer, vegetables for 1 coin for 3. This way, they can enjoy tasty food and stay warm. Isn't that a good idea? The current dynasty already has chili peppers, which are said to have been brought back by a few overseas merchants, but they are not widely used yet. Many people in different areas do not like spicy food. The Yu family started planting chili peppers because old Master Yu traveled far and wide in his youth and brought back some seeds. Yu Shui Lian likes flowers and plants, so she plants chili peppers as decorative plants. After Qi Bao learned to walk, she realized these peppers were rare and insisted her grandfather plant more, saying they would be very useful when she grew up. Old Master Yu couldn't refuse his little granddaughter, so he specially made a vegetable garden behind the house and planted some for her. Now and then, the Yu family adds chili peppers to their dishes, and they find the taste quite good. Yu Shui Lian asked curiously, "Where did you learn these ideas?" Qi Bao showed her a few recipes she had copied from books. Yu Shui Lian thought she copied them from the library at the Zhou family and didn't pay much attention. Seeing that she wasn't asked further, Qi Bao felt relieved. "Mom, I am already 3 years old. Can you give me a room to live in by myself?" The recipes in the space bag were printed in later generations, so they couldn't be taken out directly. She had to copy recipes secretly, which was very inconvenient. Yu Shui Lian was reluctant. "You're still so young. What if you kick off the blanket at night and catch a cold?" Zhao Lianzhou considered this idea feasible. Mainly, he wanted to get closer to his wife now that their daughter was grown up, and it was inconvenient to sleep separately. "Clean up the partition next to us and let Qi Bao live there. I'll make a small door. If she's scared at night, she can come over and sleep with us." Yu Shui Lian thought about it carefully and agreed it was a good idea. Just after winter farming ended, everyone in the family was free. Old Master Yu, Lao Yu, and Sanlang Yu spent 2 days tidying up Qi Bao's room. Yu Shui Lian had also studied the dishes well. During Qi Bao's day off, Zhao Lianzhou and Yu Shui Lian, along with a few children, pushed a cart to the dock. "Dad, once we make money, we need to buy a cow. Otherwise, pushing the cart all the time will be too tiring," Qi Bao said worriedly while sitting on the cart. Yu Shui Lian wiped her forehead with sweat and smiled. "You're quite confident. The business hasn't even started, and you want to buy a cow already." When the family arrived at the dock at dawn, few people were there except for the laborers and loaders. Yu Lang and Yu Sanlang set up the stove and lit the charcoal fire. Yu Shui Lian and Zhao Lianzhou opened a simple small table, placed the dishes, and prepared a non-spicy 3 delicacies soup to accommodate those who couldn't handle spicy food. As for Qi Bao, she curled up in a quilt wrapped around a soup pot and was sleeping soundly. The fire slowly started, and the aroma quickly spread across the dock, drifting into the noses of early risers. 2 men who had just finished unloading goods approached and asked, "What is this?" Yu Sanlang hurried forward and said, "Uncle, this is our skewered food. Meat skewers are 3 coins each. Vegetable skewers are 1 coin for 3. Delicious, affordable, and warm. Would you like to try one?" The men looked for a long time but couldn't resist the tempting smell. "Give me 3 veggie skewers." "All right, Uncle. Do you want spicy or not?" The man hadn't eaten spicy food much, but the bright red, oily soup looked very appetizing. "1 spicy, 2 non-spicy." "Got it." Yu Dalong quickly brought a plate with 3 veggie skewers for the man. In this season, veggie skewers usually include radish, winter melon, cabbage, and similar vegetables all grown at home, so they weren't expensive. While the man was eating, more people gathered around. How is it? Tasty. The man was too busy eating to talk, finishing quickly and passing the plate. Bring me 6 spicy ones and 1 meat skewer. Wow, these spicy skewers are really powerful. Since it was cold and chilly in the morning, and they were hungry and had work to do, eating this made them feel warm all over. When Qibao woke up, her stall was already crowded, and she couldn't see her parents anywhere. She heard her third brother shouting loudly, "Don't push. One at a time." That's all for today. If you like it, come back tomorrow. Qibao rubbed her eyes. Was business really this busy? What she didn't know was that, besides the unloading workers, many servants came to pick up their masters. These people weren't short of money. They were cold and hungry and just wanted something tasty. By sunrise, a group of merchants passing by had also arrived. So, before noon, everything Yu Shualian had prepared was sold out. The business continued to be as lively as Qibao guessed, with some jealous vendors trying to cause trouble, but they were silenced by Blackie, the dock boss who was loyal to Yu Sanling. Yu Shualian was overwhelmed and called in Sister Chenair. The two women prepared food. Yu Dalong helped with the work, Yu Sanling shouted for money, and Mao Dan cleaned tables and tidied up. They worked together very well. By early winter, Sister Chenair had earned more than 3 taels of silver. She sighed, "Father, it's not a loss that we didn't go to the stone quarry. Water Lily brought us this money, and it's pretty good." While they were feeling proud of the Yu family's kindness, a cry of shouting and crying suddenly came from the village entrance. "What's going on?" Sister Chenair followed out. Just then, Auntie San, carrying a basket of grass, came back from the field. She said, "Mounting mother, have you heard? There's really been an accident at the stone quarry."
What?
Sister Chenair quickly stopped Auntie San.
What?
What happened? Did something go wrong? Auntie San set her basket down against the wall of Sister Chenair's house and whispered, "It's true what old Yu said. The stone quarry really had an accident. Many people died. The Zhang family is hiding the death and not letting anyone send news. Only a young man from Fuhu village escaped and told us. Now, the families from Fuhu village are rushing over to look for Granny Wang." Auntie San was relieved when she said this. She was glad she had resisted pressure and didn't let her 2 sons go there. Her daughter-in-law had argued with her a lot because of this. She couldn't openly fight with her, but secretly, she said harsh things in front of her sons. Even her 2 sons looked very unhappy for over a month. While they were talking, they heard a noisy crowd rushing to Granny Wang's house. "Granny Wang, your son-in-law tricked us into the stone quarry. We worked hard for over a month, but we didn't earn any money, and now someone has died. How are we supposed to fix this? Granny Wang, you wicked old woman. You've caused us so much trouble. My 2 sons are inside. Your daughter Zhao Xini is hiding and not showing herself. Until you give us an explanation, no one in your family will have peace." Recently, Granny Wang had been praised every day, and she was feeling proud. Now, people suddenly came to question her, and she looked confused. "Stop talking nonsense. Is it that old man you deliberately sent you here to cause trouble?"
Bah.
A woman immediately shouted, "If we had listened to Uncle Yu back then, we wouldn't be in this mess. Your family caused my brother's death. This isn't over." Wu Xiufeng, hearing the commotion, hurried back from the fields. "Something happened? Where is my second son? Has anyone seen my second son?" The noisy crowd ignored her, but someone said, "Who knows if Zhao Erju is dead or alive? Anyway, her father and older brother are both gone." Hearing this, his wife, who had just returned, couldn't stand steadily. She leaned against the wall and collapsed. The village chief's eldest daughter-in-law, who had come over after hearing the noise, helped her up. "All right, everyone stop arguing. Listen to me for a moment," the village chief shouted several times, calming the crowd. "We don't really know what happened, but since someone lost their life, we should report it to the authorities. While you are gathered around Wang Posi's house, she might be able to compensate you with money or help, but can she help with the loss of life? Someone immediately cried out, "You're all from the same village. Of course, we should stand up for her." My poor child. The people from Panlong village were unhappy. What are you saying? Even if we're from the same village, we should speak reasonably, right? Exactly. At first, none of us went, but then you all rushed to go. If you didn't want to go, why did you? It's like you're blocking our way. No matter how much we try to persuade, you won't listen. Now you're coming here saying they harmed you. That's not fair. Enough, the village chief shouted angrily. Everyone shut up. Go, and invite the village elder to come here. Since someone had died, and more than one person from the village was involved, this wasn't something Wang Pozi or the villagers could decide. It had to be reported to the county office by the village elder. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain it later. Qibao, who was happily jumping and holding Zhao Lianzhou's hand, was immediately hugged and kissed by second sister Chen. Good girl, Qibao. Go to second aunt's house. Second aunt will make you radish balls to eat. Qibao was startled by her enthusiasm. Second aunt, what's wrong with you? I don't have time to go to your house today. I need to go home and do homework with my dad. Mr. Zwa saw how clever she was and couldn't help wanting to teach her more. The homework assigned to her was getting more and more difficult. She also secretly copied recipes from her mother, copied some ancient texts for her father, and even copied medical books for her second brother. Qibao wished she could split herself in two to do everything. Recently, she had no time to play with Mao Dan and Chao Er. Second sister Chen felt very grateful. Luckily, Zhao Lianzhou had stopped her husband from going out that day, and Yushui Lian took her to the doctor and money. Not only did her husband stay safe, but she also earned a lot of silver. It was a bit tiring, but as long as she could make money, she didn't care about the hardship. Her eldest son, Chen Tao, came back from outside. Mom, Dad said he's not coming home for dinner. He has to go with the village chief to handle some affairs. Since Panlong village was under attack by another village, the village chief needed to bring some men along. Otherwise, what if someone who is overwhelmed with grief and lost their mind hit them with a stick? Second sister Chen's mind moved, and she whispered to Qibao, "Little Qibao, tell second aunt, do you think brother Tao can find a wife?" Qibao was speechless. Chen Tao was handsome, hardworking, and honest. Just an ordinary young man from the countryside. Second sister Chen and her husband were capable people. With such a good family background, why couldn't he find a wife? Second sister Chen was just making trouble for no reason, and she was getting herself all worked up. Sister second aunt still thought Qibao wouldn't dare to speak freely. She lowered her voice and said, "Good Qibao, just tell second aunt." Second aunt promises not to tell anyone else. Qibao looked up at Chen Tao. This glance revealed that something was different. Second aunt, don't worry about brother Tao's marriage. Worrying won't make it happen faster. It will probably take at least 3 years to settle. Second aunt Chen's heart sank. Her eldest son was already 16, the right age for marriage. She had been waiting for a suitable match but hadn't found one, which made her anxious. If she waited 3 years, Chen Tao would be 19. Would he still be single then? Second aunt Chen, worried about her son's marriage, listened more carefully to Qibao's words. She was no longer as anxious as before and seemed to take things as they came, with a calm attitude. When Qibao returned home, everyone was there. Qibao, old Yu greeted her with a warm smile, affectionately patting her head, his eyes full of relief after surviving a tough time. It seemed that heaven had sent this little blessing to their poor Yu family to bring some good fortune. The village chief, along with some men from the village, went to report to the county about the troublemakers at Wang Pozi's house. The number of troublemakers gradually decreased because Wang Pozi couldn't control the situation, and she was also a victim. The villagers, feeling grateful, thanked the old Yu family and brought gifts to show their appreciation. Yu Sanling pulled Qibao aside, worriedly saying, "I wonder how Sen Maozi's dad is doing?" He tried to stop his dad from going, and he got beaten up for no reason. Qibao comforted him, "Don't worry. As long as his dad carries the protective charm I gave him, he'll be fine." She didn't know that in Fuhu village, San Maozi's family was in deep trouble. His father had a broken leg. San Maozi shouted at Zhang Ying. It's all your fault. If you hadn't thrown away Dad's protective charm, he wouldn't have gotten hurt. Zhang Ying felt guilty but refused to admit it. Bah, it's because you took some strange stuff that hurt Dad. Otherwise, why are the others in the village fine? But Dad got hurt, San Maozi angrily said. That's because they all carried the charm I gave them. Zhang Ying's grandmother, Mrs. Feng, came in from outside and slapped San Maozi twice. Who are you yelling at? You little brat. How dare you yell at my granddaughter? You're so disrespectful. I knew this unmarried girl wouldn't teach the child properly. Look what she's produced. Zhang Dali's leg was broken, and San Maozi's mother, Wang, had no contact with her family anymore. Mrs. Feng, his former mother-in-law, came to visit with concern. San Maozi covers his face with anger and glares at the Feng family. Feng sure feels the child's cold gaze piercing and takes a step back, pointing at San Maozi and speaking to Zhang Dali boldly. Look at this. My daughter is gone, but Biaozi and Yingzi are my real grandchildren. What does this little bastard's look mean? Are you saying you don't want me to come knocking on your Zhang family's door anymore? Lying tired on the bed, Zhang Dali scolds sharply. San Maozi, apologize to your grandmother. San Maozi wipes his tears sideways and says, Dad, both my sister and this old woman say I'm a bastard. Today I just want to ask, am I really born from my mother secretly? Zhang Dali stays silent on the bed. He turns and asks Wang Shi at the door, Did you really cheat on my dad behind his back? Wang Shi wipes her tears but says nothing. San Maozi's heart hardens. You all won't say it? Do you really want to blame me for being a bastard? Fine. Today I'll tell everyone I am a bastard and Wang Shi, you stole someone else's husband. Zhang Dali, you can't have children, so you raise someone else's son. Zhang Dali suddenly slams the bedboard. Shut up. You little brat, if you weren't my own, I would have thrown you into the dung pit 180 years ago, San Maozi sneers. So you can't hear it when this wife keeps calling me a bastard? Am I a bastard, and you're happy about it as a father? Zhang Dali's legs hurt from anger. Little brat, are you deliberately trying to make me angry? Zhang Biao, coming back from school, frowns. Little brother Dad is already sick. Grandma came to see him, and he's anxious. He said something wrong in the moment. Don't take it to heart, San Maozi laughs. I won't be angry, don't worry, brother. From now on, I won't get mad. Say whatever you like. He then adds, and you, sister of the bastard, you should go serve your grandma and cook. Mother of the bastard, what stick are you using today? The bastard will find one for you, he says. Wang Shi's tears fall like broken beads, dropping non-stop. Zhang Dali feels restless and irritable. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. Have you cried enough? Haven't you seen that I haven't died? You're uncomfortable in your heart. Feng Shi tries to mock and provoke with sarcastic remarks. San Maozi continues. Your ex-mother-in-law, your husband is so sick, and you come empty-handed? Will you just walk away later and casually grab a chicken? Brother, your grandma loves you this way. This is how she cares. But she might as well be an outsider. She won't come to see you or bring anything. Zhang Biao's face turns pale with anger, trembling lips but unable to say a word. Mr. Feng often visits his granddaughter-in-law under the pretense of seeing his grandson but never brings anything. When he leaves, he casually takes some fruits, nuts, or vegetables. At worst, he pulls a few small greens from the field. He never leaves empty-handed. Zhang Biao sighs, thinking his grandmother isn't like that. Mrs. Feng points at San Maozi and scolds, You little brat, you're so clever. From now on, I won't come to your house anymore. After scolding, she turns to leave and casually takes a basket of eggs given by neighbors to visit Zhang Dali. San Maozi looks at Zhang Biao and snickers. Good grandma. Many people come to visit Zhang Dali, mainly to thank San Maozi, because the amulet he gave saved several men in the village from danger. I used to think that amulet was just a toy, even considered throwing it away. Luckily, you didn't let me, Uncle Zhang says with a look of fear. At first, he didn't want to go, and even tried to persuade his younger brother Zhang Dali not to go. But his mother was reluctant to spend money, so she forced Uncle Zhang to go to the quarry. Aunt Zhang was also very scared. She held a needle and thread and asked, Is that amulet really that powerful? Uncle Zhang's eyes shine as he replies, really powerful. Isn't it strange? That day at the quarry, we were in the most dangerous spot, but suddenly a gust of wind rose. The wind was so strong it blinded us. We quickly hid. But just as we moved away, the mountain of rocks collapsed, trapping those without amulets underneath. Dolly was close enough to reach out and pull him out, but unfortunately, he wanted to pick up his shoes and was crushed, breaking his leg. Aunt Zhang hesitates and says that amulet was given by San Maozi. He gave one to each uncle and aunt in the village. It wouldn't make sense not to give one to his own father. Meanwhile, the neighbor's wife comes over and says, "Sister-in-law, you don't know about this. San Maozi may seem stubborn, but he's actually very filial. He gave amulets to all his uncles and aunts. How could he not give one to his own father? It's all because of Zhang Ying's little girl. She stole and threw away San Maozi's amulet. I think, Dolly, he's impulsive and doesn't distinguish right from wrong. If this keeps up, it'll ruin the family someday." Aunt Zhang sighs and says to her husband, "Thanks to San Maozi's boy, we're still alive. You should take care of him more in the future." Uncle Zhang responds with an eh. The neighbor's wife looks puzzled and says, "Sister-in-law, where do you think San Maozi got such a powerful thing? I want to ask for a couple of amulets too." San Maozi is sitting under a tree, munching on a roasted bun. He says, "You San, he's my good brother, closer than a real brother." Qibao hands him a bamboo tube. "San Maozi, take your time eating. Be careful not to choke." Maozi swallowed his food and said, "Qibao, you are truly my sister." "Sigh, I wish I could be your real brother." Qibao looked at him and said, "Brother San Mao, don't be so stubborn. Sometimes, it's better to bow a little. It won't make you look weak. The stick won't hurt if you tolerate it a bit. Hang in there, soon your life will get better." San Mao wiped his mouth and said, "It won't get better. Just thinking about that untrustworthy old man and my tearful mother makes my heart burn with anger." Yu Samlang suddenly spat and said, "Bah, those heartless parents are not worth caring about." Qibao and San Mao looked at him curiously. "Why are you so angry?" they asked. Yu Samlang turned away, his eyes showing mixed feelings. "It's nothing. I just think some people in this world don't deserve to be parents." A few days later, the village chief returned from the government office and announced the county's decision.
What?
Zhao Xini's man is in prison. The villagers were shocked and confused. Someone replied, "Prison is nothing. I heard many people died this time, and they might be raiding homes and executing people." The villagers sighed. Zhao Xini used to be quite well known, but now she's fallen so far. It's really unpredictable how things change. Some asked in confusion, wasn't he working for old Zhang? Why is Xini's man in prison? The man who went with the village chief to handle the matter answered, what else could it be? Xini's husband is related to old Zhang. When trouble happens, someone has to take the blame. He's been following old Zhang around, so he's the one responsible. Wang Pozi is always sharp-tongued. Now her son, grandson, and son-in-law are all in trouble. Their family is finished. Wu Xiufang sat on the doorstep, tears and snot streaming down her face. My second son said, he won't go anymore. You heartless wife, forcing your own son to go die. What should we do? Dunzi and Gosher are so young, they've lost their father. How will we survive as orphans and widows? He's been in a daze these days, crying and laughing randomly. When sober, she curses Zhao Xini. That wicked woman. She's cursed. She's harmed everyone, even her own uncle and nephew. My poor son, Wang Pozi has been staying at home these days, afraid to go out, worried that neighbors from other villages might come and scold her. The village chief cleared his throat and said, everyone stop arguing. Things are already like this. Crying or making trouble won't help. The county has already decided that the deceased will be compensated with 50 taels of silver each, and the injured with 30 taels. That's settled. If anyone is still unhappy, they can go to the officials. The crowd fell silent. 50 taels was a lot, but losing a main supporter at home was hard to accept. Over time, it would become a bigger problem. Because they trusted the village chief and the Yu family, only Wang Pozi's family went to the stone quarry, except for her 2 sons and grandson. So, Only Wang Posey's family received compensation in the whole Panlong village. When Qi Bao came home from school, Wang Posey's family was still arguing loudly. Isn't the money already paid? Why are they still fighting? Qi Bao tilted her head and asked her father. Yu Shui Lian took her hand and led her into the yard. He's from the He family, and Wu Xiangfang wants to keep the money for herself. Wang Posey doesn't agree. Her grandchildren all stand with her. The family is fighting very badly now. Zhao Lianzhou remained calm and didn't say much about Wang Posey's family. Qi Bao was curious. Can't they just split the money? How could they? He and Wu Xiangfang hated Wang Posey so much they wished her harm. There was no way they would share money with her. Yu Shui Lian didn't want her daughter to know about these unpleasant things. Why ask about this? Have you finished your homework today? Yes, Qi Bao nodded seriously. I understand everything the teacher taught. That fool Zhao Duofu can't do anything and even tried to pick a fight with me. When Dad glared at him, he was so scared he shrank back and went away. Yu Shui Lian glanced at her husband. Why are you arguing with a child? Zhao Lianzhou winked at his daughter. He tried to scare my girl. By the way, are the business deals going smoothly these days? Yu Shui Lian looked a bit uncomfortable, but quickly recovered her composure. Nothing's wrong. You should stay at home and study. The dock is noisy, and it's not convenient for you to go. Zhao Lianzhou looked at Yu Sanlang and saw he was angry, fists clenched tightly. It's fine. Staying at home all day makes your mind dull. It's better to go out for a walk. Qi Bao happily clapped her hands. Great. Tomorrow I can go to the dock again. Next door, Anshin was talking to her second brother. Brother, things haven't been busy these days. Tomorrow, you and Daliang should go to the dock together. Second brother Chen looked confused. Aren't you busy enough? Why do I and Daliang need to go? Aunt Chen gritted her teeth. We have to go. Second brother Chen saw his wife's stern face and didn't dare to argue further. The next day, the Yu family and the Chen family all went to the dock. The group looked very impressive and full of energy. When they arrived, Yu Sanlang and Mao Dan skillfully started a fire to boil water. Yu Shui Lian and second sister-in-law Chen began preparing dishes, and another pot was used to make flatbreads. They ate the dishes with the bread, which kept them warm and full. Yu's family had been selling at the stall for over a month. Not only did they understand the work of laborers, but many boat traders also knew about them, so their business was very busy. Some other vendors nearby were jealous and wanted to learn how to make the same hot pot, but no matter how many times they tried, they couldn't match the delicious taste of the Yu family's food. Eventually, they gave up. The sun slowly rose, clearing the fog on the dock. The group happily rushed toward Yu's stall. Madam, bring out all the meat and vegetables. Make sure the dishes are fresh, just like your lively personality. Someone joked, and everyone burst into laughter. Yu Shui Lian's face turned pale as she continued to add ingredients to the pot without saying a word. Finally, second brother-in-law Chen understood why his wife insisted that he and their son come along. Yu Daliang flicked his handkerchief and tried to step forward, but he had been out in the mountains with his grandfather and didn't know anyone was coming to cause trouble for his mother. Zhao Lianzhou stopped him and personally brought the dishes forward. So, it's young Master Qian. Long time no see. You look even more impressive than before. Qian Dejuan saw Zhao Lianzhou, paused for a moment, then forced a smile and said, Zhao Lianzhou, I guess this beautiful lady must be your wife? Zhao Lianzhou smiled warmly. Yes, that's right. Did I do something wrong to upset young Master Qian? Qian Dejuan laughed loudly. You did perfectly. With that face of yours, I could easily serve myself a few more bowls of rice. How could I say anything bad? His followers also laughed loudly, looking at Zhao Lianzhou as if she were a lively character. Even Qi Bao, who was still young and naive, could tell these people had bad intentions. She turned her head and saw Yu Sanlang clenching his knife so tightly that his veins bulged. She quickly grabbed his hand. Third brother, don't be angry. Their good days are about to end soon. Yu Sanlang's eyes widened. Are there others helping them behind the scenes?
No, Ibao replied.
He looked disappointed. Then how will their good days end? Just wait and see. Qi Bao said confidently. Meanwhile, Qian Dejuan and his men were giving orders to Zhao Lianzhou like servants. Zhao Lianzhou remained calm and continued to serve the group with a gentle smile. A woman selling noodle soup snorted, "I thought today you brought a man here to stand up for her, but it turns out you're just a cowardly loser." Her husband growled, "Stop talking." Qian Dejuan proudly pointed at Zhao Lianzhou. "See that? If it weren't for my third uncle pleading for him, this guy would be long gone. If he disappeared, what would happen to his beautiful wife?" A few henchmen winked and chuckled. "Sir is so kind. Of course he's here to look after the young ones. Ha ha." Then they burst into reckless laughter. Zhao Lianzhou looked embarrassed and couldn't bear the teasing. His face turned red as he said to Yu Shuai-Lian, "Madam, I have some things to do at the academy. I'll be leaving now." He also took Yu Lang along the way. Yu Sanlang threw down his fire stick. "I want to go home too." Yu Shuai-Lian was busy and didn't pay attention to them. "You all leave now and take Qi Bao with you." There were many people and distractions at the dock. She couldn't watch the children. What if someone kidnapped them? Yu Sanlang hesitated. He didn't want to go. Qi Bao happily followed behind. "Home? The dock isn't fun. I want to go to the academy to pick persimmons." A woman at a nearby stall sneered. "A bunch of men. Not one responsible. No wonder their wives get teased." Her husband cursed. "Have you finished your work? Stop talking so much." Qian Dejuan and the others, full and happy, left behind a string of coins and teased Yu Shuai-Lian with smiles. Seeing her face flushed with anger and pink, they felt satisfied and left. He sat in the carriage, half closed his eyes, humming a tune, thinking about Yu Shuai-Lian's charming face. He never expected Zhao Lianzhou to have such a beautiful wife. A woman like her, as a poor clerk, he had no right to enjoy her. Naturally, he thought he should have her himself. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded. The carriage seemed to hit something. It stopped abruptly. Qian Dejuan's head hit the carriage door, breaking his daydream. He opened the door and cursed. "Why are you driving so badly?" The young servant driving the carriage pointed ahead in fear. "I don't know." Suddenly, a big stone fell down. Qian Dejuan wanted to curse more but saw a few people coming out of the woods, those from before, including Zhao Lianzhou. "Haha, Zhao Lianzhou, you coward. Are you here to deliver your wife to me on purpose?" Zhao Lianzhou smiled and stepped forward. "Deliver? Why not?" Before his smile faded, he threw a punch at Qian Dejuan. Qian Dejuan roared, "Zhao Lianzhou, you dare." Bang! Zhao Lianzhou's fist had already landed. With that punch, Qian Dejuan realized that this seemingly gentle scholar was actually very strong. One side of his face was already swollen. Lying on the mountain, Qi Bao whispered to Yu Sanlang, "Third brother, I feel like father is really powerful." Yu Sanlang has always admired Zhao Lianzhou. Hearing this, he naturally said, "Of course, Dad is the strongest. It's your fault for holding us back. Otherwise, I would have gone down and given him a few good hits." He had already sensed something was wrong with their father and elder brother, which is why he came along. He didn't expect Qi Bao to come too, leaving him stuck watching the kids, which made him very annoyed. Down the mountain, Zhao Lianzhou had already stepped in to help. He dodged the stick from the henchman, grabbed it quickly, and swung it toward Qian Dejuan's legs. "Ah!" Qian Dejuan let out a heart-wrenching scream as his legs were broken. "Zhao Lianzhou, I won't let you go." Zhao Lianzhou sneered. "You think I will give you a chance?" His face still wore a smile, but his eyes were cold, looking at Qian Dejuan as if he were already dead. Qian Dejuan was terrified. Wasn't he just a country scholar? Why did his aura suddenly change so much? Zhao Lianzhou said to Yu Dalong, "Dalong, go up the mountain." Yu Dalong kicked someone away with a single foot. "Dad, don't worry, I won't let Mom and Grandpa find out." Zhao Lianzhou smiled. He pulled out a dagger from Qian Dejuan. Qian Dejuan screamed, "Zhao Lianzhou, if you kill me, the Qian family won't let you go." Zhao Lianzhou snorted. "Trying to think of my wife? Do you think you can still leave alive?" Qi Bao pushed Yu Sanlang, saying, "Third brother, hurry, go stop Dad. We can't let him cause any more harm." Yu Sanlang hesitated. "But if I let him go, what will happen after?" "Quick, stop Dad," Qi Bao urged anxiously. He's doomed, but he can't die at Dad's hands. Yu Sanling suddenly understood and rushed toward Zhao Lianzhou.
Dad.
Qi Bao said you can't hurt him. Zhao Lianzhou paused and looked at Yu Sanling. Qian Dejuan breathed a sigh of relief and said proudly, I knew. But Yu Sanling continued, Qi Bao said he will definitely die today, but it can't be at your hands. Now Zhao Lianzhou felt reassured. Qian Dejuan's heart was pounding again. What did that mean? He was definitely going to die? Zhao Lianzhou put away his knife, took a few steps back, then suddenly turned around, stabbing the knife into Qian Dejuan's mouth and stirring around until his face was covered in blood and flesh before stopping. Yu Dalong held Yu Sanling's shoulder and walked forward, not allowing him to look back until he heard a sobbing sound behind him. Zhao Lianzhou cleaned up the scene and carried Qi Bao up the mountain. Qi Bao, are you scared? Qi Bao's eyes were shiny and black. Not at all. He's a bad person and he deserves to die. He hurts so many people. Not dying would be unfair. Zhao Lianzhou smiled and looked at Yu Sanling. Little San, where did we go today? Yu Sanling's spirit lifted. Qi Bao went to pick persimmons at the academy. Dad went to see Mr. Zhua for advice on writing, and my older brother and I went to gather firewood in the mountains. Zhao Lianzhou turned and gently pinched her daughter's small nose. Did you remember that? Yes, Qi Bao said clearly. The persimmons at the academy are red and big, but I don't know if Grandma's will give us some. She always says they're not ripe yet. Yu Shui Lian and Aunt Chen's family didn't return until the afternoon. She didn't ask her husband and children where they had gone. In the following days, they didn't see Qian Dejuan's shadow again. Yu Shui Lian felt something was wrong, but didn't tell anyone. Aunt Chen added firewood, wiped her hands, and said to Yu Shui Lian, that young master has not come by these days. I guess the men at home stopped him that day. Next time he comes, we'll call Brother Zhao and Dad Mao over too. Yu Shui Lian smiled and responded softly, her face glowing warmly in the firelight. Next door, a woman snorted. That coward who runs away at the sight of people? How could he scare anyone? Yu Sanling shot her a sideways glance. You like meddling. Why don't you become a local official? Selling noodle soup is more your style. You. The woman waved her rolling pin, ready to hit him. Yu Shui Lian pulled Yu Sanling aside and stood in front of him. Sister Lin, what are you trying to do? Old Lin hurriedly pulled her aside. Big sister, mind your own business. She's just bored. The boss at the dock, Blackie, also looked puzzled. Why haven't we seen young Master Qian lately? His subordinates replied. Probably because Qian San's mother is tired of seeing him. Blackie also thought so. Otherwise, given Qian Dejuan's temper, he would probably come back to bother them again. At the Qian family home, Grandma Qian was crying her heart out. Who? Who killed my good grandson? Aunt Lin fainted from crying too much. He was her only son. Mrs. Qian stood nearby, neither sad nor happy. She had warned that Qian Dejuan's behavior would lead to trouble, and now it had happened. Grandpa Qian endured his grief. Little San, what did the officials say? Master Qian, San Yu replied. Captain Xing said that little June met 2 outlaws on the way back. They were wanted bandits who suddenly tried to rob him. Fearing their crime might be exposed, they killed to silence him. Aunt Lin angrily scolded. How could Lord you let this happen? These wanted bandits escaped, and it's all his fault. Old Lady Qian, hearing this, felt even worse. This matter must be explained by Lord Yu. How did such a thing happen under his watch? Master Qian looked at both women with a complex expression and said, honestly, this isn't entirely Lord Yu's fault. Old Lady Qian snapped, allowing bandits to run free and not catching them in time. That's his responsibility. Who else should it be? Master Qian took a deep breath. Those bandits first killed and robbed, but they were already caught by the county office. They were supposed to be executed after the autumn court. He glanced at Old Man Qian and continued. Little June was somewhat friendly with their leader. He insisted his older brother go ask Lord Yu to release them, promising to vouch for them. It was Aunt Lin who personally begged for their release. Surely you haven't forgotten that. Old Lady Qian was stunned. After all this fuss, the murder was actually her grandson asking for their release? Shameless. How dare you interfere in this? It's your fault my grandson is involved. Aunt Lin cried. I didn't know. Little June said those men were close friends of his, so he asked the master to plead for them. They were released because Little June begged, but he doesn't even know his own saviors. Third brother, please find out if Lord Yu is deliberately misleading us, using these bandits as an excuse. Master Qian shook his head. Those bandits are already caught. It was indeed them who killed Little June. He knew their leader, but he didn't recognize the small followers. The Qian family members stared in shock. This was truly their own fault. The bandits had already been imprisoned, yet Qian Dejuan insisted on rescuing them. He probably never imagined he would die at the hands of those bandits. This was a life-and-death friendship. Old man Qian sighed. This is truly a case of self-inflicted trouble. Forget it. Don't bother Lord Yu anymore. Just arrange the funeral quickly. Old Lady Qian wiped her tears. Are we really just going to leave it at that? What else do you want? Old man Qian said impatiently. It's all your fault for spoiling him. With Qian Dejuan dead, only Aunt Lin and Old Lady Qian felt sad. The others didn't seem to share the same feeling. Mrs. Qian thought to herself, Amitabha, that despicable person. Since Qian Dejuan often caused trouble in front of the old lady, let's see how she will act now. Madame Qian was also very happy. She liked seeing Qian Dejuan get into trouble with his siblings. It was just perfect if he met his downfall. Mrs. Qian was even more pleased. From now on, we must carefully teach our son. He must not develop such bad habits. This is truly karma. Karma? Mr. Qian always felt something was wrong, but couldn't quite pinpoint what. He heard that recently, Qian Dejuan had been bothering a woman at the dock, who was actually Zhao Lianzhou's wife. Yu Shuilian had a bit of charm. He knew that. It was not surprising that Qian Dejuan was obsessed. But his obsession with Yu Shuilian had gone too far. Mr. Qian, thinking of Qi Bao's skills, felt something was strange about the situation. Zhao Lianzhou also paid close attention to this matter, so when Qian Dejuan got into trouble, he heard about it. Qi Bao, tell your father how you knew he would get into trouble? Of course, Qi Bao wouldn't tell her father. The bandits originally took a different route. She had set a hypnotic trap in advance to make them meet Qian Dejuan. The bandits were wanted fugitives. They used Qian Dejuan to get out, worried that the local officials might let them go on the surface, but secretly continue to hunt them down, making them anxious every day. When they met Qian Dejuan, they didn't see a hurt Qian Dejuan but a fierce, evil-looking officer. Their evil thoughts arose, and they slaughtered Qian Dejuan and his men into mincemeat. Qi Bao squinted her eyes into a crescent moon shape. Such a wicked person will be punished by heaven. Even if he doesn't encounter bandits, other reasons will cause his death. It's just his fate. Zhao Lianzhou pinched Qi Bao's little face. Remember, girl, some things you know yourself are enough. Don't tell everyone, Qi Bao, in a soft voice, said. I only told Dad when he asked. I didn't tell Mom. Yu Shuilian came out with a quilt to hang it in the sun. What are you two whispering about secretly again? Qi Bao stuck out her tongue and ran away quickly. Zhao Lianzhou watched her daughter's lively figure disappear, then turned to pick up a book to review. Yu Shuilian curiously asked, You haven't been so diligent before. Why are you so serious today? They had been married for 5 years. She knew her husband's personality well. He didn't like reading. If it weren't for her father forcing him, he probably wouldn't want to study at all. Zhao Lianzhou closed her book, stepped forward, and took her hand, pressing it to her cheek. Husband, it's my fault that I made you suffer outside. Yu Shuilian felt a twinge of sadness in her heart, understanding what he meant by those words. All right, why are you saying all this? Zhao Lianzhou said seriously. Father is right. I need to work hard, or I won't be able to protect you and Qi Bao, and I can't keep our family safe. Lianer, it's my lack of ability that made you suffer. Don't worry, from now on, no one can bully you and Qi Bao. No matter what methods he had to use, he would protect his wife and children.
Yes.
I believe you. Yu Shuilian trusted her husband completely. She also felt that, no matter how big the problem was, her husband always had a way to solve it. When Chuanzhu's issue was resolved, during the winter break, old Yu and Yuda Lang would occasionally go help out, and no one came to cause trouble anymore. Yu Shuilian's business became smoother. Soon it was the winter solstice, and the academy was on holiday. Qi Bao and her father could celebrate the festival at home together. Yu Shui Lian made some cakes. Your second brother is learning a craft in the city. During this big festival, I wonder if you'll come back. I need to send some festival gifts to the shopkeeper. Old Yu, sitting in the courtyard weaving a basket, nodded. That's right. Second Lang has been in the city for almost 2 months. Not long ago, I went to the city, and the shopkeeper said the doctor values him a lot. People treat our children well, so we should be grateful. Qi Bao, holding a small rolling pin, interrupted. Grandpa, why don't you take me to the city to see second brother? I haven't seen him for a long time. I miss him so much. As soon as she finished speaking, someone at the door called out, Qi Bao. Qi Bao looked up and exclaimed happily, second brother. Yu Shui Lian was overjoyed, but upon closer look, she noticed that Yu Erlang didn't look well. What's wrong? Old Yu paused, his sharp eyes fixed on Yu Erlang. Erlang, did someone bully you? Yu Erlang's eyes reddened, and he looked down more aggrieved. Qi Bao jumped down from the small stool and took Yu Erlang's hand. Second brother, tell me quickly. Did someone bully you? Yu Shui Lian wiped her hands and pulled Yu Erlang over. Erlang, what's going on? Did the shopkeeper or the doctor bully you? Yu Erlang bit his lip and shook his head. Old Yu became anxious. You little boy, are you trying to scare us to death? We've come home. What's there that you can't tell us? After a while, Yu Erlang whispered. Grandpa, they don't want me anymore. What? Old Yu was stunned. They won't let you be an apprentice anymore? Yu Erlang nodded. Old Yu asked, did you cause trouble? Or did you offend someone? Yu Erlang shook his head. Seeing his father getting upset, Yu Shui Lian gently held Yu Erlang and asked softly, Erlang, tell us clearly, what exactly happened? Yu Erlang lowered his head and whispered, the shopkeeper asked me to tell Grandpa that it's not my fault, and it's not that he doesn't want me. He said it's hard for him too. He said he's sorry to Grandpa and even more sorry to my great-uncle. Qi Bao didn't understand. He didn't kick you out, so he's good to Grandpa. Why does he insist you leave? Enough. Old Yu looked unhappy. If you're back, then stay. Anyway, running that medical clinic is busy and tiring. You're still young. Staying home to take care of your younger siblings is good. Yu Shui Lian pulled Yu Erlang into the house and didn't talk about this anymore. That evening, the family sat together. Because Yu Erlang was suddenly sent back, the happy holiday mood was shadowed, and no one felt very cheerful. De Lang, winter isn't busy. You and Erlang should practice hunting more, said Old Yu with a frown. De Lang was a young martial artist, but sadly, the family was poor now. They couldn't afford a martial arts master, so he had to practice on his own. Sam Lang, you should go to the dock with your mother to sell things. Qi Bao's dad, you need to study hard. Zhao Lianzhou nodded silently. The children might not understand, but the 3 adults knew the truth. The Jisher Tang was originally built up by old lady Yu. Now that she's gone, things are colder, but Yu Erlang is honest and hardworking. It's unreasonable to suddenly kick him out. It must be the Yu family from He County forcing Jisher Tang to do so, preventing old Yu's family from practicing medicine. Zhao Lianzhou thought. In He County, it should be Yuan Hai who returned home to mourn. Yuan Hai was the eldest son of the second master, working as a minister of revenue in the capital. He was supposed to be promoted this year, but unexpectedly, the second master suddenly died, ruining his plans. It's clear he's venting his anger at old Yu's family. At this moment, Yuan Hai was scolding his brother, Yuan Jun. When I'm not home, you and your wife are in charge. You caused such a big problem and still want to hide it? Hiding it only makes it worse, and everyone finds out. Now, our family is the joke of He County, second Madame Jiang advised. Big brother, it's not entirely your brother's fault. It's because you woo-woo caused trouble on purpose to embarrass us. Otherwise, why would it be like this? Yuan Hai's face was dark. Dad suddenly had an accident. It's probably something wrong in Feng County. Have you guys looked into it? Yuan Jun looked uneasy. Uncle Wu Wu is hot-tempered and doesn't get along with us. It's hard to find out anything. Yuan Hai looked at his brother. You can't go, but isn't there anyone else who can? Wenbin's family has a concubine living with them, just like Uncle Wu's family, in the same village. Can't she go back to her maiden family for a visit? Yu Wenjun hesitated. Big brother, you don't know. Since our father passed away, Uncle San, Yu Wenhui sneered, their third household has relied on our family for so many years. Now that our father is gone, they want to set up their own household? That's quite a plan. But it depends on whether they have the ability. Our second household is not happy about it. Jiang Shi, now with a son to support her, also mocked. Third brother, that sickly son of theirs, thinks that now that our father is gone, he can become the head of our family. He's really overestimating himself. Second brother, go to their household and ask that concubine to go back and check. I want to see if they really won't listen anymore. Third household. Third master was playing with the walnut, half closed his eyes. If the eldest wants your concubine to go, let her go. After all, that's her family. Sometimes, she should visit her family and bring the children along. While she's there, also check how things are at Uncle Wu's house. Are they having any difficulties? Yu Wenbin nodded. Whether I go or not doesn't matter. But the second household's attitude is a bit too much. Do they think they can boss us around and command our servants? Third master snorted. You're not so young anymore. There's no need to fuss over such trivial matters. Whether they have servants or not isn't up to their family to decide. The truth will come out in the end. Yu Wenbin instructed his wife, Zhao Chunju, to take their children back to Panlong village for a visit. Yu Shi, with a fake smile, said, the master is really considerate. If the concubine wants to go back to her family, you have to arrange it yourself. But I wonder, when will you go to take care of my brother at his house? Yu Wenbin helplessly replied, my wife, Zhao Chunju, isn't very pretty or talented. Why did she become my family's concubine in the first place? Others might not know, but you do, right? As a wife, you not only don't comfort me, but also say such things. How am I supposed to? Yu Shi saw his hopeless expression and chuckled. Master, I was just joking with you. Going back to her family is fine. I'm not the kind to be jealous or petty. For the sake of family harmony, if I have to suffer a little, so be it. Yu Wenbin smiled warmly. I knew it. My wife is the most understanding. After they finished talking, Yu Shi turned to Zhao Chunju and her daughter, but her expression was no longer friendly. Master asked you to go back to your family. You should understand what that means, right? Zhao Chunju lowered her head and whispered, concubine understands. Mrs. Yu gently sipped her tea and said, if you understand, then pay more attention. Don't ask later and pretend you don't know. It would be a waste of my and the master's hard work. Zhao Chunju left Mrs. Yu's courtyard and called her son and daughter into the house. Go to your maternal grandparents' house and make friends with Qi Bao and her brothers. Do you hear me? Her son, Yu Mingho, replied impatiently. Their family is just a bunch of country bumpkins. Why should I bother making friends with them? Zhao Chunju pinched her son and said, that's your father's idea. If you're unhappy, talk to your father about it. Yu Mingho backed down. When Zhao Chunju arrived suddenly, Yu Shui Lian was very happy. However, Zhao Lianzhou didn't seem to like her and avoided her with an excuse that she had something outside. Qi Bao whispered to Yu Sanling, I feel like Dad doesn't really like Auntie Chunju. Yu Sanling chuckled. You're too young to know. There's a story behind this. What's the story? Qi Bao asked curiously. Just as Yu Sanling was about to speak, he heard Yu Shui Lian calling him. Sanling, what are you doing? Come and play with your younger brother and sister, Yu Shui Lian called out. Old Yu took Yu Dalong and Yu Erling into the mountains to pick herbs. Now only Yu Sanling was the oldest child at home. He crossed his arms and said, I think that young master seems to look down on us. Qi Bao also thought so. Strange. Why does he always look at people with his nose in the air? Does that make him feel more comfortable? Along with Yu Mingho and his sister, Zhao Duofu also came along. Yu Lao Sen, what are you mumbling about? Let's go fishing by the river. It was already cold that day. The trees on the mountain had lost all their leaves, so there wasn't much fun to do. Fishing was definitely more interesting. Yu Sanling pulled Qi Bao out of the yard. Yu Shui Lian called after them. Have fun and don't fight. Mao Daoer also sniffled and followed, and a group of children chattered as they headed to the river. Qi Bao saw Yu Mingxi was shy and didn't run wild with her brothers. Instead, she stayed and talked as they walked. Yu Sanling wanted to run but was worried his sister might trip or bump into something, so he had to walk slowly with the two girls. Qi Bao told Yu Mingxi funny stories about their village friends. Suddenly, Yu Mingxi asked, Qi Bao, why don't I see your fourth and fifth brothers? Qi Bao was surprised. I only have 3 brothers. I don't have a fourth or fifth. Yu Sanling also looked at Yu Mingxi with confusion. Yu Mingxi's face stiffened. I was mistaken. It's another brother from my cousin's family. Yu Sanling snorted. Your cousin's family has quite a few siblings, huh? He disliked everyone from the Yu family equally, even the little girl who is only 5 years old. Yu Mingxi twisted her fingers and started to tear up. San Maozi was startled. You're being too much. I didn't do anything wrong. You can't tell on me or say I bullied you. Brother, who are you bullying? San Maozi suddenly jumped out from the grass, scaring the 3 of them. Yu Mingxi shouted, Yu Sanling? The 3 of them looked at her with confused faces. Yu Mingxi's face turned pale. She pointed at San Maozi and said, I thought he was also your brother. San Maozi scratched his head. Do I look a bit like San Lang? San Lang snorted. Like hell. I'm handsome and unique, and I don't look anything like you, a dark-skinned, skinny monkey. Qi Bao looked deeply at Yu Mingxi, but said nothing. Yu Mingxi nervously asked, Did I say the wrong thing? San Maozi waved his hand casually. No, you didn't. I and Yu Sanner are very close, closer than brothers. Qi Bao is also my sister, closer than a real sister. So it's right to say I'm her brother. Yu Mingxi sighed in relief. To ease the awkward atmosphere, she started talking about things from He County. Ahead, Zhao Duofu shouted, Yu Sanner, what are you doing? Are you still fishing or not? A few boys ran off happily, leaving the 2 little girls walking slowly behind. Qi Bao was very curious about the Yu family in He County and pulled Yu Mingxi to ask about their family. Is your great-uncle very important and powerful? Yu Mingxi thought for a moment. I'm not sure. Great-uncle rarely comes back. This is the first time I've seen him since I can remember. Qi Bao looked at her with admiration. Your great-uncle is really impressive. When can I go to the capital to see it? Yu Mingxi smiled and said, When you grow up a bit, you definitely can. Grandpa told me that several of our ancestors served as officials in the capital. Qi Bao's big, round eyes were full of admiration. Wow. Does that mean your dad will also become an official someday? My dad. Yu Mingxi hesitated, then swallowed her words. She suddenly realized that Qi Bao was the one asking questions, and she rarely talked about the Yu family's affairs. Could it be that she was doing it on purpose? She carefully looked at Qi Bao and saw that her eyes were clear and pure, with a hint of curiosity and not a trace of scheming. It seemed she was overthinking. Qi Bao, have you heard of Qingfeng Temple? Yu Mingxi took out 2 candies and offered one to Qi Bao. No. Qi Qiao put a piece of candy in her mouth, puffing her cheeks like a little squirrel. Yu Mingxi gestured and said, I heard that the immortal masters inside are very powerful. They can not only cast spells but also ride clouds and fly. Qi Qiao's eyes sparkled and asked, Really? Yes. Yu Mingxi nodded. Qi Qiao, has anyone very powerful ever come to your house? Powerful person? Qi Qiao tilted her head. A very tall person? Taller than my dad. No, Yu Mingxi patiently explained. Someone who walks around the yard, checks for strange things, and even visits graves. Qi Qiao shrank back and looked around. Softly she said, Sister, Mother said we can't talk about that place because something might hear us. Seeing that Qi Qiao and Yu Mingxi hadn't come back for a while, Yu Sanling called out, Qi Qiao, what are you doing? Come over quickly, no playing in the water. Coming, Qi Qiao grabbed Yu Mingxi and ran toward the pond. Wu Xiufeng, passing by with firewood on her back, saw Yu Mingxi holding hands with Qi Qiao and couldn't help but sneer. Qi Qiao, you're happily pulling her along. Do you know that your dad almost married her dad? Yu Mingxi's face changed slightly. Qi Qiao was upset. Wu, don't talk nonsense. My dad is my dad. What do you mean almost married her dad? Wu Xiufeng chuckled maliciously. Nonsense? You don't believe it? Go ask your mom and see if she stole someone else's husband. Even though Qiqiao was young, she knew these words were not good. Wu, you need proof for what you say. I'll go ask my mom. If you're lying, my grandpa won't let you go. When Wu Xiufang heard the name Yu Laotu, her face changed and she turned to leave. Bah, just like your dad, not a good person, Qiqiao stomped and shouted. Don't go. Come with me to ask Dad clearly. Yu Sanling came over and grabbed Qiqiao, scolding Wu Xiufang. You old woman, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Wu Xiufang wanted to curse back, but worried about Yu Laotu hearing. So she muttered curses and left. Yumingshi asked Qiqiao, Is your dad good to you? Qiqiao nodded confidently. Of course. My dad is the best dad in the world, Sen Maozi added. I've never seen a better dad than Uncle Zhao. Yumingshi clenched her fists and lowered her eyelids, saying nothing more. Qiqiao didn't ask about Wu Xiufang's story, but instead went to find second sister Chen. Second Annie, Wu said my dad was brought back by my mom. Is that true? Second sister Chen hugged Qi Bao and scoffed. Shameless people always talk nonsense and spread rumors. Everyone in the village knows your mother is from a good family. She wouldn't do such things. Qi Bao hesitated and said, but my dad isn't bad either. He's good-looking and cares about others. Second sister Chen pinched her chubby little face and said, You think your dad is perfect? That's only now. Qi Bao softly asked, Was my dad not good before? Before, second sister Chen reminisced, your dad wasn't bad back then, but your grandma was too favoritist. She loved your older brothers more and didn't care much about your dad. Do you know Sen Maozi? Back then, your dad was worse than San Maozi. The neighbors would come asking for food, and it was really sad. Qi Bao's eyes turned red. My dad is so pitiful. Yes, second sister Chen sighed. Your dad really had a hard time. He was so thin, just bones left. Wangpa kicked him out, and he had to borrow money from Lin Pozi. No one would even open the door for him. Qi Bao was stunned. Why did he borrow money from Zhao Duofu's family? Second sister Chen gently stroked her head and said, Because they had a betrothal before. But later, when your dad was sick and weak, Lin Pozi's family broke off the engagement. Qi Bao mumbled, So that's what happened. Second sister Chen continued, Your dad was thrown into a water ditch and almost died. Luckily, your great-uncle found him and took him out to seek medicine. After he recovered, he and your great-uncle went out to learn a trade. When they returned, Zhao Chunju was already married to someone else and had a child. Your dad was still single, and your great-uncle decided he should marry your mother and join your old Yu family. What does that have to do with Zhao Chunju? Qi Bao clenched her small fists and said angrily, I knew it. That girl is lying. My mother would never steal someone else's husband. Second sister Chen smiled kindly and said, Yes, your mother is a good person. Your dad is also very kind. They're a perfect match. If you ever hear that gossiping woman talking nonsense again, tell second aunt. I'll help you scold her to death. Okay. When Qi Bao got home, she went straight to the study. She was familiar with the place and climbed onto her dad's lap. She handed Zhao Lianzhou a piece of candy. Zhao Lianzhou looked confused. Qi Bao, what are you doing? Qi Bao looked seriously at her dad. Dad, is it sweet? Sweet. Grandma Qi softly said, Dad, I've grown up now. I want to earn lots of money and buy you candies every day. That way you won't remember the hardships of childhood. Zhao Lianzhou smiled and asked, What are you doing, Qi Bao? Why do you suddenly feel sorry for Dad? Qi Bao's small face leaned against her father's chest. Second Annie said that Dad had a very hard life before, so Qi Bao wants to make sure Dad never suffers again. His heart melted instantly, and his nose started to feel warm. He held his little daughter and looked up to see his wife standing at the door, smiling as she watched the father and daughter. Suddenly, he felt that all the hardships in his first half of life were probably only to meet his wife and family, and now he had such a caring little girl. With his wife and children by his side, all difficulties seemed to disappear, and the rest of his life looked bright and happy. Yumingshi returned to the Zhao family and asked Zhao Chunji about Zhao Lianzhou. Mother, that auntie said that Qi Bao's father should actually be my father. Did her mother take him away? Zhao Chuanji remembered Zhao Lianzhou's handsome and strong appearance, and her thoughts drifted. Yu Wenbin was not bad-looking, but compared to Zhao Lianzhou, he was worlds apart. It was hard to believe that the once weak and thin young man had grown into such a tall, handsome man. Seeing the blush on Zhao Chuanji's face, Yu Mingxi tentatively asked, "So, what she said is true?" Zhao Chuanji held her handkerchief, unsure how to answer her daughter. When she first joined the Yu family in He County, she thought that was the kind of life people should have. But later, seeing Zhao Lianzhou succeed and marry a former good friend, she felt a little uncomfortable. There were plenty of men in the world. Yu Shui Lian knew Zhao Sanhua was betrothed to her, so why did she still want to marry him? Lin Posey scoffed dismissively. What, stealing? Zhao Sanhua's father doesn't love his wife or care for him. He's just a worthless dog thrown into the gutter. Only a family with no heirs would take him as a son-in-law. Your aunt is from a wealthy family. Who would want someone like him? Yu Mingxi clenched her fists. Grandma, did you break up Zhao Shu and my mother? Lin Posey looked like she heard a joke. Him? Break them up? No way. It's just that the Yu family has no sons, so they treat him like a treasure. Look at him, so weak he can't carry anything. Who would want someone like that? Yu Mingxi's face turned red with anger. You don't understand. Ignorant woman, do you know what you've missed? Zhao Chuanji shouted. Mingxi, what are you doing? Who told you to talk to your grandma like that? Yu Mingxi spoke coldly, saying, who does she think she is? She's just a village old woman. Yu family is my maternal family. Smack. Lin's old woman slapped loudly with her big hand. You've gone too far. A young girl like you thinks you're so clever. Looking down on my Zhao family? Then you should go to Yu's house and see if they bother with a little girl like you, a cheap brat. Zhao Chuanji was hurt by these words. Mother, why are you talking like that? Why am I talking like that? Lin's old woman crossed her arms and scolded. I raised you, not to have you make me angry by giving birth to a little girl. And about that Zhao Sanhua, what kind of person is he? Everyone in the village knows. If I hadn't made the decision to let you marry into He County back then, you'd be out at the dock every day, showing your face in the cold wind now. In recent years, Lin's old woman had enjoyed a comfortable life in the city, but now that she returned to the countryside, she was full of anger, with no place to vent. It was all because that stubborn girl kept coming to find trouble. Yu Mingxi burst into tears, pulling Zhao Chuanji and shouting to go back. Yu Mingho also didn't want to stay. Zhao Duofu, who was always sneaky, kept staring at his good things, wanting everything. The adults in the family didn't discipline him, making the family seem like a band of bandits. Zhao Chuanji was overwhelmed by the children's arguing, so she packed her things and took the kids home. Lin's old woman scolded, just leave already. Once you're married, you're like spilled water. Nothing you do can change that. All those years I raised you in vain. If I knew earlier, I should have sold you, not your sister. The hatred in Zhao Chuanji's eyes disappeared quickly, but she didn't say a word. Yu Mingxi wanted to say goodbye to Qi Bao, but she was stopped. No more going. Zhao Chuanji didn't want to see Zhao Lianzhou and Yu Shuilian acting so loving. Qi Bao didn't know Yu Mingxi had already left. She was still whispering to Yu Shuilian, saying, do you think she's strange? Yu Shuilian also thought this girl was strange. Hearing Qi Bao, it seemed like she was trying to find out about their family. Later, if you don't want to talk to her, just let your third brother talk to her. Qi Bao was young and careless, easy to be tricked into revealing things. Yu Samling was different. He was as slippery as a loach, hard to get information from. Winter was getting colder. After a cold rain, Qi Bao put on a thick cotton coat, wrapping herself up like a small rice dumpling, making it hard to move freely. Yu Dalong and Yu Erling returned from the mountains. This time, the herbs they gathered were not sent to the healing hall, but instead, old Yu took the two boys to the city. The trip took nearly 10 days, and all three became thinner, which made Qi Bao feel very worried. Second brother, if they don't teach you, you can learn by yourself. When our family opens a clinic in the future, Grandpa will sell as many medicines as he wants. Old Yu was amused by his granddaughter's words. If second brother opens a clinic, does Grandpa still charge for herbs? Qi Bao pouted and said seriously, of course. Relatives are relatives. Money is money. One thing is one thing, and it should be calculated properly, Erlang sighed. Qi Bao, studying medicine isn't as simple as you think. Qi Bao hurried back to her room, took a book, and handed it to Erlang. Here, you look at this first. Practice on our family members first. If you don't understand later, I'll grow up and find a doctor to ask for help. Erlang was surprised. He saw that the cover of the book read, Zhang Han Luan, Treatise on Cold Damage, with awkward and childish handwriting, clearly Qi Bao's writing. Qi Bao, did you copy this? Qi Bao nodded. It was very difficult for her. The book had too many words, and she had to change the font. It took her almost 3 months to copy it all, and her handwriting was starting to look somewhat like real characters. Old Yu took the book and examined it carefully, his expression becoming more serious. Qi Bao, where did you get this book? I copied it myself. Where did you copy it from? Qi Bao blinked. I can't tell you. Old Yu and Yu Shualian looked at each other. Could it be that the child secretly copied the book from Mr. Zhu's house? Qi Bao's father, you take Qi Bao to study, and you also bring her along. Paying for 2 people's lessons is already too much. And to take advantage of Mr. Zhu's house like this is really unfair. We shouldn't do such things. Old Yu sternly told Zhao Lianzhou. Reading books well is important, but he cared more about his son-in-law's character. He didn't want him to go astray in the future. Zhao Lianzhou looked confused. He crossed Old Yu and saw his little daughter with a worried face, clasping her hands together and begging him. He immediately understood. Father, this book isn't from Mr. Zhu's house. Last time I went to the county, I helped someone and they lent me the book to copy. Old Yu looked suspicious. Who lent it to you? Even such a family heirloom can be lent out for copying. It's known that the feud between the Yu family and the county and their family was partly due to ancestral grudges and partly because of that so-called secret recipe. Of course, until now, Old Yu still doesn't know who has the cursed golden book. Zhao Lianzhou sighed helplessly. His family is poor. His parents want him to improve, but his writing is bad. They asked me to write for him and use this as a trade. Such a troublemaker. Old Yu scolded, then asked, why did you let Qi Bao copy? She's small and hasn't grown strong bones. What if she hurts her wrist? Zhao Lianzhou quickly admitted his mistake. I was busy then and thought she needed to practice writing, so I asked her to copy. Old Yu was unhappy. Dalong and the others can write too. In the future, let them copy. If not, isn't there Qi Bao's mother? With such a big family, why should a little girl do this work? Zhao Lianzhou nodded. It won't happen again. Old Yu scolded him, then went with second Lao to study the practicality of the prescriptions in the book. Being from a family of traditional medicine, Old Yu had been dealing with herbs and formulas since he was born, so he had some knowledge. Seeing that his father-in-law was not nearby, Zhao Lianzhou finally relaxed and looked at the small girl trying to sneak away. Qi Bao, come here. Qi Bao showed her tiny teeth. Dad. Zhao Lianzhou picked up his daughter and turned toward the creek, asking, come, tell Dad, where did you get this book? Qi Bao blinked and replied, Grandpa Immortal gave it to me. Zhao Lianzhou chuckled. Qi Bao, are you trying to fool Dad? Qi Bao seriously said, Grandpa Immortal really gave it to me. Zhao Lianzhou frowned, then show me what Grandpa Immortal gave you. Qi Bao took a breath. Dad, what kind of book do you want? Zhao Lianzhou casually said, just a copy of Spring and Autumn 3 commentaries. Qi Bao closed her eyes and searched in her Qingquan bag. Sure enough, she found the 3 commentaries of Spring and Autumn, along with 2 other books related to Spring and Autumn. She took them all out in one go. Here, is this it? Zhao Lianzhou looked at the 3 books appearing out of nowhere in Qi Bao's hands, stunned. After a long pause, he stammered, This. Is this really given by Grandpa Immortal? Qi Bao nodded vigorously. Yes, but Grandpa Immortal said he might not have some books. These are all collections he kept before he became immortal. Zhao Lianzhou flipped through the books, noticing that the characters were slightly different from those in his time, but mostly similar. By reading the context, he could infer what some of the characters meant. Qi Bao, besides these, what else did Grandpa Immortal give you? Qi Bao hurriedly said, There's nothing much. The fairy grandfather said that people shouldn't be too greedy. Zhao Lianzhou suddenly felt that perhaps there really are mortals in this world. Otherwise, how could he have met such a kind person like old Master Yu, married a wife like Lianer, and had such a lovely little daughter? Qibao, it must be that the immortals pity our family, which is why they let you be born into us, right? Qibao shook her head. No, it's the fairy grandfather who thought our parents were so good that he let me be born as your child. Her parents were a reward from heaven for her past life, so Qibao was very grateful to the heavens. With Zhao Lianzhou as her ally, no matter what she brought out, he always found a good excuse. Old Master Yu secretly told Yu Shualian, keep a close eye on Qibao's father. Why are there so many irresponsible, wasteful friends around him? Yu Shualian also found it strange. Why did her husband's circle suddenly include so many mysterious friends who disappeared as quickly as they appeared? Yu Erlang gradually received several handwritten medical books and herbal texts from Zhao Lianzhou, and he became more dedicated to studying medicine. Time passed peacefully until the end of the year. Suddenly, a child from Fuhu village came to find Yu Sanling. Yu Sanner, please help San Maozi. He's going to be sold. San Maozi was about to be sold? Not only was Yu Sanling shocked, but Zhao Lianzhou and Yu Shualian were also stunned. Although Zhang Dali was crippled with a broken leg, he received 30 taels of compensation. That was enough for household expenses, and for the next few years, Zhang Biao could continue his studies, and they could prepare a dowry for Zhang Ying. Moreover, Wang Shi was a capable woman who could contribute some money. How did it come to the point where they had to sell a child? Yu Sanling asked the boy, are you sure about this? The boy, only 6 or 7 years old, was sweating anxiously. Really? People are coming to his house now. San Maozi can't do anything, so he sent me to ask you. Yu Sanling looked at his parents, then finally his gaze fell on Qibao. He couldn't do anything about such a big matter. Qibao held Zhao Lianzhou's hand and said, Dad, let's go see. Yu Shualian whispered. Qibao, don't make trouble. This is their family matter. Even if our third brother and San Maozi are close, we shouldn't interfere. Qibao's eyes sparkled. But San Maozi is connected to our family. Yu Shualian looked at her husband after hearing this. Zhao Lianzhou sighed. All right, let's go see. If we don't go, San Lang will never be able to forget this in his heart. Yu Sanling was very grateful. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Let's go quickly. When Yu Erlang, who was drying herbs, heard that San Maozi was in trouble, he also went with his family. Vuhu village and Panlong village are not far apart, and San Maozi's house is right at the border of the two villages. In less than 15 minutes, the family arrived. Bold brother, life isn't that hard to get through. Why do you have to sell the child? Aunt Zhang cried while holding San Maozi. Zhang Dali, leaning on his cane, sat by the firewood shed, casually stacking firewood, silent, and with his head down. Zhang Ying said beside him, Aunt, it's not really selling him. It's just letting him go work for a while. When he's older, he can come back. Wang Shi wiped her tears. My sister is right. He's going out to earn money for a few years. His temper isn't good, and it's good for him to learn from others. When he's more mature, we'll bring him back. When the Yu family arrived, they heard Uncle Zhang ask Zhang Dali, Biaozi is seriously ill, but didn't you get money for your leg injury? It's only been less than 3 months. Has the money already been spent? Zhang Dali didn't answer. Zhang Ying's eyes flickered, hiding behind others without speaking. Qibao wanted to go talk to San Maozi, but heard a woman speak sharply. Uncle, look at what you're saying. That money is dead. It can't have babies. It can only be spent more and more. My brother-in-law needs medicine, Biaozi needs to study, and the family needs to eat and drink. How can we only spend and not earn? Now the family is in trouble. The children left behind are sick. Let's see how the stepmother handles it. Aunt Zhang looked upset. Biaozi's big aunt, isn't that a bad thing to say? In 10 or 20 miles around, can you find a stepmother like Wang Shi? Not to mention stepmothers, if your sister was alive, honestly, do you think she could do better than Wang Shi? She turned to ask Zhang Ying, tell me, how does your stepmother treat you? Zhang Ying looked down and said nothing. Biaozi's big aunt snorted. They say you never really know someone's heart just by looking at their face. Who knows if she's pretending? Now that Biaozi is very sick, it's the real test. Let's see what this stepmother does. Many people gathered outside the Zhang yard, all watching Wang Shi. San Maozi didn't resist. He just looked steadily at his mother. The buyer grew impatient. I said, "Are you selling or not? I've been here all day, and I don't have time to waste arguing with you." Yu Samlang was so angry he was trembling and wanted to rush over, but Zhao Lianzhou held him tightly. Wait a moment, let's look first. Qibao's gaze fell on Wang's family, and she saw her lips trembling badly, tears streaming down her face. After a long while, she cried, "San Maozi, it's my fault as a mother. If you want to blame someone, blame me. This has nothing to do with your older brothers and sisters. It's only been 5 years. Just grit your teeth and hold on, it will pass." Qibao asked the lively old lady nearby, "Grandma, what does this person want to do by buying San Maozi?" The old lady looked pained and said, "People like her. What can she do after buying a child? She might cut off one ear, gouge out one eye, or break their arms and legs, then leave them on the street to beg. When they get money, they take it back." A woman nearby added, "Honestly, I think it's better to sell him to a good family than to these kinds of people. At least with a kind owner, he might have a better life. With these people, once the deadline is up, the child might still have a chance at a good life." Yu Erlang, holding Qibao, suddenly looked very angry, his teeth clenched tightly, and hatred flashed in his eyes. Qibao was surprised and asked, "Second brother, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Lianzhou and Yu Shuilian also looked over when they heard. Meanwhile, San Maozi spoke calmly, "Since you're going to sell me, at least let me say a few words." Zhang Dali, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "Say it then." San Maozi turned to the buyer and said, "If you want to buy me, you must buy me outright, with no ties to this family. Whether I live or die in the future has nothing to do with them." The buyer was surprised. "Are you sure you want it that way?" Wang's family pounded her chest and cried loudly, "San Maozi, you're breaking my heart. I just want to sell you for 5 years, and then you can come back." "How can you say you won't come back after that?" San Maozi forced a smile and said, "Stop joking. After 5 years, I'll be grown up. You really planned this well. By then, Zhang Biao will probably have a family and children, and you and old Zhang will be old. It's only right that I come back to take care of you, right? You gave birth to me. I endured so many beatings and scoldings, took on so many burdens. I've paid off my debt to you too. Just let it go." Zhang Biao, struggling to stand, crawled out of the house. No need to be like that. I'll stay. My life isn't long anyway. Dad, you should have a son to carry on the family line. Zhang Ying ran over, hugging Zhang Biao and crying loudly, "My unfortunate little brother, we only lost our mother, otherwise I'd do anything to treat your illness." Zhang Biao's aunt also cried out, "My poor sister, if you die, it's over. But what about the 2 kids you left behind? I am just an aunt with no ability. Otherwise, how could my nephew become so sick? No one is willing to treat him." Zhang Daliang clenched his teeth and said, "Then let's sell him." Mrs. Wang cried so much she couldn't speak. The buyer took out a contract and said, "Since you're determined to sell, we need to sign a binding agreement to avoid confusion later." Qibao suddenly interrupted, "How much did you sell third Maozi for? Really? Your family has money and wants to buy?" Zhang Ying didn't like Qibao. She's just a girl, like a little treasure. The whole family spoils her, and she often meddles in others' affairs. Qibao said seriously, "You're the older sister. Zhang Biao is your brother, and third Maozi is your brother too. How can you be so cruel just wanting to sell him?" Zhang Ying casually said, "He's a wild child. What does he have to do with me?" Old Mrs. Zhang couldn't stand it anymore. "Bold brother, how can you let people talk about third Maozi like that?" Zhang Daliang sighed. "Third Maozi, it's because our parents failed you. If you find a good way out later, don't think about your parents anymore." Yu Erlang couldn't bear it anymore. He pointed at the buyer and said, "This person is a city guard watching over beggars. Do you know where those beggars come from? In peaceful times, they are either stolen or kidnapped, or like you, unfit to be a father, selling your own child. You talk about a bright future, but you're just skinning people, making monkeys and pulling them around for money. If you have a good future, Why don't you let your eldest son go? Yu Erlang looked pained, his face twitching from emotion. Those terrible memories constantly tormented him. When he was taken and wandering around as a child, he couldn't even remember if he was kidnapped or sold by parents like Zhang Daliang. Qi Bao quickly held his hand. Second brother, don't cry. Don't cry. No one will dare to sell you again. Yu Erlang squatted down, clutching his head and crying. Yu Shui Lian and Qi Bao comforted him from both sides. Yu Sanlang clenched his fists and asked Zhang Daliang, my second brother is telling the truth. You knew third Mousie would be mistreated like this in the future, and you still want to sell him. The buyer was angry. Stop talking nonsense. We are honest businessmen. We just take a few children as apprentices. Once they learn skills and earn money, they'll naturally come back. Qi Bao raised her small face and said, then tell me, among the children you brought, which one has learned skills and earned money to go home? The buyer couldn't answer and sneered, I ask you, are you going to sell or not? A child is here, causing trouble for no reason, trying to ruin my reputation. Mrs. Wang hesitated and said, his father. Maybe we shouldn't sell him. Zhang Ying snorted coldly, I knew it. You just pretend to care, but you don't really want to part with your own son. Mrs. Wang lowered her head, wiping away tears, and said nothing. Third Mousie spoke up. It's okay. Sell him for 20 taels of silver, and then no one owes anyone anything anymore. Everyone around was surprised. 20 taels is a lot, but how could Zhang Biao have so much money to treat his illness? Old Zhang was impatient. How bold. Maybe we should think of another way. Zhang Dandan hung his head. What other way?
I'm useless.
Our family is like this already. What else can we do? Annie Zhang sneered. You all talk so nicely, but words are easy. The real skill is in raising the money. Everyone fell silent. 20 taels is too much. Poor rural folks have few ways to earn money, and they couldn't gather that much even if they tried. Everyone wondered why, after losing money recently, the Zhang family was now considering selling their son. Suddenly, Qi Bao spoke up, my family will buy him. Andy Zhang glanced at Yu Shui Lian and asked, what? Does your family need a son-in-law? None of your business if we do or not. A loud voice came from outside the crowd. Everyone looked back and saw Old Yu walking in with a serious face. Old Yu looked at Zhang Dandan and said, Dandan, I raised you. Your son can come into my family and at least have a chance. But if you follow him, it's hard to say. Today, you're the head of the family. Tell me, are you going to sell him or sell me? Zhang Dandan hadn't spoken yet. Old Zhang was so angry, he kicked him. Your leg is broken, but your tongue isn't? Say something. Zhang Dandan slowly replied, if Uncle Yu wants to buy him, that's fine. But this money is for saving lives. We're neighbors, but we still need to get paid. The buyer was unhappy. What do you mean? Are your villagers teaming up to cheat me? Old Yu shot him a look. You can still leave now, but if you wait too long, the officials might come. The buyer looked guilty. They say poor mountains and evil waters produce troublemakers. I won't come back to this cursed place. He hurriedly ran away. Old Yu looked at Yu Erlang and Yu Sanlang, then turned his gaze to his little granddaughter, who looked at him pleadingly. He clenched his teeth and said, I won't pay less. But I must say, once I buy her, she'll be part of my family. From now on, using the names of biological father, mother, or brothers, they come to my door crying and talking about sons and brothers. Haha, Wang Posey's character is not good. I, old man, have never been afraid of her. If you want me to raise your son, think carefully, do you have the strength in your bones? Everyone falls silent again. Old Yu is known for his quick temper. Who dares to provoke him? First, San Mousie was surprised when Qi Bao said she bought him. Later, hearing Old Yu's voice, he felt disappointed again. Now that Old Yu has spoken, he starts crying loudly. Grandpa, you are my real grandpa. Shut up. Old Yu, standing up for his little granddaughter, feels a sharp pain in his heart, like a dull knife cutting into flesh, making his chest feel tight. Qi Bao and Yu Sanlang run over to wipe tears and help San Mousie stop hiccuping. Zhao Lianzhou sees her father-in-law and daughter and secretly agrees with them. She steps forward and says, Brother Zhang, our family has many children and life is not easy. Now, Buying San Maozi is also about their friendship. San Lang always says that San Maozi is his good brother. If he sees his good brother being taken away, he might never get over it. Someone in the village scoffs. That's just playing with good friends. They say they care about their buddies, but when it comes to their own brothers and sisters, they can watch their younger brother being sold without a blink. Their hearts are really hard.
Exactly.
Brothers and sisters may argue and fight, but who can truly bear to see their own brother being sold? The villagers look down on Zhang Biao and Zhang Ying's siblings even more. Usually, they bully their younger brother, but now they are heartless enough to sell their own brother. What kind of cold-hearted people are they? Zhang Biao can't stand the gazes of the crowd. He doesn't know if he's fainting or pretending, but suddenly he collapses. Zhang Biao's aunt quickly says, "How bold. You can't just watch your son die." Zhang Dazhuang moves his mouth but struggles to speak. "Uncle Yu, Brother Zhao, don't worry. From now on, he will be part of your Yu family. Life and death are no longer our Zhang family's concern." Zhao Lianzhou continues, "If we're going to sell him, we must ask the village head and elders to decide. We'll write a formal separation letter, sign a contract of life and death, and set penalties for breach of contract. My father is right. Our old Yu family can't just raise someone else's son. Everything must be done properly to avoid gossip from neighbors in the future." Old Yu is decisive and straightforward. He immediately calls for the village head, the village chief, and the elders to come over. In front of everyone, Zhao Lianzhou signed a contract, witnessed by several parties, and the matter was settled. Old Yu opened layer after layer of cloth bags, his hands trembling more and more, until suddenly he couldn't bear it anymore. This money was hard-earned. It was all made by Yu Shualian, who worked early mornings and late nights at the dock, smiling and serving others, earning with great effort. He also took his 2 grandsons into the mountains, enduring bites from snakes, insects, and mice, and scratched by thorns and grass while gathering medicinal herbs to sell. Even that wasn't enough. The Mid-Autumn Festival fabric sent by Third Master Qian was originally meant for each of his grandchildren to make a set of clothes. Later, when second brother Yu was chased home from the clinic after learning about the manipulations by the Yu family in the county, the whole family felt anxious and hurried. They considered Zhao Lianzhou's future tuition fees and household expenses for the next year. After discussing, they decided to leave 2 sets of fabric for Qibao and sell the rest in the city. Sometimes he felt unwell, coughing painfully, but he just brewed some herbal medicine and endured it. The family was frugal, planning to save money for next year's expenses, and ended up giving it all to the unrelated Zhang family. Old Yu was very unhappy, very unhappy. Aunt Zhang Biao sneered, "Oh, it's easy to talk big, but when it comes to real action, you'll see who gets hurt." Uncle Zhang glared at Aunt Zhang Biao. She often came to stir trouble. But his own brother was unreliable, and Wang's wife was timid, with no sense of responsibility. Now, she had the nerve to criticize old Uncle Yu. "Uncle Yu, we're not outsiders. If it's convenient." Uncle Zhang wanted to give old Yu a way out, so he wouldn't lose face. Old Yu didn't understand his thoughts. To him, face was nothing. Money was what mattered. "Grandpa." Qibao tugged at his sleeve, blinking to signal him to give money. Oh, fine. He couldn't go back on what he promised his little granddaughter. 3 days ago, Qibao had already quietly told Old Yu about this. Old Yu didn't believe it then. It's not a disaster year. Who would sell their own children out of cruelty? Qibao went along with it. "Then, Grandpa, if the third Mao family really wants to sell him, can you buy him back?" Old Yu hurriedly replied, "If his father dares to sell, Grandpa will dare to buy." "Grandpa, you have to keep your word." "Yes, I am a man of my word. Once I say it, not even 10 horses can pull it back." Old Yu felt regret deep in his heart. He didn't need 10 horses. His little granddaughter's words could bring him back. "Here." Old Man Yu closed his eyes, handed the silver to his son-in-law, and then looked at Zhang Dali's family as if he were looking at an enemy. Old Man said earlier, from now on, anyone who dares to say that San Maozi belongs to his Zhang family will have their bones broken and their tendons cut. A family doesn't speak for 2 families, and words about raising children and respecting parents. If anyone dares to say such things, I will dig up their ancestors' graves. He glared fiercely at everyone, breathing heavily, clearly very angry. Everyone in the village knew each other well. Old Man Yu was very stingy. Once, Madame Wang wanted a bride price but didn't get even half a copper coin, and Old Man Yu scolded her so badly she didn't dare to go out. And that was when he was hosting his son-in-law. What does San Maozi have to do with his family? If he boasted and agreed to this matter, he probably regrets it now. Who wouldn't be angry? Song Lijing was quite old, a peer of old Master Yu. When they were young, they had some friendship, and Song knew Old Man Yu well. He understood his temper perfectly. Zhang Dali, Wang Shi, I also want to say something today. The money has been given, and the formal separation letter has been written. From now on, San Maozi will have nothing to do with you. If you really can't bear it, return the money to Old Yu's family, and San Maozi will still be your son. Old Yu's family isn't easy. They are kind-hearted, but you shouldn't take their kindness for granted and be shameless. I'm making this clear. If you dare to think about using Yu's family to raise your son, I won't forgive you. Zhang Dali covered the silver and said nothing. Wang Shi sat on the doorstep, leaning against the doorframe, watching San Maozi cry tears. San Maozi looked at her without fear or emotion, very cold. Since she wanted to sell herself for Zhang Biao, their mother and son relationship was completely broken. Song Lijing was respected and well-known. His children were successful, and everyone in the village respected him. The elders of the Zhang family quickly said, "Uncle Lijing, this is our Zhang family's fault. Rest assured, if they dare to be shameless again, our old Zhang family won't accept them." Zhang Daha glanced at his brother, feeling ashamed. "Don't worry, our Zhang family definitely won't do such a thing. Did you all hear that?" He asked Zhang Dali and Zhang Ying, the brother and sister. Zhang Biao's aunt sneered, "We have sons at home. If they sell him, they sell him. Who's still worried about it?" Qi Bao suddenly spoke. "Are you really selling San Maozi because you don't have money?" Zhang Biao's aunt snorted. "What else would it be? If we had money, who would sell him?" Qi Bao looked at the family and said, "But you all have money, don't you?" Aunt Zhang Biao scolded, "Little kid, don't talk nonsense. If someone had money, they wouldn't sell their children. This is a hopeless situation." Qi Bao pointed at Aunt Zhang Biao. "You have 5 taels of silver in your pocket." Then she pointed at Zhang Ying. "You have 7 taels of silver under your pillow, and more, and Uncle Zhang, you also have money in your room." After saying this, Qi Bao asked everyone, "What illness does Zhang Biao have? Why can't all this money cure him?" Everyone's faces changed color. If there was truly no way, people might understand if they had to sell children. But they had money on them and didn't use it to treat him. That's what upset everyone. Angrily, the eldest aunt of the Zhang family signaled to 2 young women nearby. The women stepped forward and held Aunt Zhang Biao down. They found a handful of broken silver coins from her pocket, which looked like about 5 taels. An elderly woman then reached into Zhang Ying's room and took out a small silver ingot weighing 5 taels and 2 strings of coins from under her pillow. "See? Isn't this money?" the old lady shouted. "You all are just bothering this child, San Maozi, and doing nothing." And Zhang Biao rushed forward and took back the silver. "This is my family's. He's a Zhang child, so shouldn't the Zhang family pay for his treatment? What does it have to do with me?" Qi Bao said clearly, "This money isn't yours." Zhang Ying gave it to her grandmother. "In fact, it's still Zhang family's money. How can it be yours?" Aunt Zhang Biao cursed loudly. "Whose kid are you? None of your business. Go home and drink milk with your mother. Don't interfere in others' affairs." Village chief of Fuhu village asked Zhang Dali, "Your family has money, so why can't San Maozi be sold?" San Maozi, who thought he had escaped suffering, said. Old Yu was suddenly alert. Since your family has money, there's no need to sell the child. I'll give you the money back." Wang Shi looked at Zhang Dali with tears in her eyes. Zhang Dali stuffed the silver back into his pocket, pretending not to hear. Zhang Ying said nearby, "Dad, Biaozi is very uncomfortable." Zhang Dali stroked the silver and said, Uncle Yu, the contract is signed. From now on, San Maozi is part of your family. Ingzi, take your brother to see a doctor. And Zhang Biao pulled at her lips and said, Wang Shi, can't you see Biaozi is uncomfortable? You, the stepmother, hurry and boil some water. Wang Shi looked at Zhang Dali and then at San Maozi, her heart feeling torn apart, aching painfully. Suddenly, Wang Shi fainted and collapsed. Uncle Zhang's wife couldn't bear it and said, Bold one, look at this mother. She must be feeling upset inside. Maybe we should, Zhang Darren quietly said, Sister-in-law, this is my family's matter. Uncle Zhang's face turned red with anger, veins bulging on his neck. Fine. From now on, I won't interfere in your family affairs. He turned and walked away in anger. Zhang's wife gently stroked her three-strand hair, crying as she said, When you go to old in the future, you should be good and respectful to Uncle Yu. The boy with 3 strands of hair was sweet-tongued and clever. Although he was sometimes mischievous, the villagers liked him. Last time, he gave a protective charm to the villagers, helping everyone avoid trouble. Now, seeing him go to Old Yu's house, many villagers felt secretly happy. They thought this boy would no longer suffer from the Zhang family's teasing. Old Yu looked grim when he saw the money he couldn't get back and turned his head to the fields. The boy with 3 strands of hair felt nervous. He poked Jibao's back and asked, Jibao, does Grandpa dislike me? Yu Samling used to feel sympathetic and wanted to help his brother. But now, his brother was out of trouble, and thinking about the money lost, he knew Grandpa must be very upset. Whether you like it or not, you should know in your heart. Why ask? If you ever disrespect Grandpa, I will beat you to death. The boy with 3 strands of hair immediately looked teary and said, Third brother, don't worry. If I ever have a copper coin, I will give it all to Grandpa first. Get lost, Yu Samling sniffed. You should call me brother. The boy with 3 strands of hair was unhappy. Good brother, you saved my life. I will always be grateful. But you can't keep making me your little brother. I've been a little brother long enough, feeling so oppressed. I don't want to be a little brother anymore. Jibao interrupted, asking, Brother Sanmao, what kind of illness does Zhang Biao have? The boy with 3 strands of hair shrugged and said, Who knows? Recently, he suddenly said his chest hurt badly, and he was gasping for air. The doctor came a few times but couldn't find anything wrong. He took some medicine, but it didn't get better. He spent a lot of money, though. Yu Samling looked suspicious and asked, Did your family think he was pretending? Jibao nodded, recalling that Zhang Biao's face didn't look like someone seriously ill. The boy with 3 strands of hair made a face. Who cares if he's faking or not? From now on, their family has nothing to do with me. Don't mention your family anymore. He felt no affection for the Zhang family at all. Since he could remember, any admiration he had for them had been slowly worn away. Now, all that remained was endless resentment. Uncle Zhang, who was harvesting cabbage in the field, was also talking to his wife about Zhang Biao's illness. Do you think he really has a serious disease? It's gotten to the point where he's willing to sell his own brother. This matter made him very angry. He felt their family had lost face. Aunt Zhang snorted coldly. Come on, do you really believe he has some illness? I think he's probably pretending, and the real problem is with his father. Uncle Zhang was confused. How does this relate to Dan? Aunt Zhang threw the cabbage aside, straightened up, and patted her back. You can't see through your own brother, but I do. It's clear he's worried because his younger brother, who broke his leg and became useless, might cause trouble. He wants to sell the 3rd son to make sure Wang Shi stays young and doesn't leave the family, so she will be loyal and work hard for the Zhang family. Uncle Zhang disagreed. If the leg is broken, shouldn't we keep the 3rd son so Wang Shi has something to hold on to? That way, he would be more obedient. Aunt Zhang sneered. Are you stupid? Even if Wang Shi is kind to Zhang Biao and his siblings, your brother still doesn't trust them. Now that the 3rd son is gone, if Wang Shi doesn't treat Zhang Biao well, they might have no children in the future. And who would want a woman who sold her own son? She'd be stuck with the Zhang family forever. Uncle Zhang packed the cabbage into his basket. Just speak plainly. Why do you keep mentioning the old Zhang family? The couple mumbled to each other, pulled aside the vegetable leaves, and each carried their basket home. After they left, a figure emerged from behind a haystack. It was Wang Shi, the mother of the third son. Wang Shi held a bunch of scallions, squeezing them until they broke. She staggered home, and as soon as she entered, she heard Zhang Dali shouting, "Where have you been? It's already dark, and you haven't cooked dinner. We can't waste oil at night." Wang Shi threw the scallions on the table. "Let Zhang do it. I have a terrible headache." She then went inside to lie down. The Zhang family was stunned. Wang Shi was usually obedient, but this was the first time she openly refused. Zhang Ying stomped her foot. "Dad, look at her. What does she mean?" Zhang Dali, who had been subtly criticized by villagers today, also felt uncomfortable. "Go do it. You're grown up now. You should learn to cook." Zhang Ying, showing off in front of her brother Zhang Biao, lost her confidence when facing her father. She went into the kitchen, banging and making noise as she prepared the meal. Wang Shi lay on the bed, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye, and she slowly closed her eyes, pretending she hadn't heard anything. Zhang Biao was truly indifferent to the affairs of the Zhang family. "I longed for the atmosphere of the Yu family, and now I have officially become a member of the Yu family. I feel like I am dreaming." Yu Shui Lian pulled San Maozi and looked at his thin, worn-out cotton coat, which was full of holes. "Take it off, this clothes need to be changed. It's been worn for so long it smells bad." San Maozi tugged at his collar, shy and unwilling to take it off. Second brother Yu's eyes darkened. "San Maozi, come with me." San Maozi followed second brother Yu into the house to change clothes. Yu Sanlang then said to Yu Shui Lian, "Mother, San Maozi only has this one piece of clothing. He's not wearing anything underneath." Qi Bao stared in shock. "It's so cold, his cotton coat is torn like that."
How?
"How?" Yu Shui Lian sighed. The family didn't have extra money to make new clothes for San Maozi. They could only modify 2 of Zhao Lianzhou's clothes to make do for now. Qi Bao, realizing later, asked her mother, "Mother, are we out of money?" No matter how hard life was at home, the adults kept it a secret from the children. But since Big Brother Yu and the others were grown up, even if the adults didn't say anything, they knew life was tough. Qi Bao, in her previous life, was a girl who didn't care about household matters. In this life, she was still young and had no real concept of money. She was calm and satisfied as long as she ate well. Now, seeing her mother's worried face, she understood that life at home was tight. Should she think of a way to earn some money? Second brother Yu led San Maozi out. "San Lang, go boil some water and wash San Maozi. Tonight, he will stay with you." The Yu family's old house was very big. They originally planned to arrange it well for the descendants, but unexpectedly, the family had fewer children, so each kid had a spacious room. San Maozi quickly waved his hand. "No need to trouble fourth brother. I can boil water myself." "Brother, take me to boil water." San Lang Yu immediately became unhappy. "Are you giving me face? Just came home, and now you call me brother? Who's the younger brother?" Qi Bao hurriedly waved her little hand to stop them. "Stop arguing, hurry, and wash up. It will be dark soon, and it won't be convenient." Yu Shui Lian rubbed her forehead. "Having more boys is just like this, loud and noisy. Big brother Yu is calm and steady. Second brother Yu is honest and doesn't like arguing. Only San Lang Yu is lively. Usually there's no quarrel or fuss. But now, with San Maozi here, the fun to come is obvious." In the evening, Old Master Yu and Zhao Lianzhou returned home. The whole family sat together and had their first family dinner. Qi Bao stared blankly at San Maozi, who had already finished his third bowl of rice. He couldn't understand how he, who looked much shorter than Yu Sanlang, could eat so much rice. Where did all that food go? Old Yu looked at San Maozi's eating habits and felt even more worried. They say that young boys can eat their parents out of house and home. Usually, raising one is a worry, but his family had 4 and they all ate a lot. After finishing his third bowl, San Maozi sensed something was wrong. He shyly put down his chopsticks and asked, "Am I eating too much?" Yu Shui Lian snapped out of her thoughts and quickly added another bowl of rice for him. "Eat more, it's okay. You're still a kid, at the age to grow, so you should eat until you're full. But she was already worried about the rice jar running low. Luckily, she had cooked extra tonight, just in case San Maozi couldn't get enough. After dinner, Old Yu tapped the table and said, San Maozi, since you've come to our home and are now part of this family, you need to follow some rules. Old Yu came from a wealthy family. Although they didn't follow all the old family customs, they still kept strict discipline with their children. San Maozi sat upright, looking serious. Old Yu nodded in satisfaction. Since his granddaughter brought him here, he trusted her judgment and hoped San Maozi wouldn't disappoint him. He asked Zhao Lianzhou, according to the rules, what number is San Maozi in the family? Third, fourth. These two answers came from San Maozi and Yu Sanlang, respectively. Zhao Lianzhou smiled kindly and asked San Maozi, when is your birthday? San Maozi was familiar with the Yu family and was quite bold, so he wasn't shy. July 3rd. Yu Sanlang laughed loudly. So, he's a younger brother. I'm June 11th. Qi Bao also happily said, fourth brother. San Maozi's face fell. Their brotherly ranking was now set. San Maozi arrived at the Yu family late in the year. The academy had a 3-day holiday for the Laba festival. Qi Bao was happy to go to the dock with his brothers to help his mother with business. San Maozi felt he ate a lot and felt a bit guilty. He kept helping out at home and at the dock, worked hard alongside Yu Sanlang shouting to sell. Qi Bao sat nearby with Mao Dan, threading skewers. Second sister Chen whispered to Yu Shui Lian, you know, San Maozi is really clever and hardworking, just like your Sanlang. He's also very sweet-tongued. I think this kid isn't ordinary. When he grows up, he'll definitely be good to you and brother Zhao. Yu Shui Lian gently brushed aside her stray hair near her ear and looked at the 3 children tidying up nearby. She smiled and said, his coming to our home is fate. Whether he's respectful or not doesn't matter much. As long as this child doesn't go astray and can be honest and upright, that's enough. Second Anchin nodded thoughtfully and said, you're right. I don't understand. Such a good child. How could his own mother be willing to sell him? She doesn't seem to care about the flesh of her own body. With Yu Sanlang and the 3 children calling out, the fair and cute Qi Bao easily attracted people's attention. The Yu family's business was very good. An elderly lady who liked children started talking to Qi Bao, asking her age and who was in her family. Qi Bao enjoyed talking to people and didn't find it boring. She smiled, showing 2 small dimples, and chatted happily. Wow, look at this little kid. So serious when talking, and such a cute little mouth. A young woman nearby echoed. Yes, I think this child is well educated. She's polite and sensible, unlike children from the countryside. The elderly lady snorted. Are children from city families always better? The Yu family's child who came back with us. Her father is an official in the capital. Look at her behavior. Does she seem like a child of an official family? The young woman replied. Grandmother, don't be angry. Anyway, they're getting off the boat now, and they won't be coming with us anymore. Qi Bao rolled her big, round eyes. Grandma, are you from the capital? The elderly lady smiled and said, yes, we've been on the boat for a few days. Everyone's tired, so we came ashore to rest and get some fresh air. Qi Bao looked longing and asked, is the capital really big? Are there lots of people? The elderly lady pinched her chubby cheek and said, yes, when you grow up, you can go see the capital too. Suddenly, a young woman looked at a group of people in the distance, her face changing slightly. Grandmother, let's go. The Yu family has just gotten off the boat. The elderly lady glanced in the direction she was looking, hummed unhappily, and stood up to leave with her daughter-in-law. Qi Bao saw a girl about 5 or 6 years old walking straight toward their stall, accompanied by a servant. The girl pointed at the bubbling skewers in the pot and asked, what is this? The servant hurried forward and said, Miss, this kind of street food isn't very clean. It's better to go back to the mansion and eat. The old lady is probably waiting for you. The girl twisted her body and sniffed. But I really want to eat this. The servant helplessly pointed to another pot with clear broth and skewers. Let's get 2 with chicken. Qiqiao quickly stepped forward and sweetly said, 10 coins for string, a total of 20 coins. Sir, would you like anything else? Yushui Lian's hand couldn't help but shake a little. She didn't understand why her daughter was asking for so much money. The old woman was surprised. Is it that expensive? Chi Qiao, who is shorter than the stove, spoke firmly. Where is it expensive? This has always been the price. It's hard for us small vendors to start early and work late. Think about it, have you ever seen this kind of food elsewhere? Don't complain about the price right away. Since it was almost noon and most early customers had already eaten, there were only 2 regular customers at the stall, so there weren't many people around. Chi Qiao was confident and spoke honestly. The old woman didn't expect that just mentioning the price would make Chi Qiao talk so much. She turned around, pulling the girl to leave. Let's go, girl. We're not buying any more. But the girl was unwilling. No. I want to eat this. If you don't buy it, I'll tell Grandma later. The old woman had no choice but to pay and buy a string for the girl. But she didn't want to buy just one. The girl wanted to try everything spicy and not spicy, so the old woman, helpless, bought 2 big bags of snacks, following her wishes. Chi Qiao happily stepped forward to collect the money. Come again next time. After the group helped the girl get into the carriage and left, Aunt Chen exclaimed, Wow, Chi Qiao, how can you cheat people like that? She sold half a pot of food for a lot of money. Her heart was really quite dark. Chi Qiao snorted. She's from the Yu family in He County. Why shouldn't we make money from their silver? Yu Sanlang patted his thigh. The Yu family in He County. Chi Qiao, why didn't you tell me earlier? If he had known they were from a Yu family, he could have coaxed the girl and sold all the food in the 2 big pots. Yushui Lian pulled her daughter aside. Chi Qiao, how did you tell she's from a Yu family in He County? Chi Qiao clapped her hands. That old lady just now said they came from the capital, and they're on the same boat as the Yu family. They got off at our dock. Besides the Yu family in He County, who else could they be? Yushui Lian couldn't help but admire her daughter's cleverness. She had heard people talk and just enjoyed listening, but she didn't expect her daughter to understand so much from their words. Yu Sanlang, who was quite sharp himself, now had 3 helpers. After leaving his stall, he ran around gathering information like a mudfish. On the way back after closing the stall, he told his family about the Yu family in He County. Their family's official position is probably gone now. He just returned from mourning, and soon after, someone exposed a secret. Now his official job has been taken away. His wife and daughter, who didn't plan to come back, couldn't stay in the city, so they packed up to leave. 3rd brother and 4th brother, stay away from her in the future. She's not easy to get along with. Qi Bao and Mao Dan sat on a cart, while Yushui Lian and Aunt Chen each held a handle and pushed it forward. Yu Sanlang and San Mao Zi each helped push the cart. That kind of troublemaker? I don't bother with her. San Mao Zi chuckled. Are you afraid of her? Since San Mao Zi joined the Yu family, Yu Sanlang felt that this old brother-in-arms, once close, now seemed annoying. Laugh all you want. I'm not afraid of her. That evening, old Yu heard about this and surprisingly gave San Mao Zi a piece of cake, making him very happy. The Zhang family's life wasn't too hard, but because Wang Shi was frugal, they only cooked enough food, never too much. No one in the family cared much for Wang Shi, except her own son, San Mao Zi, who felt sorry for her. He had to endure eating less himself so Wang Shi could eat more. Later, Zhang Debang told Wang Shi to cook less since San Mao Zi couldn't eat much anyway. Because of this, San Mao Zi grew up rarely eating full meals, almost obsessed with food. Sure enough, Qi Bao was right. Grandpa is cold on the outside but warm inside, and he doesn't show his feelings well. Zhao Lianzhou also talked about something from the county. Yuan Jun's shipment in Liangzhou had problems. Not only was everything lost, but they also had to pay double compensation. Things might get really complicated now. Qi Bao held her bowl and asked, doesn't their family have officials? Why are there problems they can't solve? Zhao Lianzhou never ignored her questions just because she was young. Instead, she explained carefully, their foundation is in He County. Basically, the only reliable person in the family is Yuan Hai. Yuan Hai got his current position thanks to his father-in-law. Now that he's returning home for mourning, his position has been taken away. Rumor has it his father-in-law is also in trouble. The incident happened in Liangzhou. When the local power isn't strong enough, the bigger forces tend to dominate, so it's probably because the other side is stronger. Qi Bao quickly told her brothers. Did you hear that? When the mountain collapses, the people run. You have to be strong yourself. Being capable is the real way to succeed. Yes. Old Yu was very pleased with his granddaughter's words. All of you should listen to your sister. Don't rely on others or take crooked paths. Relying on yourself honestly is the right way. Zhao Lianzhou gently patted his young daughter's head and said, "This batch of goods was handled by you and June. Now, the compensation needs to come from the public funds, but both the second and third houses are unwilling. They've been arguing fiercely these days. In Yu's family in Hexian, your second house earned the money, but our fourth house can't even smell the money. Now you've lost, and you want all of us to share the loss. Big nephew, you're an official. You can't handle things so unfairly." The fourth lady was the first to express her dissatisfaction. Why is that? They all come from the same family line, but her two sons are treated like servants by the second house. Her youngest son died mysteriously, and she wasn't even allowed to ask questions. He was buried quietly, without explanation. Thinking of her late son, her heart ached terribly. Mrs. Yu from the third house, clutching her handkerchief, said, "Big brother, this business was opposed by our father from the start. It was second brother who insisted on doing it. Now that something went wrong, everyone is asked to share the blame. Isn't that a bit unfair?" Old Master Yu from the third house sat quietly like a meditating monk, seemingly lost in thought. He didn't seem to hear the younger generation's arguments. Second young Lady Lin from the second house was unhappy. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Second master is working hard outside for whom? It's all for our family. If Big Brother hadn't supported him, and if second master hadn't worked so hard in business, I wonder where third sister-in-law got the money to support her concubines and children." The fourth lady sneered. "This family is run by your second house. The ancestral property is in your hands. Now you're saying this is for us? Aren't you ashamed?" Yao from the third house chimed in. "Fourth aunt, you're right. We can't just take all the benefits while you two houses don't even get a say." Old Lady Yu from the second house slammed her hand on the table. "You don't like it? Then let's just split the family." The fourth lady's heart trembled. She curled her lips and glanced at Old Master Yu, who remained silent. She took a deep breath, held her head high, and shouted, "Fine, split if you want. But before that, we share the family estate. Don't bully us or our orphan mother too much." Old Lady Yu was so angry her chest heaved. She looked at Old Master Yu and asked, "Third brother, what do you think?" Old Master Yu spoke calmly. "Second sister-in-law, don't argue with the younger generation. Fourth sister-in-law, you should also calm down.
We are all one family.
We can't write two different characters for the Yu family. Second brother's body is still warm, and you're already talking about splitting the family. Isn't that embarrassing for our Hexian lineage?" When Old Master Yu spoke, the fourth lady fell silent. Old Lady Yu felt a tightness in her chest, uncomfortable and frustrated. This third brother often uses this trick, pretending to be a good person, which makes his two sons less liked by others. Yuan Hai glanced at everyone and said, "This business was indeed proposed by the second brother at first, but Uncle also disagreed. The second brother did this to bring in more income for the family. He didn't want this to happen. Here's an idea. Let the main family take 70%, and the remaining 30% come from the public funds. What do you think?" The fourth wife leaned back and said, "My husband is gone, and my sons are not capable. You've all finished talking, so what can I do? Maybe I am just unlucky. Relying on others to live, being able to get a meal, is already good. I shouldn't expect more." She covered her mouth and started crying, cursing the fourth lord for being useless and gone early, leaving her a widow and orphaned, vulnerable to others' bullying. She also scolded her younger son for being disobedient, trusting others' words, which led to his early death. The second old lady's face turned pale with anger, furious at the fourth wife's indirect insults. Yuan Hai rubbed his temples and said, "Fourth aunt, don't cry now. Everywhere people are watching us and the county branch. The people in Foam County are waiting to see our family make a mistake. At this critical moment, our family should unite and get through this tough time. We must not cause internal conflict and become a joke. The fourth wife wiped her tears and said, "Big nephew, your words make it seem like fourth aunt is unreasonable. But honestly, can you ask yourself why Wenbiao died? We can't just let this go, right?" Yuan Hai replied seriously, "From now on, the children of the fourth house will have the same opportunities as those in the main house, studying, pursuing official careers, or doing business. Our main house will support them. How do you feel about that, fourth aunt?" The fourth wife forced a smile and said, "With big nephew's words, I feel reassured. It's not that fourth aunt is unreasonable, but our fourth house is too small, and it's hard." The second old lady returned to her courtyard, unable to contain her anger, and asked her son, "Why did you agree to her demands? What kind of person is she?" "You don't know, but I've dealt with her all my life. I know exactly what kind of person she is." In the main courtyard, there were only mother and sons. Yuan Hai saw there were no outsiders and then told his mother and younger brother, "Mother, uncle probably has other plans. This family will split sooner or later. If we bring the fourth house into our fold, it will make dividing the family easier." The second old lady calmed down a bit after hearing this, realizing her son's words made sense. Once the family is divided, how can that lowly person from the fourth house compete with us? Seeing his mother was less angry, Yuan Jun then talked about the business in Liangzhou. That deal was almost settled, but unexpectedly, someone cut in and took it away. Not only that, they also damaged our goods. My daughter, my eldest son, I always feel that since our father's passing, life at home has become more difficult. Should we find someone to take a look? The two elderly ladies and Yuan Hai both fell silent. After a long while, Yuan Hai slowly said, "Yes, it's time to find someone to check." The second elderly lady also felt that things at home were becoming unsettled. Not to mention the mysterious deaths of the second old master and Yuan Biao. Later, her eldest son returned home for mourning and was caught in a scandal, and her younger son's business also faced problems. Meanwhile, the third and fourth houses were stirring with trouble. The whole family was hardly at peace. The He County lineage was starting to decline, and Qi Bao naturally noticed this. They used sneaky methods to take away people's luck, but now that their plans were broken, backlash was inevitable. To prevent the He County's desperate actions, Qi Bao arranged for her brothers to set up a feng shui formation to protect the family and keep evil spirits away. Keep these with you at all times, especially grandpa and eldest brother. They often go out and might encounter danger, so be careful. Qi Bao handed out protective charms she had drawn to her family. Except for San Maozi, everyone was used to it. San Maozi held the charm as if remembering something. "Qi Bao, the charms I gave to the villagers back then, were they also drawn by you?" Qi Bao hushed him. "Don't tell anyone." Grandpa said not to let outsiders know about this. San Maozi patted his chest. "Brother understands." "Qi Bao, Qi Bao," Anshin called from the yard gate. Qi Bao hurried outside. "Second aunt, I'm here." Anshin grabbed Qi Bao and took her away. "Come on, let's visit second aunt's house. Fourth brother, if your mother is at home, tell her to come and sit with us too." At the end of February, the dock was gradually freezing over, and ships stopped running. Yu Shui Lian's business also paused. These days, she was busy at home preparing clothes for the children for the new year. When Qi Bao arrived at Aunt Chen's house, she learned that there were guests. "Oh, it's Qi Bao." An older woman sitting in the yard was stirring a fire in a brazier. Seeing Aunt Chen carrying Qi Bao inside, she smiled and greeted. "Hello, Aunt Tian." Qi Bao recognized the woman as Aunt Chen's sister-in-law, Tian. Aunt Chen explained to her own sister-in-law, "Sister Shui Lian is very busy. No one is watching the children. I brought her here." Qi Bao, sit farther away, next to Sister Feng. "Don't let sparks splash on you." Qi Bao thought to herself, "Clearly it was you who carried me here, so why does it seem like I have no one watching me? Do I need someone to look after me?" She turned her head to the shy Fenger. "Fenger, cousin." Aunt Chen brought out a handful of peanuts and a few steamed buns, placing them near the fire pit to roast. A gentle winter breeze blew. making the smoke from the fire pit a bit strong and smoky. Half-closed eyes, Aunt Tian called out to Chen Huar, Chen Chen's daughter. Huar, go with your cousin to gather some firewood. The roots burn with lots of smoke and it's quite smelly. Chen Huar, 14 years old, a year older than Yu Dalong, has a slightly darker skin tone, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and quick, diligent hands and feet. She often plays with Qi Bao. She came out of the house and pinched Qi Bao's chubby little face. Qi Bao, do you want to go with us? Aunt Chen hugged Qi Bao at her arms. You can stay here. It's windy today. Don't let Qi Bao's nose run from the cold. Reluctantly, Chen Huar carried a large basket and went out with her cousin Feng. The two girls walked away, and Aunt Tian put the peeled peanuts into Qi Bao's hand. Then she spoke. Little niece, Feng is your maternal cousin and has been raised with you. She's obedient and well-behaved. Feng is about the same age as your brother Tao, and they've known each other since they were young. Our families aren't strangers. I'm just a bit bold to bring her along. What do you think about this marriage proposal? Aunt Chen lowered her head and pinched Qi Bao's chubby little hand. Big sister-in-law, I also like Feng. She's my maternal cousin, so I trust her. But I need to ask her father about this. If you don't mind, I'll get back to you in a little while. Qi Bao immediately understood what Aunt Chen wanted her for. She quietly sat in Aunt Chen's arms, eating peanuts and listening to the two women discuss marriage. Aunt Tian was not very happy with her younger sister-in-law's attitude. She had already brought her daughter over, so shouldn't her sister-in-law agree easily? She wanted to say more, but Yushui Lian arrived with San Maozi. Oh, Sister Tian is here. I hope I didn't disturb you, Yushui Lian said with a smile, carrying a basket. Aunt Chen took the basket. Not at all. My maternal sister-in-law and niece are here. I thought your cooking skills are good, so I wanted to ask you to help prepare 2 dishes. I was also worried about bothering you. Yushui Lian rolled up her sleeves. No trouble at all. Winter days are slow, so I've got nothing to do anyway. Since their families were close and often visited, Yushui Lian was very familiar with the Chen family, easily entering the house to boil water and cook. San Maozi followed behind, helping with fire and washing vegetables, working diligently. Annie Tian clicked her tongue and said, This kid is quite clever. Honestly, in the old Yu family, not a single one is sneaky or lazy. Each one is capable. By the way, Sister Shui Lian, your eldest son should be talking about marriage soon, right? Yushui Lian hurriedly peeled winter melon skin. Honestly, Sister Tian, we have many children, and right now we don't have enough money to arrange a marriage for Daliang. Maybe in a couple of years. Annie Tian nodded. That's fine. It's good to wait and see. When the children are a bit older, it won't be too late. Although Annie Tian's family and Panlong village are over 10 miles apart, they had heard about Yu's family buying the 3rd Maotu. After all, in a dozen villages, any unusual news spreads quickly, just a matter of how fast. The 3 Maotu, who was tending the fire, paused. Did he affect his older brother's marriage? Yushui Lian moved quickly, with help from second sister Chen and Auntie Tian. Soon, they prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Since Auntie Tian rarely came, second sister Chen was generous and let Yushui Lian stew a chicken. Just as the meal was served, before Qi Bao could call someone, Chen Tao returned with his brother Mao Dan. He entered first, and his sister Chen Huar and Feng followed behind, carrying firewood. Wow, it smells so good. What delicious food did you make today? Chen Huar asked with a smile, setting down the firewood on the steps. Qi Bao also thought it smelled wonderful. Her mother's cooking skills were excellent. She licked her lips and said, Winter melon with chicken. Her eyes fell on Feng. Qi Bao saw her frowning slightly while watching Chen Tao, seeming a bit unhappy. Following her gaze, Qi Bao saw Chen Tao, who had been working in the fields today, still barefoot with muddy feet that hadn't been washed. There was even a leech on his ankle. Qi Bao exclaimed, Big brother Tao, why didn't you wash your feet? What if a leech sucks your blood? Chen Tao looked down and noticed the leech on his ankle. It's no big deal, he said casually, using his sickle to flick the leech into the fire. Feng looked more displeased at his carefree attitude. Qi Bao also frowned. This didn't seem like someone preparing for a marriage proposal. She had never talked about marriage herself, and her brothers hadn't either. But she had seen young people in the village court each other. Girls usually look shy, but Fanger's expression was different. She looked like she already had someone she liked.
Kibao looked at Fanger carefully.
Her eyes were bright, and her brows showed happiness. She clearly had someone in mind. But she wondered if Annie Tian knew about this. Qibao, time to eat, Yushui Lian called her daughter. It wasn't good for her to keep staring so openly. Eat. Eat. Anchen greeted the distracted Fanger, whom she still liked quite a bit from her family. In rural families, there are no strict rules about gender roles. Today, Chen Urge was not at home, and there were no elders, so everyone, adults and children, sat together at one table. Chen Tao was unaware of the romantic plans for the day. He playfully handed Chen Huar a chicken bone. Here, I give you a chicken bone as a gift, Chen Huar angrily said. Mom, look at him. Mao Er was upset. Big brother, what are you doing? I like chicken bones too. Why won't you give me one? Anchen picked up her chopsticks and tapped the table. Eat your food. Usually, the three children behaved like this, and she didn't mind. But today, with her sister-in-law speaking and Fanger sitting there, seeing her son act so unruly, she felt her face heat up. The boy was really out of line. Chen Tao was confused by his mother's sudden anger. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. He even made funny faces at Mao Er, which made Fanger feel more uncomfortable. Qibao watched everyone's expressions quietly and kept eating, without saying a word. In the afternoon, Aunt Tian's sister-in-law was preparing to leave. Aunt Chen hugged Qibao and took her to the village entrance. Second sister-in-law, you saw that boy, he's still like a child. As a mother, I feel a bit embarrassed to say this. Let's hold off on this matter for now. When his father comes back, we can discuss it. We'll give you an answer in the first month of the new year. What do you think? If it had been before, Aunt Tian might have thought Aunt Chen was avoiding the issue. But just now at the table, she saw her daughter looked unhappy. Chen Tao was indeed acting a bit childish, so she no longer felt as urgent about it. All right, I'll also talk to my older brother when I go back. If we're going to marry, it shouldn't cause any unhappiness later, right? Exactly. Aunt Chen smiled warmly as she saw her sister-in-law off. Seeing that Tian and her daughter disappeared from view, she quickly asked Qibao. Qibao, can you tell second auntie if Fanger and Tao Ji's marriage will happen? Qibao fiddled with her fingers, feeling a bit hesitant. That. It probably won't work out. Aunt Chen's heart skipped a beat. Why not? She actually liked Fanger very much. She was pretty, diligent, obedient, and her own niece from her family. The reason for delaying was because Qibao said the marriage should be discussed 3 years later. That's why she hadn't made a quick decision with Tian. Otherwise, if Tian had spoken today, she might have decided right away. Qibao looked more troubled. Second auntie, Grandpa said that gossiping about other families' affairs isn't good. Aunt Chen lowered her voice and said, Qibao, what's our relationship? You quietly tell second aunt that I don't even want second uncle to find out about this. Qibao hesitated for a while and sighed. Sister Fanger. She has someone she likes. What? Second sister-in-law's face turned pale. Fanger has someone she likes? Who is it? Qibao pinched her fingers and said, I don't know exactly who it is, but I am sure that person is a relative from Aunt Tian's family. Second sister-in-law's face darkened. Fanger is entangled with people from the Tian family, and she also looks down on her son? During the meal earlier, Fanger didn't like Chen Tao's appearance, and she saw it clearly. Now thinking about it, it seems Fanger has someone in her heart. Knowing the Tian family's plans, she probably looks down on her son on purpose. Seeing second sister-in-law upset, Qibao comforted her. Second aunt, don't worry. Brother Tao's future wife will be very good. She had already guessed who Fanger liked, but to avoid causing jealousy, she decided not to say. Anyway, soon second sister-in-law would find out. Second sister-in-law forced a smile and said, Qibao, don't tell anyone about this today, okay? It's too embarrassing. Clearly, Fanger has someone she likes, yet she still comes to criticize her son. Any mother would feel upset about that. Qibao nodded firmly. Second aunt, don't worry. I won't tell anyone, not even my mother. Qibao truly didn't tell anyone after going home. San Maozi pulled Qibao aside and whispered, Qibao, was Fonger's sister and brother Tao looking at each other at noon? Qibao was surprised. Don't talk nonsense, San Maozi chuckled. You don't even need to say. Brother has seen a lot. Tells second aunt later that Fonger doesn't like brother Tao, so she shouldn't go looking for trouble. Qibao was surprised. Who told you Fonger doesn't like brother Tao? San Maozi scoffed. Her eyes are full of dissatisfaction. Today, even if brother Tao had muddy legs or wore gold, she wouldn't like him. Qibao was amazed at San Maozi's sharp observation. Thinking carefully, San Maozi is often bullied and pushed around at home, so he must have learned to read people's expressions. It's quite sad. Zhao Lianzhou also noticed San Maozi's keen perception. The main household is controlled by old Yu, but he doesn't interfere much with how the children are raised. Zhao Lianzhou makes most decisions. He is gentle and young, and with the children, he feels more like a brother than a father. Shirling follows Sanlang and the others to learn how to recognize characters and read books. If you don't understand something, ask Qibao. Remember to memorize everything you need to. San Mao was surprisingly excited. Father, do you want me to read books? Yu Sanlang snorted nearby. What's so fun about reading? When you have to recite texts, you'll understand the pain. Zhao Lianzhou grabbed a book and tapped Yu Sanlang's head. No matter if you take exams or not in the future, you must read these books. Xiling is younger than you and started learning later. If he can do it, you should too. Just wait and see how I deal with you. In his eyes, Yu Sanlang was the most talented in reading, but for some reason, he disliked studying and even looked down on scholars. Yu Sanlang held his head with a sad face. Father, you said before that you wouldn't force me to study. Zhao Lianzhou sighed. That was before. Xiling just came home recently and doesn't know the family situation. Don't you know, Sanlang, if you don't work hard, others will bully you. You should understand this, right? Yu Sanlang's heart tightened. He remembered the tricks played on the beams and the things dug out from the ancestral grave. Clenching his fists, he decided he couldn't waste any more time. San Mao longed to read and was full of determination. He wanted to be better than Zhang Biao. He was full of energy every day, studying with Qibao, which made Yu Sanlang pick up his books again. As the new year approached, Qian Sani learned that Yu's family had another son. He sent some cloth and food as a gift to celebrate the new addition. Zhao Lianzhou knew he was deliberately making friends with their family. Anyway, Qian Dejuan was already gone, so he was happy to accept Qian Sani's kindness. Yu Shui Lian discussed with old Yu. Father, the family earned some money at the end of the year. It's enough to get through the year. If there's no need for cloth, we can save it for you and the children to make 2 sets of clothes. Old Yu hesitated. The family savings are less than 10 taels of silver. In spring, Qibao's father will spend money on his studies. I also want to send Dewang to learn a craft. Qibao is still young. If she gets sick or has a fever, we can't afford to buy medicine or see a doctor. We need to keep some money for emergencies. Qibao sat next to her grandfather. Grandpa, I am sick. Second brother gave me medicine. Old Yu waved his hand. No, that won't do. Second brother just started learning. What if he makes a mistake and hurts someone? Qibao trusted second brother. Grandpa, you should have confidence in second brother. He's doing very well. Just the other day, he gave medicine to Grandma Nai when she had a headache. Qiqiao tilted her little head and said, well, Grandma Zhu doesn't want to spend money on a doctor, so she asked second brother to find some medicine to take. Second brother followed the recipe and got some medicine. There were 2 ingredients we couldn't make, so he replaced them with other medicines. Anyway, Grandma Zhu said second brother's medicine works very well. She said next time she gets sick, she'll go see second brother again. Old Yu hurriedly got up to find Yu Erling. No, that's not okay. He hasn't even touched her skin. How can he go see patients? If something goes wrong, he's just a kid. How can he take responsibility? Old Yu went to the backyard and found Yu Erlang preparing herbs. He sternly told him not to treat patients anymore. Yu Erlang was an honest boy. After being scolded by old Yu, he immediately stopped thinking about seeing patients and started studying medical books. He didn't dare to prescribe medicine anymore. Old Yu secretly sighed to Zhao Lianzhou. Erlang has a good talent for medicine. He should be sent to a medical school. If he keeps studying on his own, without practice, it won't be a good way. Zhao Lianzhou thought, after the new year, I'll ask around in the city. If possible, we can send Erlang there to apprentice. But he's still young, and the city is far away. He's a gentle boy, not very bold. I'm not very assured. Old Yu also thought the same. The father and son discussed it, and decided to keep Yu Erlang at home. He would first prepare herbs himself and learn, then go out to learn skills when he's older. Yu Shualian finally decided to make clothes for each of the children. Kids grow fast, and their clothes can't be worn anymore. Even if they alter them, they need new cotton inside. Sanling, come learn to cut fabric. Silaling, learn to sew. Yu Shualian didn't think boys shouldn't do these things. Everyone in the family except her and Qiqiao was a boy. How long could she do everything alone? Didn't you see that Delang and Erlang could sew socks and mend clothes by themselves? When Sanmao put on his new clothes, tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. Is this for me? Qiqiao was speechless. Fourth brother, you've asked the same thing several times? Since mother started cutting fabric, she said it was for you. Why do you keep asking? This winter, Yu Shualian had free time and was busy making clothes for Sanmao because he didn't even have an inner shirt. She fixed and altered clothes for Delang and Erlang, even asking second sister Chen for help, to make sure Sanmao had 2 sets of clothes he could change and wash. Sanmao cried, but I've never worn new clothes before. His clothes have always been hand-me-downs from Zhang Biao and Zhang Ying, and they are so torn that they barely hold together. The better clothes were taken by Zhang Biao's aunt, so he always ends up with worn-out, ragged clothes after a long circle. San Maozi touches his new clothes, crying louder and louder, then suddenly kneels and bows his head to Yu Shualian. Yu Shualian is startled and quickly tries to help him up. Silang, what are you doing? Get up quickly, San Maozi sobs loudly. Mother, I've grown up. I will be good and respectful to you, Dad and Grandpa. I promise. I promise I won't let anyone look down on our Yu family. All right, get up now. Yu Shualian wipes his face. I believe in you. You've always been a good child. Qi Bao also hurriedly persuades him. Fourth brother, we are family. Please don't keep acting like this. Yes, family. San Maozi feels like his heart is soaking in honey. The worry of being chased away when he first came to Yu's family and feeling unsure gradually disappears under the love of the family. He becomes more confident and cheerful. On the 28th day of the last month of the lunar year, there was the final big market in Tongjiang town. Every year at this time, the entire Yu family goes to the market. Children love going to the market because it's lively and full of festive atmosphere. Today, many people are at the market, and the Yu family draws special attention. Many families don't want to bring their children to town, but the Yu family not only brought their children but also all the family members, big and small. Few families in the village spoil their children like the Yu family does. Carrying the whole family, going to the market to beg for the new year. Granny Wang sneers as she passes by. Since it's the last big market of the year, many people go to town. Granny Wang also took her 2 grandsons. Qi Bao glances at her, noticing her hair is completely white and her spirit seems much worse than before. Old Yu and the village chief walk and chat without paying attention to this side. Zhao Lianzhou and Yu Shualian are younger and don't argue with her. But Yu Sanling has no such worries.
What?
You're worried about bringing 2 kids to beg? Someone buried halfway in the ground and still going to beg. Aren't you afraid of dying at the big market and bringing bad luck? San Maozi agrees. Exactly, it's the new year. That's bad luck enough. Granny Wang trembles with anger. Little brat, serves your parents right for selling you. You're truly part of a family of outcasts. She has lost 2 sons and a grandson, and now she can't stand hearing the word, death. Qi Bao looked at the sturdy boy and the dog brothers she was holding. She said, Grandma Wang, you better watch the children carefully when you go out. Don't let anyone take them away. Grandma Wang spat and said, You careless girl, I wouldn't lose my grandson even if you lost my granddaughter. Seeing she wouldn't listen, Qi Bao glanced at her little grandson, the dog, and decided not to say anything more. Qi Bao, Yu Shualian picked her up. There's no need to argue with people. Aren't you tired? Today, Granny Yin from the village chief's house didn't bring her grandson. She patted her basket and said, Qibao, come. Auntie will carry you. Qibao smiled politely and said, No need, Auntie. I can walk by myself. Mom, put me down. I can walk on my own. Yu Shui Lian didn't put her down. You're still small and have a long way to go. It's too tiring. Mom will carry you for a while. Granny Yin looked at the adorable Qibao and, for some reason, looked worried. She said, It would be so nice if my girl Wanner had a child like Qibao. Qibao perked up her ears and listened carefully to Granny Yin talking about Zhao Wanner. In early spring, she heard some rumors about Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner was the young girl of the village chief's family. She married in another town and hadn't had children after 3 years of marriage. Every time she returned home, the atmosphere at the village chief's house was not good, and even the children there didn't dare to come out and play with Qibao. Yu Shui Lian advised, This isn't something to rush. When I married Qibao's father, there was no news for years either. You know that, Granny. Grandma Wang said, People say I can't have children. They talk about me outside all the time. But later, I had Qibao. It shows that children and parents are destined to be together. When the time is right, it will happen. Qibao hugged her mother's neck and said seriously, Yes, my parents didn't have children because they were waiting for me. Granny Yin smiled, but her smile seemed a little forced. But her family is different from Qibao's father, she said. Yu Shui Lian had never had children, but no one dared to say anything. First, there was old Yu, who protected her fiercely, and second, Zhao Lianzhou, the man, who wouldn't let anyone speak badly of his wife. The villagers said Yu Shui Lian probably couldn't have children. Zhao Lianzhou took the lead and said that when he was young, his health was poor and he was taking medicine to improve his fertility. Later, when Yu Shui Lian had a child, he said he had recovered. But his health was still not good. Having Qibao was already a blessing, and he didn't expect more. In other words, it wasn't that Yu Shui Lian couldn't have children, it was that his body was not strong enough. Mrs. Yin often privately complained to the village chief, saying, You know, Zhao Sanwei used to look so timid and helpless, but after getting married, he really takes good care of his wife. Look at the kind of people you chose for your daughter. What are they like? They suffer and work hard, and when our girl needs to see a doctor, she has to do it secretly. Why are people so lowly and humble? Mrs. Yin thought that her daughter hadn't come home for Laba Festival, and with only 2 days until the new year, she probably wouldn't come back. She wondered how the girl was doing, and thought maybe her brothers should go visit her later. The group talked as they quickly reached Tongjiang town. The town, the dock, and the roads were busy because it was the last big market of the year. People from nearby villages came to shop, making the market very crowded. Zhao Lianzhou held Qibao and said, Sanleng, Sileng, follow De Wang and Erlang. Don't run around and be careful not to get lost in the crowd. Okay, the children replied, looking around eagerly. This place was much livelier than the dock, with shouting vendors and the smell of food everywhere. Qibao sniffed and suddenly felt hungry again, even after what she ate this morning. Old Yu called his family, saying, Let's go buy some things first, then we'll eat at the old Locust Tree restaurant. Chenair's family also joined, and everyone, adults and children, waited to gather under the old Locust Tree after shopping. Qibao's hair was all messed up from being squeezed. Just as they sat down, she saw the village chief's young son looking frantic, as if he was searching for someone. Old Yu saw him too and asked, Second boy, who are you looking for? The village chief's second son replied, Uncle Yu, Mam Wang's dog is missing. Have you seen it? Zhao Sanling snorted. Serves her right. She's supposed to watch her kid, but she scolds others and meddles. Now look, the child is really gone. Yu Shualian gently tapped his head and said, What are you saying? She's not a good person, but losing a child is a serious matter. Old Yu also disliked children being lost and turned to Qibao, asking, Where did it happen? Qibao pinched her fingers and said, Heading south, just past the street entrance, with an old lady in a red flower jacket. Old Yu quickly stood up and said to the village chief's young son, Second boy, let's go find her. I'll come with you. De Wang also hurried to his feet and followed. That's how villagers are. No matter how big their grudges, when something serious happens, they help. Especially when it comes to children being kidnapped or lost. Old you couldn't stand to see children go missing. In front of a shop selling sesame oil, Granny Wong was crying, tears and mucus flying everywhere. My little dog, where did you run off to? Come back, I'll buy you a bun. She cried and scolded her eldest grandson nearby. You careless boy, I only turned my back for a moment. How could you not watch your younger brother? Aunt Yun comforted her. Doggie's grandma, please stop crying. The villagers are helping to look for him. The market is small. We will find him soon. Granny Wong held Aunt Yun's hand tightly. Big sister, you must help me. Both my sons are gone, and I only have these 2 grandchildren left. Nothing should happen to them again. Her 2 sons and her eldest grandson all died at the quarry, but later, compensation was paid. Her eldest daughter-in-law, he, was fine and stayed at the Zhao family to care for her children. The second daughter-in-law, Wu Xiufang, took the money and ran back to her family, abandoning her 2 sons. He focused on her own children and didn't care about Zhao Erju's 2 boys. Granny Wong struggled to hold her 2 grandchildren. She had planned to take them out for the new year to have some fun. But suddenly, the children disappeared. Aunt Yun thought to herself, it's because Granny Wong was biased and harsh when she was young, especially towards Zhao Sanhua. Now she's getting her comeuppance, but seeing her so old and crying so pitifully, she couldn't say anything more. She could only whisper comforting words to 2 other village women. It was cold on the ground, and Granny Wong kept hiccuping from crying. Aunt Yun and the other 2 women helped her to the restaurant under the old locust tree. The owner of the restaurant was from Fuhu village, and everyone in the village looked out for each other. Chen Er's wife saw Granny Wong staggering and hurried to help. The owner's wife brought over a bowl of hot soup topped with scallions. Grandma Wong, drink some hot soup quickly. Don't worry, with so many of us, we'll find Doggy soon. Granny Wong wiped her nose, her hands and feet numb from the cold, and took a sip of the hot soup to calm down. When she looked up, she saw Zhao Lianzhou at the next table feeding Qibao, which made her feel uncomfortable. How did their brains grow? Her nephew is lost, and she's not helping to find him, but still has time to feed her spoiled brat. She thought bitterly, I was too soft-hearted back then. I should have abandoned her when she was born, so I wouldn't have to watch her suffer now. Qibao didn't want to eat anymore, but her father kept feeding her. She had her mouth full of food, like a chubby squirrel, unable to speak. Zhao Lianzhou ignored Granny Wong and wiped Qibao's mouth, then tried to get her to drink some soup. Chi sometimes feels strange. Her father doesn't seem to treat Wang Posey like his own mother. He neither hates nor loves her, just indifferent like a stranger. Maybe this is what they call the deepest sadness. Losing all hope. Second sister Chen couldn't stand it. Aunt Wong, you're wrong. When people hear that the dog is missing, Uncle Yu and Big Brother go to find him. Brother Zhao and Sister Water Lotus also bring a few children. Surely, they wouldn't neglect their own kids just to find the dog. 2 other women nearby also advised Wang Posey. Yes, Aunt Wong, you know Uncle Yu's temper. He's already gone to look for the dog for you. That shows he's doing his best. Wang Posey, feeling awkward and stubborn, refused to admit her mistake and covered her face, crying non-stop. After about half an hour, Old Yu and the village chief returned with the dog. Wang Posey rushed forward and slapped him twice. You useless thing. Just like your dead mother, you're trying to make your wife angry to death, aren't you? The dog, now scared, cried out. Grandma, don't hit me. I won't dare do it again. Wang Posey, angry and anxious, couldn't hold back her temper. She grabbed the dog and slapped his butt several times. Only after Yun Dajian and others persuaded her did she stop. Chi saw that his mouth was shiny with oil, probably fed something tasty to distract him. The village chief said impatiently, "This kid really is careless." When we found him, he was munching on an oil cake, saying he wanted to go to a feast with someone. Yun Dajian asked the dog, "You don't even know them, so why do you want to go to the feast with them?" The dog wiped his tears with his sleeve. She said she's from the same village as my grandma, and she's having a big birthday celebration. My mother is busy, so she asked me to go with her. Annie, My mother's been gone to her family's house for a long time. It's New Year now, why hasn't she come back? Daejeon and some village women felt a pang of sadness. Kids without mothers are the most pitiful, especially when Wang Pozi is impatient with children. It shows that the brothers, Dogzi and his brother, are in a tough situation. Wang Pozi scolded. That wicked woman took your father's hard-earned money and doesn't want you to anymore. Why are you still thinking about her? If you want to think about your mother, go find her. I'm too lazy to take care of you. Chi-Chi quietly asked Yu Water Lotus. Mom, why does Dogzi's mother not want him and his brother? Yu Water Lotus sighed, unsure how to explain to her daughter. But Yu Sanling said nearby, it's probably because they're not clean. Their mother doesn't want them. He looked at San Maozi as he said this. San Maozi quickly raised his hand. I wash myself well. Look, my nails are clean. Before, San Maozi was not well behaved, but after coming to Yu's house, his older brothers gradually helped him change. Someone couldn't help but ask old Yu, Uncle Yu, how do you know that the dog was taken to the South Street corner? Old Yu looked at his granddaughter and said, I was just guessing. Today there are many people, so someone probably kidnapped a child. Going out from the South Street is easiest, and it's close to the dock. Once on a boat, you can't find anyone. The kidnapper would definitely take this route. The village chief nodded and said, thanks to Uncle Yu's careful thinking. Sister Wang, you should thank Brother Yu this time. Otherwise, we might not have found the dog. Mrs. Wang turned her head away and hugged the dog, not saying anything. Old Yu didn't expect her to be grateful. He didn't have much relationship with her, just worried about the child being kidnapped. Madame Yun's eyes flickered as she looked at Qi Bao. She remembered that on the way here, Qi Bao had warned Mrs. Wang to watch the dog carefully. Could it be that this little kid saw something? Old Yu's family didn't get along with Mrs.
Wang.
He quickly finished his bowl of noodles and called his daughter and son-in-law to take the children back to the village. As soon as he left, Mrs. Wang couldn't stay long and took her 2 grandsons away. Madame Yun and the village chief stayed at the inn, waiting for their son and daughter-in-law. The innkeeper was free now and sat next to Madame Yun, talking. Madame Yun, I want to ask you something. Madame Yun was still thinking about Qi Bao. Huh? What is it? The innkeeper leaned in and whispered, Old Uncle Yu's little granddaughter. Does she see things or have some special knowledge? Madame Yun was surprised. Why do you ask that? The innkeeper looked around, seeing no one else in the shop. Earlier, your second son said the dog was missing. Old Uncle Yu asked the little kid where the dog was taken. Guess what the kid said? Though she was a bit busy then, she paid close attention when she heard the child was missing. When Old Yu asked Qi Bao, she noticed that Qi Bao didn't hesitate and said the dog was taken to the South Street. The woman who took the dog was dressed differently, which surprised her. At first, she thought the child was just talking nonsense. But when the village chief and others brought the dog back and said the kidnapper was an old woman wearing a red flower jacket, the innkeeper was unsettled. That was exactly what Qi Bao had said. Madame Yun was stunned after hearing this. She wondered how they managed to find the child so easily. Turns out it was Qi Bao's idea. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I haven't heard of this child having any special abilities. In front of outsiders, Aunt Yun hesitated and didn't tell anyone about Qi Bao. On the way back, she couldn't help but speak to the village chief. Old Yu, do you think there's something special about Qi Bao from the Yu family? The village chief, carrying New Year goods and sweating heavily, leaned against a stone to rest. Why are you suddenly thinking about this? Since no one else was around, Aunt Yun shared her suspicions. Do you remember that stone quarry incident? She asked, recalling past events. Old Yu told us not to go, saying he heard in the city that the quarry wasn't safe. Old Yu is very experienced and comes from a wealthy family, so we trusted him and didn't go. But many people from Fuhu village went, and only Zhang Dali was hurt. Do you know why? The village chief wiped his sweat. Isn't it because the talisman that San Maozi gave us worked? He didn't really believe in that. He thought it was just a coincidence. Aunt Yun slapped her thigh. Old Yu, think about it. San Maozi is just a little kid, not well-loved at home. Where would he get a talisman? I believe, probably, Qi Bao gave it to him. Really? The village chief hesitated. Qi Bao is only about 3 years old, barely more than 3. How could she understand anything? Aunt Yun disagreed. Come on. Isn't there a fairy reincarnate, born with special powers? Look at how lively Chi Bao is, the village chief muttered. Her parents are naturally good-looking. Aunt Yun patted his arm. Tell me, whose child in the village is as clever as Chi Bao? I heard from Shirtu that although Chi Bao is the youngest and started school late, many kids in her class are not as smart as her. Shirtu, the village chief's grandson, also studies at the academy. He's not particularly talented, but he's diligent. The village chief hopes this grandson will succeed and change their family's fortune. The village chief was surprised. Really? She's that smart? Absolutely. Aunt Yun nodded. It's a pity she's not a boy. The village chief sighed. Aunt Yun didn't mind. What's the big deal? Shui Lian is only in her early 20s, still young. They say flowers bloom first, and then bear fruit. Why can't she have children? The village chief agreed, thinking the same. So, what do you want to say about all this? Aunt Yun lowered her voice. Old you, it's because Wanner hasn't come back yet. I was thinking after the new year, when Wanner returns, we can let Chi Bao take a look and see what might be wrong. The village chief frowned. This can't be happening. Most likely, there's something wrong with his health. He should see a doctor. What's the use of believing in all these superstitions? Aunt Yun was displeased. Seeing a doctor? Juan has seen plenty of doctors already. Forget it. When Juan comes back for the new year, I'll take her to Lao Yu's house and let Chi Bao have a look. People say children can see things others can't. Maybe Chi Bao still has some fairy aura left, which is why he sees so many strange things. Chi Bao, who was being watched by Aunt Yun, had no idea. He was happily playing a game with his two brothers in the grain-drying yard. Fourth brother, you're cheating, Chi Bao shouted, hands on his hips. They say you need to count to 10 to find someone, but you didn't even wait that long and already peeked at our hiding spots. In the countryside, children from the age of 3 have little free time. They have to help their parents with chores. Only around the new year, when winter is slow and there's no work, do the kids get to play freely for a few days. Mao Dan, standing beside Chi Bao, echoed, Exactly, you peeked. Little dog, San Maozi, looking serious, argued, I really didn't peek. It's your fault for hiding badly. Your feet are sticking out, and you're saying I peeked? And you, with your butt exposed, covering your eyes, what are you hiding? If I can't find it, then I must be blind, he added confidently. The children didn't think they did poorly. They believed San Maozi was just cheating. Soon they started arguing loudly. Yu Sanlang, holding a dry grass stalk, stood up and said, What are you all arguing about? Playing hide and seek at this age. Aren't you a bit childish? Chi Bao looked at her older brother. Then what should we play? Yu Sanlang, arms behind his back, held his head high. Of course, we're playing war. I'll be the general and you'll be the soldiers. Chi Bao wanted to say she was the strategist with a fan. But before she could speak, the children grew restless. Why should you be the general? Generals are 9-foot-tall men with big beards. You're just a pale scholar. Yeah, you're too short to be a general. Then I'll be emperor, San Maozi suddenly chimed in. Get lost. The general hadn't even been decided, and he already wanted to be emperor. San Maozi, someone from afar called nervously. The children all turned around and saw Wang Shi standing nearby, looking worriedly at San Maozi. San Maozi threw down his bamboo stick. Forget it, I'm not playing anymore. I'm going home. My mother is waiting for me to eat. He grabbed Chi Bao's hand and headed toward the Yu family's house. Wang Shi followed behind, choking back tears. San Maozi, do you really not recognize me as your mother? Little Maizi did not turn back and said, Your eldest son is at home. I also have a mother. Madam, please don't mistakenly think I am your son. Mrs. Wang reached out, ready to hit her. Yu Sanling looked at her coldly and said, Auntie, that is my younger brother. It has nothing to do with you. Mrs. Wang paused, watching the distant figure of little Maizi walk away. She slowly squatted down and cried. She had just looked at the child and noticed he seemed a bit chubbier, with more flesh on his face and a taller height. He was dressed very cleanly, with a new padded jacket, and played happily with the Yu siblings, without any sense of unfamiliarity. The happiness and joy on the child's face were genuine. It seemed the Yu family treated him very well.
Her mood was very complicated.
Seeing little Maisie doing so well, she should feel happy, but she also secretly hoped he wouldn't be so happy. If he was not doing well, would he think of her, his biological mother, and want to come back? Qibao held little Maisie's hand and said, "Fourth brother, don't be sad. Things will get better and better." Little Maisie said indifferently, "What does that have to do with me? I'm not sad at all." Qibao didn't believe it. Who wouldn't love their mother? If her mother was unhappy, she would also feel very sad. Little Maisie truly wasn't sad. His feelings of kinship and motherly love for Mrs. Wang had faded over the years, until now they were completely gone. The three siblings returned home. Yu Dalong and Old Yu were making rice cakes in the yard. Yu Shuilian was busy wrapping rice balls. Qibao pointed at the white glutinous rice flour and asked, "Mother, what kind of filling are we making this year?" Yu Shuilian touched her forehead and said, "Of course, sesame paste." Qibao pouted, "Can't we make meat filling?" Yu Shuilian smiled and said, "You, child, we haven't forgotten about meat. We are thinking about eating meat too." Old Yu pinched his beard but said that the family never neglected the children when it came to food. According to him, eating well was important for health and growth. Saving on food now meant that if the children were weak or sick in the future, it would be hard to make up for it. They couldn't have meat every day, but at least a few times a month, the children could enjoy some meat, which was much better than most families in the village. Qibao wasn't really craving meat. She just wanted to try a different filling and taste something new. Zhao Lianzhou came out of the house and said, "Sanling, Siling, let's go to the back mountain. See if your grandpa's trap caught anything." Originally, Yu Sanlang and San Maozi, who were sitting by the Yu Shui lotus making rice balls, suddenly rushed over, each holding Zhao Lianzhou's arm, ready to go to the back mountain. "Me too." Qibao hurriedly tried to get off the stool, but her mother held her down. "Don't go, today's cold, and it's New Year's. Don't catch a cold, listen to me." Qibao wanted to say she wouldn't get sick. "Oh, everyone's here." Granny Yin came over carrying a basket, watching Zhao Lianzhou and his sons happily heading to the back mountain. "I think Silang has gained a lot of weight since being at the Zhang family. No matter what, your family really has some good children." Yu Shui Lian smiled but didn't join in the talk. Whether the Zhang family treats Sen Maozi well or not, she shouldn't say these things. Granny Yin gently held Qibao in her arms and whispered, "I know you don't like gossip and I shouldn't say this, but today I saw Sen Maozi. No, we should say Silang, and I just couldn't help but want to share a little with you." Qibao's eyes darted around. "Aunt Yun, what's wrong with my fourth brother? Hurry up, tell me." Her mother didn't like hearing it, but she loved listening. Granny Yun leaned close to Qibao's little face. "You little thing, what do you know? I heard that the other day, Zhang Dali beat up Zhang Ying and Zhang Biao very badly." Qibao asked curiously, "Huh? Isn't Zhang Biao seriously ill? Why would his father still hit him? And Wang sure isn't the best stepmother either. Why didn't she stop it?" Granny Yin curled her lips in disdain. "That's right, they should be beaten. Those siblings stole all the money to give to Zhang Biao's grandma. Zhang Ying even wanted to steal the money Zhang Dali was going to sell San Maozi for, but Zhang Dali caught him. Turns out, those two siblings had stolen almost all the money." Yu Shui Lian and Qibao's eyes widened in shock. What are they thinking? That's their own family's money. Qibao muttered, "Have they gone crazy?" Granny Yin also felt that this family was all out of their minds, unable to tell right from wrong. People say stepmothers are cruel, but the Zhang family was so poor. If Wang Shi hadn't had a birthmark on her face, would she have married into that family? Over the years, she treated Zhang Ying and Zhang Biao more like her own children, even selling her own son for them. These two secretly did such things. Now, everyone in the village knows that the Zhang family raised two ungrateful children.
Qibao sighed.
Heaven's punishment can be forgiven, but self-inflicted trouble is deadly. Granny Yun chuckled. "Look at this child, just like a little adult." Grandma Yun accompanied the mother and daughter as they packed 2 baskets of rice balls before heading home. Zhao Lianzhou came in carrying a wild chicken and asked, "What is Grandma Yun here for?" Yu Shualian tidied up the items on the table and said, "Nothing special, just came to chat." Qibao held a small sticky rice ball in her hand and said, "She has something to say, but she's too shy to speak." The couple was momentarily surprised. Yu Shualian asked Qibao, "What does she want?" Qibao sighed deeply and replied, "It's the heart of parents everywhere. It's all for their children." As the sky darkened, the village was filled with joyful sounds of play, especially lively at the Yu family's home. Yu Dalong was grown up now and no longer teased his younger siblings. Yu Erling, though not very talkative, was happy today and played happily with his brothers and sisters. For the first time, Third Mao experienced the joy of the new year. In previous years, Zhang Dali took Zhang Biao and Zhang Ying to have dinner with the Zhang family. He had to stay busy helping Wang Shi, waiting until they finished eating to pick up any leftover food. There wasn't much to begin with. The Yu family was different. Old Yu sat by the stove, tending the fire. Shualian cooked dishes. Zhao Lianzhou helped Yu Dalong and Yu Erlang set the table with plates and chopsticks. Third Lang and his younger sister Qi Bao occasionally peeled garlic, chopped scallions, ran errands, or fetched firewood. Everyone was busy. Outside, the cold air was intense, but inside the courtyard, the aroma of food filled the air, creating a warm and happy atmosphere. Dinner is ready. With Shualian's call, the children began to come to the table one by one. Old Yu sat at the head of the table and said, "It's New Year's, and you're all a year older now. You need to learn to be sensible. As brothers, you should act like brothers and not cause trouble for the family. Remember that?" "Got it." The children replied in unison. Old Yu took out small red envelopes from his pocket and gave one to each child. Then Zhao Lianzhou also handed each child one. The children took theirs and tucked them into their pockets. Third Mao looked around, then turned and handed his to Shualian. Everyone looked at him. Third Mao hesitated and said, "Auntie, shouldn't the red envelopes be for the elders to keep? Fourth brother, you keep it." "We don't care about those things." Qi Bao, leaning on Grandpa's shoulder, tried to reach for the dishes on the table. Old Yu placed a chicken leg into Qi Bao's bowl and said, "Your sister is right.
Keep it.
It's yours now." Third Mao still insisted on giving his red envelope to Shualian. He had already caused enough trouble for the Yu family. He wouldn't take money from elders anymore. Third Ling looked at him and said, "Brother, are you trying to break our family rules?" The third son suddenly shivered and realized that if he paid the money, would his three brothers also pay? This really made people angry. Zhao Lianzhou smiled and said, "Keep the money. Our family doesn't have the habit of giving children New Year's money. Save it yourself. You can buy whatever you want in the future." The third son nodded softly, turning his head with tears flickering in his eyes. "Eat your meal," Qi Bao shouted, holding up his chopsticks. The family's New Year's dinner was warm and lively. But this warmth wasn't common everywhere. In Fuhu village, Zhang's family was not lively at all. Instead, it was very quiet. In previous years, Uncle Zhang would host the family reunion, and the brothers would celebrate together. This year, Uncle Zhang's wife didn't like Zhang Biao and Zhang Ying, and she was especially unhappy with her younger brother Zhang Dan. "I told you before, if you want to invite his family over, you handle the New Year's dinner yourself. Don't say I didn't give you face." Uncle Zhang was silent. He was also very disappointed in his younger brother Zhang Dan. Is money really that important? He was even willing to sell his own son, which became a joke in the 10-mile radius, making him lose face outside. When Zhang Dan saw it was getting dark and his older brother's family didn't come to invite him, he knew his brother didn't plan to celebrate together. "Why are you just standing there? Not eating for New Year's?" He yelled angrily at Wang Shi and Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying glared at Wang Shi. "I'm talking about you, ugly. If you don't cook, who'll do it for you?" Zhang Dan tapped his cane and cursed, "You too, you little brat. Learn to steal like others. Tighten up your skin. If there's a next time, I'll beat you to death." Zhang Ying trembled and dared not speak again. She followed Wang Shi to the kitchen. Since selling the third son, Wang Shi had become more silent, like an invisible person at home. Zhang Dan's temper was getting worse. Even Zhang Biao, who was usually the most loved, was sometimes scolded. The family atmosphere was becoming more and more gloomy. Zhang Ying secretly complained to Zhang Biao. They say selling that worthless kid was unkind. I think it was actually a good deal for that brat. Recently, she saw the third son wearing new clothes and felt very uncomfortable inside. Zhang Biao looked grim. He's now part of someone else's family. Why are you still mentioning him? Are you trying to bring bad luck on yourself? Zhang Ying felt even more wronged. Her grandmother and aunt no longer cared about them. Her father's temper was getting worse, and she was doing many chores herself. In winter, the river water was so cold. Her father still forced her to wash clothes. Usually, the third son did these chores, but now they all fell on her. As night deepened, the village was surrounded by cold air, but cheerful laughter kept breaking through. The new year naturally meant staying up all night. Old Master Yu held a book, sitting at the table reading. Yu Erling also sat opposite him, reading medical books, occasionally feeling his pulse, or checking on Yu Sanlang and the others. Yu Dalong sat beside him, flipping through a travel journal with great interest, a gift from Qi Bao. As for Yu Sanlang and San Maozi, they sat by the fire pit, cracking peanuts one by one, waiting for the shells to pop and then blowing off the ash to eat. Qi Bao played with them for a while, but found it boring. Seeing that her parents weren't around, she went out to find them. No one was in their room. No one was in the kitchen either. She walked to the backyard and suddenly stopped. Under the soft, silvery moonlight, her father held her mother's hand, walking slowly step by step. Suddenly, he picked up her mother and spun her around, causing her to gasp in surprise. "What are you doing?" Yu Shualian gently tapped Zhao Lianzhou's shoulder. "The kids are grown up now. It's embarrassing if others see." Zhao Lianzhou hugged her waist.
"So what if they see?"
"We work hard all year round, and we're not allowed to be close for a while." Yu Shualian's head rested on his shoulder. "Husband, we'll always be like this, a happy family together, right?" Zhao Lianzhou's chin rested on his wife's head. "Yes, we will. Qi Bao changed our house's feng shui, so our days will only get better from now on." Qi Bao sat with her hands supporting her chin, watching her parents' leisurely figures under the moonlight, feeling so happy she almost burst with joy. Yes, their family would definitely get better and better. On the first day of the new year, before dawn, Yu Shualian woke Qi Bao up. "Qi Bao, get up quickly. Today, you can't sleep in." Qi Bao twisted her small body, turned over, and kept sleeping. Since staying up late last night, she just couldn't get up now. Yu Shualian, while helping her dress, muttered, "On the first day of the new year, you can't sleep late, or our fields will collapse from sleeping too much." Qi Bao didn't believe that at all. She squinted and muttered, "If it collapses, I'll just glue it back together." Suddenly, a cold cloth was pressed against her face, making Qi Bao shiver and wake up instantly. She opened her eyes to see her father sitting on the bed, holding a cloth and smiling at her.
"Dad."
Qi Bao shouted angrily.
"Dad, that's too much." Yu Shualian couldn't help but scold him. Such a cold cloth on the kid's face. What if she gets scared? Zhao Lianzhou quickly helped her put on her shoes and socks, then carried her on his shoulder and ran outside. Yu Shualian shouted from behind, "Don't go crazy with her. You haven't even combed your hair yet." Qi Bao sat on her father's shoulders, feeling the cool morning air, and her bad mood from waking up disappeared. "Haha, Dad, run faster." The newly awakened Yu Sanlang and San Maozi chased after him, their happiness spreading quickly. From far away, you could hear the cheerful sounds of children playing. At this moment, Granny Yin arrived. It was still early, and the Yu family was surprised to see Granny Yin coming so early. Granny Yin pulled Yu Shualian aside. "Shualian, I really have no choice. I had to come to your house. It's the new year, and I came to your door. I feel really sorry about that." Yu Shualian saw her eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying. "Granny Yin, what's wrong?" Granny Yin held back her sadness. I want to ask your second brother to come to my house and check on someone's health." Yu Shualian was surprised. "Who is sick?" "Granny, you know that my second brother is just learning. Is it okay to ask him to see someone?" Granny Yin looked worried. "I know, but I really have no other choice." It's not good to bother others during the new year. That's why I came to ask your second brother. Please don't blame him. I hope you can help for my sake. Olju was about to go out and chat with someone when he saw this. Second brother, just go with your aunt. It's the new year. No need to carry the medicine box. If it can be treated, we'll prepare medicine and send it over. Granny Yin was very grateful. Thank you so much, brother Yu. Second brother Yu carried a basket with his usual tools. Old Yu didn't want him to treat anyone, but many elderly women in the village didn't want to see a doctor. They secretly asked second brother Yu for prescriptions to treat minor issues. Over time, everyone in the village knew that second brother Yu could diagnose and treat illnesses. When Granny Yin was about to leave, she glanced at Qi Bao and couldn't help but say, Shui Lian, why don't you bring Qi Bao to my house for a visit? Shui Lian didn't understand her intentions and thought she was worried someone might find out about their illness, so she used Qi Bao as a cover. Okay, I'll just comb her hair and then go. In the countryside, New Year's celebrations weren't as lively as in the city. Elderly men and women sat together by the fire, chatting, while women talked about family matters. As for the children, they naturally ran around the village playing wildly. Yu Sanlang and a few other children had already gone out early to find friends to play with. Yu Shui Lian took Qi Bao to the village chief's house. Seeing the tense atmosphere there, she initially thought it was because someone in the family was sick and unhappy during the new year. Water Lotus girl, come quickly to warm yourself by the fire. The village chief's eldest daughter-in-law pulled Yu Water Lotus into the yard to sit. Okay, when Yu Water Lotus and Qi Bao went inside, Yu Erlang was giving someone a checkup. The village chief sat under the eaves at a table, looking gloomy. His two sons, one kneeling and one standing, also looked worried. Yu Water Lotus asked the village chief's eldest daughter-in-law, sister-in-law, who was sick at home, Water Lotus, come here for a moment. Granny Yin called Yu Water Lotus from the doorway. Yu Water Lotus felt a bit confused, but still carried Qi Bao over. What's wrong, Granny? Granny Yin pulled Yu Water Lotus aside to the kitchen. Before she could speak, her eyes turned red, and tears started to fall. Water Lotus, today is the first day of the new year. I feel bad asking you all for help with these things. Yu Water Lotus hurriedly comforted her. Granny, we're all from the same village. You and Uncle have helped my family a lot. There's no need to feel bad. What's really going on? Granny Yin wiped her tears. It's because of my unworthy daughter. Last night, she was driven back from Shangba village. Yu Water Lotus was surprised. Is it sister one who's sick? Granny Yin nodded. Yes. You know how cold it was last night. That reckless girl didn't say a word when she came back, just curled up at the kitchen door. If Stone hadn't gotten up to pee, we wouldn't have known. You don't understand. Her body was so cold, almost frozen. If no one had found her, she might have frozen to death. Yu Water Lotus felt sad hearing this. Zhao Wanner is 2 years older than her and married 3 years ago, but they have no children yet. In this world, women who can't have children have a hard life. Zhao Wanner, who has no children, has an even tougher time. Qi Bao was angry too. How can their family be like this? It's the new year, can't they wait until after the new year to do this? Granny Yin scolded. Exactly. Even a 3-year-old understands. How can old Li's family be so cruel? It's like they want to bully my girl to death. Qi Bao took Granny Yin's hand. Auntie, we can't just let this go. If they ruin our new year, we won't let them get away with it. Granny Yin cried even more, feeling that Qi Bao's words touched her deeply. Just then, the eldest daughter-in-law, who had just arrived, heard Qi Bao and said, Yes, mother. If the Li family doesn't do anything on the first day, we won't do anything on the 15th either. After so many years of marriage, my little sister-in-law has been taking care of the elders and looking after the younger ones. She gets up early and works hard. She hasn't made any big mistakes, but she's suffered a lot. They've done such a thing. Aren't they just trying to shame our Zhao family? Yu Water Lotus tugged at Qi Bao. Madam, sister-in-law, the little girl doesn't understand things and is talking nonsense. We should discuss this with Uncle first and not act rashly. Aunt Yin nodded, feeling angry but knowing that action should follow proper rules and careful planning. Water Lotus, your sister one used to be good friends with you. Can you take Qi Bao to visit her? During the new year, it's awkward for Aunt Yun to ask someone to visit a sick person. Yu Water Lotus looked at Chi Bao and said, "Let's go see your Aunt Wan." Inside, second Uncle Yu had already finished examining Zhao Wan. Aunt Wan is overworked and exhausted. Recently, cold air entered her body, which made her very sick. Even with medicine, she needs good rest. She shouldn't touch cold water or do heavy work, and her diet should be nourishing. Hearing this, Aunt Yun realized that the cold wasn't just from last night. "What's been going on with you lately?" she asked. Zhao Wan covered her face and cried, "It's almost New Year. I've been washing clothes and bedding for the family, all in cold river water for days. When I got home, I had to clean everywhere. My mother-in-law wouldn't let me heat water, and I wasn't feeling well these days." Aunt Yun understood that her daughter had to wash by the river, which explained the cold air affecting her. Chi Bao, standing nearby, softly asked, "Aunt Wan, are they still not giving you food?" Zhao Wan's cheekbones were high, her eye sockets sunken, and her lips colorless. She looked extremely thin, almost skin and bones. Even though Chi Bao couldn't diagnose, she could tell Zhao Wan was very weak. Zhao Wan turned her head away, tears sliding down her face. Aunt Yun sat beside her and patted her shoulder. "I'm asking you, speak up," Zhao Wan sniffled. "My mother-in-law says I'm just a hen that doesn't lay eggs. Eating is a waste, and I only get one meal a day, not enough. Yesterday, I was cooking at home when I suddenly blacked out and fell. They were afraid I'd die at home and bring bad luck, so they sent me back to my parents' house." Hearing this, Aunt Yun's anger flared. That wicked old woman. She has a daughter herself. How can she treat someone else's daughter so badly? The eldest daughter-in-law also got angry. "Mother, we can't just let this go. That woman from the Li family is trying to force our girl to die. You can't treat people like this. If this gets out, who would respect our Zhao family?" Aunt Yun wiped her tears. "Go, you tell your father, and ask a few elders from the village to come and discuss this. Li's family won't get a good outcome." The village chief's eldest daughter-in-law went to speak with the village chief. Yu Erling also went home to fetch medicine. Old Lady Yun held Yu Shualian's hand. "Shualian, I need to ask you something." Yu Shualian quickly replied, "Grandma, just tell me what it is. Since we're from the same village, everyone helps each other when needed." Old Lady Yun then looked at Chi Bao. "Chi Bao, can you help your Aunt Wan see if she can have children in the future?" Yu Shualian's face changed slightly. Chi Bao can see people's luck, but her family keeps it a secret. "Grandma, Chi Bao is just a child. She's still learning. It's okay. It doesn't matter if she's right or wrong. Just think of me as someone who has no other options and needs someone to talk to." Old Lady Yin looked at Chi Bao with hope. Chi Bao walked to the bed, carefully examined Zhao Waner, and asked about her birth date. "Auntie is blessed with good fortune. In the future, she will have a harmonious marriage and many children. You don't need to worry too much, Auntie. But her marriage isn't in sight yet, so she still needs to rest and take care of her health." Old Lady Yin didn't know if Chi Bao's words were true, but she felt a bit more at ease. If your Annie has children in the future, it means she can still have babies. Why hasn't she had any yet? Chi Bao blinked her big eyes. You might have heard the saying, people with good fortune don't enter unlucky doors. Auntie, Wana left the Li family, and her days will get better. But after she left, life in the Li family might become difficult. Hearing this, Old Lady Yin felt much better and quickly made a decision. This marriage was broken off, but not in the way the Li family hoped. On the way back, Yu Shualian asked Chi Bao, "Was everything you said just now true? Will Auntie Wana really have children?" Chi Bao nodded slightly. "Yes, she has a strong family luck. In the future, her children will be so many she won't want to take care of them all." Yu Shualian muttered to herself, "I hope so." She had suffered from not having children and just wished Zhao Waner could escape her hardship soon. That afternoon, the village chief gathered some elders and a few talkative women from the village, including Yu Lao Tu and Zhao Lianzhou. They were all invited to discuss. According to Old Lady Yun's wishes, she even wanted to bring Chi Bao along. The village chief dismissed this idea. "We're going to talk about breaking the marriage. Bringing a little kid along isn't a big deal. Besides, Chi Bao is Uncle Yu's precious child. With so many eyes around, what if something happens? On the second day of the Lunar New Year, all the young wives in the village had gone back to their parents' homes. The daughter-in-law of the village chief didn't come back this year. She went to support her younger sister, Zhaowan. Qibao sat by the fire pit, her face flushed from the heat. Hey, why didn't I come along? She really wanted to join the fun. Yu Shualian smiled and said, "You're just nosy and love to cause trouble. Adults are busy with chores. What would you do there?" Yu Sanlang and San Mao came out wearing new clothes. "Come on, Qibao, let's go play." Qibao looked at her brothers calmly. "You two have been showing off your new clothes all day yesterday. Are you still not tired of it?" During New Year, families usually make new clothes for children, but these are often old clothes refashioned by adults or clothes made from leftover fabric for small children. In families like Yu's, everyone wears new clothes from head to toe. Few can afford that, mainly because they don't want to spend the money. Yu Sanlang carried a bamboo sword made by Grandpa Yu at his waist. "Isn't that for when we go to Fuhu village?" San Mao also carried a similar sword. "Exactly, we need to visit Zhao Duofu's house and show him our swords." Qibao thought her brothers were so childish. "Wait a moment, mother, put on that new hairpin for me." Zhao Lianzhou was skilled at making hairpins and hair accessories for his wife and daughter. Just then, Third Master Qian sent over a piece of silk, and he used leftover fabric to make Qibao a pink hair ornament, which she loved very much. "If you want to show off when going out, you need good gear." "Second brother, are you going out?" Qibao asked Yu Erlang, who was drying herbs. Yu Erlang waved his hand. "No, I'm staying to study the herbs." Yesterday, after seeing Zhaowan for a checkup, he looked through medical books for similar illnesses to see if he had missed anything or if the treatments matched the symptoms. Big brother Yu had already stopped playing with Qibao and the others. He went to town with some village boys. The three siblings, dressed in new clothes and carrying their swords, proudly wandered around the village, attracting a few children to join them. Zhao Duofu was at the door, holding a small wooden stick, dreaming of becoming a general. When he saw the three siblings and some children passing by, he was excited. Yu Samlang drew his sword. "Zhao Duofu, watch this general's sword." Zhao Duofu was about to scoff, but he was already captivated by the sword. Grandpa Yu came from a wealthy family. The sword he made for his grandson was no small bamboo piece. It had a handle, engraved with cloud patterns, and the words, "Supreme Sword," carved on it. Qibao took ink and traced the characters. Below the sword handle, there are 3 tassels made from reed fibers, with a proud and impressive appearance, clearly indicating a fine sword. Zhao Duofu's eyes turn red with jealousy. "Third brother, can I touch it?" Zhao Duofu looks envious, and a few children behind him also stare longingly. Who doesn't like toys like swords? Yu Samling holds the sword and says, "This is my general's sword. As long as the sword is with me, there's no reason to take it off." Zhao Duofu pleads, "Just a quick touch, please." Meanwhile, a few girls gather around Qibao. "Qibao, who bought this flower for you?" "It's so pretty." "Pretty, right?" Qibao happily replies, "My dad made it for me." The girls are even more jealous. All dads are great, but Qibao's father not only looks good, but is also very skillful and caring. "Qibao, can you bring me one?" "I want one too." When the 3 siblings leave Zhao Duofu's house, Qibao notices that Yu Sanling's sword is missing. "Third brother, where's your sword?" "Sold it." "How much did you get?" 5 coins. The 3 tassels show with a finger. Qibao sighs. "You sold it for just." Before he finishes, they hear scolding and crying from children nearby. "That little rascal, giving you New Year's money and you waste it? Just a small bamboo slip and you give 5 coins? Why don't you let him come to our house to steal?" Zhao Duofu cries. "It's not a bamboo slip. It's a sword, a real sword." The siblings exchange looks and run away quickly. Fuhu village is the territory of the 3 tassels. On the way, many women and elderly greet him. "Oh, it's the 3 tassels. No, it should be called fourth brother now. Look at this new outfit, such fine fabric, truly good material." Some busybodies even reach out to pull on the 3 tassels' clothes, trying to see if they are fancy outside and worn out inside. But unexpectedly, inside, they are also well-dressed. These 3 tassels really are lucky, the 3 tassels proudly say. Of course, my parents and grandparents all love children. Today is a sunny day, and everyone in the village is outside basking in the sun. People gossip about the Yu family, saying they truly treat their children well, even better than their own parents. Passing by, Zhang Ying can't help but ask, "You're doing so well. Why did you come back?" He glanced at Zhang Ying and said, "Wow, still wearing last year's old clothes. TSK. Your grandma and auntie aren't much better. They took the money, but didn't even bother to buy you new clothes." A few elderly women in the village looked at Zhang Ying as if she were a fool. She gave her grandma her heart and soul, but now that she has money, she won't even give her a thread. That ungrateful troublemaker. Whoever marries her in the future will be doomed. That's right. Her younger brother isn't any good either. They can't even get along with their own brother. I think he's read so many books he's lost his mind. Zhang Ying trembled with anger. Just wait. With your bad temper, the Yujia family will sell you off as a servant someday. Qibao was upset. My family won't do that. My brothers are all the same. Nothing like your family. San Mao rubbed his stomach. Sigh, I think I'm a little hungry. What should we eat for lunch? Yu Sanling cooperated perfectly. Mother said we're having lamb soup today. Maybe we should go home early. Qibao said nearby. I don't want lamb soup. I want chicken. San Mao licked his lips. Chicken works too. By the way, that chicken Dad cooked the other night was so tender and juicy. Really delicious. Let's go home and eat. The 3 siblings finished bragging and left proudly amid the envy and jealousy of the villagers. Zhang Ying was so angry her chest hurt. When she got home, the stove was cold, and her anger grew even more. Ugly girl, are you not cooking anymore? Sitting under the eaves basking in the sun, Zhang Dali scolded, You're so grown up, with hands and feet, but you don't cook? Who's going to take care of things? Zhang Ying felt that ever since her father sold San Mao, his temper had worsened day by day. Why would a stepmother not cook? Wang Shi timidly said, The farm work isn't finished yet, and I haven't finished washing the clothes either. Wait a little longer. I'll finish, and then cook. Zhang Ying cursed, I knew your evil stepmother heart was poisonous. You're trying to starve the children and keep all the family property for yourself, right? Wang Shi carried her hoe and forced a smile. My own? Do I even have one? Shut up. Zhang Dali grabbed a broom nearby and threw it at Zhang Ying. Hurry up and cook. You've got no manners at all. With someone like Wang Shi as a stepmother, how could anyone be satisfied? He was too embarrassed to speak in the village. This reckless girl just didn't understand. What a disaster. How did she end up with such an unthinking troublemaker? Qibao and her siblings didn't go home to eat either. A few children gathered by the creek. Some brought rice, others stole cured meat, and some had brought radishes and sweet potatoes. Chi-Chi brought the small pot used by second brother to boil medicine. Yu Sanling and a few children lit a fire and cooked food, holding a feast by the creek. Along the way, Yu Shui Lian also brought some cakes for the children. Chi-Chi, your mother is really kind. If it were my mother, I wouldn't mind being beaten if she sent food over. Chi-Chi proudly held a small bamboo bowl and said, Of course, my mother is the best. The children agreed with this. Zhao Lianzhou and Yu Shui Lian, this couple, are like a breath of fresh air among the village parents. They never scold children loudly and always speak kindly and reasonably. The only grumpy old man Yu is, whenever he goes out, he also brings treats for the children, making many kids envious. Zhao Lianzhou and his group returned only as it was getting dark. The village chief invited everyone to his house for a meal. Everyone declined, saying it was the new year and they didn't want to bother, better to go home. Yu Shui Lian held Chi-Chi and sat beside him. What did he say? The village chief specifically called Zhao Lianzhou because he is a learned man and can help write official documents. Zhao Lianzhou rubbed his forehead and sighed. What else can I say? The new year is so chaotic. The Leaf family has become a joke, but Uncle Ming's family isn't much better. Today, they even invited 2 officials to write the divorce papers, and Zhao Wan's dowry was also retrieved. From now on, the 2 families are completely enemies. Yu Shui Lian sighed. I heard that the Li family ancestors were scholars and they were also in business. They thought their family was doing well, so the village chief was willing to marry one to them. But who knew, despite their good wealth, their character is poor. No matter how much resentment there is, it's not right to send someone back home on the third day of the new year. Zhao Lianzhou agreed. Exactly. What they did was very unfair. Even people in the village think the Li family is too ruthless. Chi-Chi interrupted. Dad, did their family add someone? Zhao Lianzhou looked up at his daughter. Why do you ask? He really didn't know if they had added a new family member, since he's an outsider, and wouldn't go around checking. Yushui Lian held Chi-Chi and said, I'll go to Uncle Ming's house. When Yushui Lian arrived at the village chief's house, she shared Chi-Chi's suspicion. The village chief's eldest daughter-in-law suddenly asked the village chief's younger daughter-in-law, Do you remember? When we went to their kitchen to smash things, there was a young wife hiding inside. She looked very young and unfamiliar, not seeming like a relative of the Li family at all. The younger daughter-in-law suddenly remembered and said, That's right. I was thinking I hadn't seen this woman before. I even looked at her a few more times. Zhao Wana has been married into the Li family for many years. Everyone knows which relatives they have contact with, but no one has ever seen this woman before. Aunt Yun quickly asked Zhao Wana, That young woman from the Li family, what kind of relative is she? Zhao Wana's face turned pale. She's not a proper relative. Dun was out doing business and said that woman looked pitiful begging for food, so he brought her home. Aunt Yun immediately became angry, pointing at her daughter and scolding, You're so naive. They brought someone into the house, and you think they're just helping a poor person? I wondered why they suddenly wanted to send her away, so they found someone, Qi Bao muttered. That woman has a child. Hearing this, Aunt Yun and her daughter were stunned. What? She is a child. Aunt Yun quickly went outside to ask her second daughter-in-law, You, from the second household. Do you think that woman's figure looks suspicious? The daughter-in-law thought carefully and said, Oh, my mother, that doesn't seem right. That woman looks like she might be pregnant. Aunt Yun slapped her thigh in anger. How could the Li family be so mean? This can't just be ignored. Yushui Lian sighed silently. Her daughter's words were full of problems that needed fixing. On the way back, she couldn't help but ask her daughter, Qi Bao, didn't you say Auntie Wana would have a child? Qi Bao nodded. Yes. Yushui Lian hesitated and asked, If Auntie Wana can have a baby and Dian from the Li family already has a child, why did they not have children together all those years? After asking, she immediately regretted it. Her daughter was only 3 years old. How could she talk about having children? Besides, she and Zhao Lianzhou had no issues. They took years to have a child, which showed that sometimes having a baby depends on fate. Qi Bao didn't understand about having children. This is strange. I need to look at Den's face to know. The two villages were far apart, so she had no chance to see Den's face. But no matter how far, Aunt Yun's anger couldn't be stopped. The next day, she brought several fierce sisters-in-law and daughters-in-law and stormed into the Li family with a fierce look, accusing the ancestors of the Li family and even alleging that Diane had a secret affair and secretly raised a child with someone else. They shouted from the top of the dam to the end of the village, and everyone knew what was going on. It just happened to be the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, when many married girls returned home and visitors came to pay respects. By the end of the day, the whole Feng County knew about it. The Li family felt ashamed, but thinking of the soon-to-arrive grandson, they had to swallow their anger. Yu's family has no relatives to visit, so Zhao Lianzhou takes his wife and children to the city to pay New Year greetings to Mr. Zhua. After leaving the Zhua family, they happen to meet Third Master Qian. Third Master Qian is very friendly and insists on inviting Zhao Lianzhou's family to his home. Unable to refuse his kindness, the family goes to Qian's house. Fortunately, during the New Year, many families have guests, so Third Master Qian doesn't return to his ancestral home, but hosts the Qi Bao family in his private courtyard. Third Master Qian's youngest son, Hutu, is already over half a year old and will turn 1 in spring. He looks healthy, chubby, and energetic, with no sign of being born prematurely. Mrs. Qian likes Qi Bao very much. Come, let Hutu also share Qi Bao's good luck and see if he can learn to read in the future. Qi Bao nervously holds the chubby Hutu in her arms, with the older sibling holding the younger one, making the adults around laugh happily. Qibao feels nervous. Huda pulls her hair and presses his face against hers, even drooling on her face. Mother, I can't hold him anymore. Yu Shualian quickly takes Huda from her. Little gentleman is so smart. He will surely be a scholar in the future. Mrs. Qian is happy. I hope your words bring good luck. I wish Hutu can be as clever as Qibao someday. Third Master Qian invites Zhao Lianzhou to the study for a chat, leaving only 2 women and children in the room. Mrs. Qian then says to Yu Shualian, on the 2nd day of the new year, I went back to my parents' house. Guess what I heard? Qibao eagerly pricks up her ears to listen carefully. Mrs. Qian's family is from He County, so what she says must be related to the Yu family there. Sure enough, Mrs. Qian begins. On New Year's Eve, some young men from He County were celebrating, drinking a bit, and then went to set off firecrackers. But somehow, the firecrackers exploded and injured a young boy from the 3rd house. I heard both his eyes were damaged. It looks like he's done for. Yu Shualian sighs. I always said playing with firecrackers in the city isn't a good idea. Look, now something's happened. Mrs. Qian agrees. Exactly. My family doesn't allow firecrackers anymore. When that scoundrel was around, he caused a lot of trouble with them. It kept everyone awake all night. This year, maybe because of Qian Dejuan's death or some other reason, no one in the family talks about setting off firecrackers. Mrs. Qian is happy to have peace. But that's not all, she continues. His family has an aunt who married into Huai River area, and her husband is a high-ranking official. Isn't it funny? Just at the end of the year, something also happened. On New Year's Eve, a big trouble broke out. The day before yesterday, Auntie brought her children back, crying and asking Yuan Hai for help. But he was like a clay figure crossing a river. What could he really do? Mrs. Qian handed her sleepy son to the nursemaid nearby and instinctively looked at Qibao, who was quietly eating some snacks. She always felt that things with the Yu family in He County were not so simple. They used to be very powerful, but since the 2nd master died, the family has been full of problems. Could it be true, as others say, that the Yu family in He County borrowed luck from the Feng County Yu family? Now, perhaps it's time to pay it back? Qibao was obediently eating her snack and listening to the adults talk. She secretly thought, after doing so many bad things to the Yu family in He County, did they think it would just end there? But it's not that easy. There must be someone behind the scenes planning everything. Qibao hadn't yet figured out who this mastermind was, and she felt uneasy about it. Sigh. She still needed to train harder. Mother. Mrs. Qian was talking with Yu Shualian when a pretty young girl entered and bowed to both women. Mrs. Qian waved her over and introduced her to Yu Shualian and Qibao. This is my eldest daughter, Yuan Xiao. She's 14 this year. Qibao smiled and greeted Yuan Xiao. Hello, Sister Yuan Xiao. Hello, little sister. Yuan Xiao had seen Qibao before. She was a bit shy. After greeting Yu Shualian, she sat quietly to the side, without saying a word. Mrs. Qian continued talking with Yu Shualian. Everyone says if you're talented, you won't worry about growing up. But when a girl gets older, worries come too. Marriage and such, parents always worry about it. Hearing this, Qibao understood why Mrs. Qian called Yuan Xiao over. She wanted her to take a look. Thinking about her own children, Yu Shualian nodded deeply, feeling the same. Yes, parents never stop worrying, not even for a day. A servant girl came over and said, Madam, 3rd master said the young master from the Wu family is here. He wants you to go to the front hall and sit together. Yuan Xiao lowered her head even more when she heard about the Wu family young master. Qibao saw her ears turn slightly red. Yu Shualian was about to stand up and leave when she heard the servant say, 3rd master also said that Lady Yu isn't a stranger. Why not bring the young lady along to sit together? Mrs. Qian reached out and picked up Qibao. Little sister, these aren't outsiders. Today is just a family gathering. Don't be shy. At this point, Yu Shualian couldn't refuse any longer. Luckily, Zhao Lianzhou was also present and Qibao was still young, so there was no need to hide things too much. In the front hall, Zhao Lianzhou was talking to Mr. Qian. Cheng Wang is also a scholar. Why not discuss with Uncle Zhao? Mr. Qian suggested. Zhao Lianzhou smiled and asked Wu Chengwang what books he had read. After some questions and answers, Wu Chengwang's forehead began to sweat. Zhao Lianzhou found an excuse to change the subject. Mr. Qian looked displeased but saw his wife coming over and said nothing. Qi Bao curiously looked at Wu Xiaoyi. Seeing his wandering eyes that occasionally fell on Yu Shui Lian, she understood what kind of person he was. After the Wu family left, Mrs. Qian took her daughter's birth date and asked Qi Bao, "Little fairy, please take a look. Do you think this person is a good match for my son?" Qi Bao held the birth chart, her small face showing some worry and confusion. At this moment, only Mr. and Mrs. Qian and Zhao Lianzhou and his wife remained in the room. Mr. Qian put down his teacup and said in a deep voice, "Qi Bao, there are no outsiders here. Just say what you think." Qi Bao looked at her parents. Seeing her father's nod, she spoke. "It's said that a 3-inch nose isn't as good as a 1-inch eye, and that a person's true nature can be seen from their eyes and nose. This person's eyebrows are like willow branches, and his white eyes have a flickering light, indicating lustful tendencies. His mountain root is broken, which harms the family legacy, and he could be a bad match, causing trouble for his wife and children, and his lifespan might be short." Mr. Qian's expression grew serious. Even though he didn't understand face reading deeply, he could tell that Wu Chengwang's appearance was indeed not good. Mrs. Qian's heart pounded. Her lips moved slightly, wanting to persuade her husband to stop, but with others present, she couldn't speak openly. Seeing that Mr. Qian remained silent, Qi Bao continued, "If Uncle Qian doesn't want this marriage, we can wait until after the Dragon Boat Festival to discuss it again." Mr. Qian paused and said, "That's fine." The Wu family was wealthy, with deeper roots than the Qian family, and had some influence in the capital. Originally, both sides had already agreed and checked the birth charts, waiting to formalize the engagement in March. If this marriage was to be broken now, Mr. Qian would feel a bit reluctant. Qi Bao's suggestion gave them more time to assess Wu Chengwang's character and qualities, providing some room for negotiation. Mrs. Qian felt uneasy. Both Mr. Qian and the old master admired Wu's family background, but as a mother, she worried about her daughter's future. With such a suitor, how would her daughter live her days? Mr. Qian smiled and thanked Qi Bao, saying, "Thank you today, Qi Bao. But let's keep this matter between us. Once outside, let's not mention it, okay?" Qi Bao said seriously, "I have professional ethics." Then she stretched out her chubby hand. "Chenghui, 50 coins." Qian Sanyi was first surprised, then he laughed loudly and ordered someone to bring over a string of coins. Qi Bao carefully counted out 50 coins, then pushed the rest back. Qian Sanyi understood that although the child was young, she was clever and thoughtful. He liked her even more. Zhao Lianzhou stood up and said, "Third Master, the child's words are not reliable. Please don't take it to heart, and don't tell others about such nonsense. It might cause others to laugh at us." Qian Sanyi realized that Zhao Lianzhou didn't want others to know his daughter had this ability. That was fine. He secretly asked someone to look at Wu Chengwang's face, also not wanting others to find out. Qian Sanyi and his wife saw Qi Bao's family off at the gate. At the entrance, they met Qian Er Furen, who was with a girl about the same age as Qian Yuanxiu. "Oh, I came at a bad time. Third brother has guests today." Qian Er Furen glanced at Qi Bao, seeming a bit familiar but not remembering immediately. Qian San Furen smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? We just finished seeing off the guests. You're just in time to come in." Qi Bao thought to herself that Qian San Furen probably didn't like this sister-in-law very much. The girl next to Qian Er Furen looked around and asked, "Third aunt, isn't the Wu family also visiting today?" Qian San Furen sneered briefly and said, "You came a bit late. The Wu family has already gone back. Second sister-in-law, come inside and sit, it's quite cold outside," she added. On the way back, Qi Bao opened the purse given by Qian San Furen. "Mother, third aunt is so generous. Where are the gold bars she gave?" Yu Shui Lian smiled and said, "Those gold bars are nothing. When I was young, I received small goldfish as New Year's money." Qi Bao was amazed at how wealthy the Yu family used to be. "What about Dad back then?" Zhao Lianzhou paused and said, Dad has never seen New Year's money before. Qibao quickly handed him her purse. Dad, Qibao is giving you lucky money. I will give you some every year from now on. The couple was momentarily speechless and amused. It was clear that she was a simple and innocent child. Yu Shui Lian asked Qibao, why did you say we should wait until after the Dragon Boat Festival to discuss marriage? Qibao raised an eyebrow. Because something changed during the festival. If we got engaged early, something bad might happen, and the sister from the Qian family would have to take the blame. But today, seeing the expressions of Qian heir Fu Ren and the girl, she thought there might be more trouble ahead. The family rented a donkey cart to take them to the foot of the hill near the village. When they got off, Qibao noticed that a few people ahead looked somewhat familiar. Second aunt. Foolish kid. The three people coming down the hill turned back, and it was indeed Sister Second Aunt's family. Foolish kid happily greeted Qibao. Qibao, did you also go to your grandma's house? Qibao was speechless. Her father had married into the family. She had no maternal grandparents. Sister Second Aunt took Qibao from Zhao Lianzhou's arms. Brother Zhao, you and your second brother go ahead. I want to talk with Water Lotus. Foolish kid also wanted to talk to Qibao, but was sent away by his mother. Yu Water Lotus saw that Sister Second Aunt looked calm and asked, Second Aunt, what happened? Sister Second Aunt patted Qibao's little head and gently pulled down her tiger hat. Earlier this year, my eldest sister-in-law wanted to arrange Fenger to marry our Tuar. You know about this, right? Water Lotus nodded. Qibao would tell her if anything happened outside, so she knew about Fenger too. Sister Second Aunt's face looked worse. Luckily, Qibao said that our Tuara might have a future with someone else, so I shouldn't worry. At that time, I didn't agree, and my eldest sister-in-law was a bit upset. Water Lotus agreed, and now, Sister Second Aunt said angrily, I only found out when I went back to my parents' home that Fenger had set her eyes on her maternal aunt's cousin, and they had been secretly seeing each other. Yesterday, both families met, but we arrived at a bad time and ran into them. In previous years, she would return to her parents' home on the second day of the Lunar New Year. This year, because something happened to the village chief's family, Brother Chen went with others to confront Zhao Wana, so she couldn't go back on time. This delay lasted until the fourth day of the Lunar New Year, when Sister Second Aunt finally had time to bring the children home. Her family thought she hadn't returned because something had happened, so they didn't expect her to come back. Aunt Tian confidently invited Aunt Tian's sister's family to visit. When the three families met, Sister Second Aunt saw Fenger's shy expression and Aunt Tian's nephew's gaze. It was clear what was happening. She was so angry she wanted to go home but was persuaded by her mother to stay overnight. She left the next day feeling very upset. You're saying if she didn't like our Tuar, I wouldn't be rushing to ask, right? Sister Second Aunt said angrily. She was the one who brought it up first. Now she's the one making me ashamed. What kind of thing is this? Water Lotus had to come for her. They say love can't be forced. Maybe after this, Tuar will have a better match later. Hearing this, Sister Second Aunt gently touched Qibao's small face and said, maybe Qibao is right. Our Tuar should wait for the right time. From now on, I will listen to Qibao. When she says our Tuar is ready, he will be. That night, Zhao Lianzhou mentioned another strange event in the county. Do you remember that old Master Zhang we saw in the county town? Old you thought for a moment. Isn't he the relative of Zhao Xini's husband? When the stone quarry incident happened, it was related to his family. When Zhao Lianzhou mentioned it, he remembered. Zhao Lianzhou nodded. Yes, that's him. He suddenly died on New Year's Eve. And it was very strange. He was found lying next to his dog's trough, with his belly all swollen. The Zhang family thought he was murdered. They called in an examiner, who said he was suffocated. Everyone looked at each other. Such a death was very odd. Qibao asked curiously, did he eat dog food and die from overfeeding himself? Zhao Lianzhou nodded. If everyone in the county didn't know about this, I'd think it was a made-up story. Qibao opened her mouth wide. He's never lacked good food, so why would he eat dog food? It might be because he was possessed, Zhao Lianzhou said. Normal people wouldn't do such a thing. Hearing this, Qibao seemed to remember something. Old Master Zhang couldn't have been possessed. He worked for others, and their home must have had protective spells. When she sent Yen Hong to deal with old Master Zhang, she used a medium from outside to do it. If someone had just made up a plan to harm him, it wouldn't be so easy. But old Master Zhang wasn't sleepwalking or anything like that. The only explanation was that a certain formation related to him was broken, and he was struck back, losing his mind and doing such things. So, this person still can't do evil acts. Hearing this, Yu Shui Lian told her family about the Yu family in the county. Old Yu was very pleased. Exactly. This is his punishment for harming so many of my direct descendants. If I don't see their punishment with my own eyes, I won't rest in peace in this life, Yu Shui Lian advised. Dad, it's New Year's. Don't talk about death, or anything like that. Old Yu felt happy thinking about the unlucky Yu branch in the county. He took out some wine and drank with Zhao Lianzhou and his son-in-law. Yu Samlang stretched his neck. Grandpa, can I try some? Old Yu slapped his head. Go away. Your older brother isn't even old enough to drink yet. In He County, the Yu family was also drinking. Third uncle. Ever since our father passed away, our family has had more and more trouble. If this keeps up, it's not good, said the third son. The third master nodded. Yes, there are indeed many problems. It's a pity that the master of the sky, the Tianshi, left many years ago. No one knows where he went or if he has a successor. Yu Wenjun spoke in a deep voice. Third uncle, elder brother, I think there is a problem with the Yu family in Feng County. Yu Wenbin frowned. Second brother is right, but last time Zhao's family went back, we didn't see anything unusual. Uncle Fifth is too cautious of us, so it's hard to investigate. Yu Wenhai pondered. Third brother, Zhao's family is just a woman with limited vision. I know a master who, though not as famous as the early days of the Heavenly Master, can still see some clues. Why not let him pretend to be a servant and follow you to Feng County? Hearing this, Yu Wenbin looked at the third master. The third master nodded slightly. Your elder brother is right. This concerns the life and death of our family and the county. You take Zhao's family and your children to Panlong village. Since it's New Year, visiting Zhao's family is also a sign of respect. Seeing his father agree, Yu Wenbin turned to talk to his wife, Yu Shi. Yu Shi sourly said, she's just a concubine, such a big face. The master has to visit her personally, even more than my parents ever did. Yu Wenbin comforted her. Since Uncle Second passed away last year, things haven't gone smoothly. We need to think of a plan. You don't want our children to suffer later, do you? Yu Shi quickly said. Puffed. Stop talking nonsense. My children will be fine. It was just a joke. Do you think I don't know the importance? Rest assured, I've prepared the gift for Zhao's family. I won't embarrass the family. Yu Wenbin hugged Yu Shi. I knew my wife was wise and understanding. When Zhao Chunji heard that Yu Wenbin wanted to go with her to her parents' house, she was overjoyed. Yu Mingxi coldly said, Madam, you've been in the Yu family for 7 years. When has father ever taken you to visit your family? And when has Zhao's family ever been considered real relatives? You're just happy now, but you might not realize that mother might hold a grudge because of this. Zhao Chunji was displeased. What do you know, little kid? My father loves me, and no one can stop him. I've given him 2 children, and he treats me well. That's only right. Yu Mingxi clenched her fists, a flash of hatred in her eyes. Such stupidity, this woman's ignorance, has always been her weakness, which Yu Shi easily exploited, making her life miserable. Suddenly, Zhao Chunji returned with her children, and Yu Wenbin also went along, making the Zhao family very excited. At the Zhao family's door, Yu Samling saw the scene and ran away immediately. Sikba was playing with a small yellow dog at the door when she saw her third brother running back home, like chasing the dog. Third brother, what are you doing? San Maozi just finished tidying up the chicken coop and came out. I ran off early in the morning. We agreed to work together. Yu Sanlang leaned on the doorframe, panting. Fourth brother, how many good swords do we still have? San Maozi was surprised. There are 5 left.
Why?
Didn't we agree to share them with Mao Dan and the others? Yu Sanlang waved his hand. Mao Dan and the others aren't in a hurry. When they want to play, they will. Just take out the swords quickly. I have a big plan. Qi Bao held him back. Third brother, Why are you taking so many swords? Yu Sanling caught his breath. That rich lady from Zhao's family has come back. Remember Yu Mingho, the fool with lots of money? Qi Bao nodded. What about him? Yu Sanling chuckled. Qi Bao, if we don't do this good business now, when will we? We should act fast. Qi Bao got excited. Third brother, you can't take all of them. Why not? Sen Maozi immediately understood Qi Bao's meaning. The more rare something is, the more valuable. If you take them all, they won't be worth much. 15 minutes later, outside Zhao's courtyard, several children were wandering around, each carrying a toy sword, joking and jokingly pretending to fight. Zhao Duofu had long disliked Yu Mingho. He grabbed his sword and rushed out. Seeing everyone else had swords, Yu Mingho felt left out and didn't want to stand it anymore. Zhao Duofu, yours is mine. No way, Sen Maozi snorted. You're dressed so well, can't even afford a sword, and you're still trying to take others. Really lacking class. A few children echoed. Yeah. Yu Mingho was so angry, he couldn't hold back.
Ha!
I have money. I can buy all of these. Qi Bao held Yu Sanling back. Forget it. Mother said children can't decide for themselves. Don't cause trouble when their family comes. Yu Mingho, feeling suppressed at home by his older brother, couldn't take this kind of treatment in the village. Humph. Children from the countryside can't decide for themselves, but I can. Give me the money. A few children discussed again. Qi Bao kept stopping him from selling, and San Maozi also told him not to sell because he promised to give the swords to his good brothers. Yu Sanling sneered. He's your good brother, not mine. Why should I keep it for him? The two brothers disagreed, and the atmosphere became tense. Zhao Duofu also didn't want Yu Mingho to buy the swords. If Yu Mingho bought them, his sword wouldn't be unique anymore. After a loud and noisy argument, Yu Mingho shouted, I said I will sell it if I want to. No one can stop me. He then took out some silver coins. Qi Bao shook her head. No, we have to follow the rules. If you want to buy, you need an adult to come. Just then, Zhao Duofu's mother was passing by. Yu Mingho pulled her over. Auntie, come witness. Today I want to spend money to buy the sword in their hands. Zhao Duofu's mother wanted to interrupt, thinking a bamboo slip was worth little, but when she saw the money in Yu Mingho's hand, she changed her mind. It wasn't reasonable for the little kids like Yu Sanling to trick money from Yu Mingho, so she thought she could do the same. All right, Auntie will witness. Go ahead and sell it. The children all looked at her, confused about why the adults were also acting so silly. Duofu's mother hesitated. Isn't this a business? Why do you want me to witness? Sell it. The children started the transaction, agreeing on a price of 100 coins for a sword. Zhao Duofu was unhappy and asked, why is his sword so expensive? But mine is so cheap. Sen Maozi replied, yours is a supreme treasure sword, but his is an ancient legendary supreme sword. Of course, they're different. This was from the fantasy story Qi Bao told. San Maozi didn't understand why a longer name with ancient made the sword more valuable, but it didn't matter, because he used it to fool people. Zhao Duofu threw his sword down. No, I also want an ancient divine sword. San Maozi spread his hands. That's impossible. It's a treasure of the heavens and earth, the only one of its kind. Once gone, it's gone. Duofu's mother pinched Zhao Duofu's ear. Go back home. If you ask for another sword, I'll give you 2 fire sticks, she muttered to herself, thinking, this fool's money is so easy to trick. A broken bamboo slip gets 100 coins. After getting the money, Qi Bao and the others decided not to play with Zhao Duofu and his family anymore. Zhao Duofu was bossy, and Yu Mingho was a city kid. The village children didn't like playing with them. Qi Bao. Just as Qi Bao was about to walk away, she heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw Yu Mingxi holding a man's hand, standing at the Zhao family's door, calling her. She looked at the man. It was Yu Wenbin from the 3rd branch of the Yu family. He was followed by a servant dressed in gray, who looked at her with strange eyes. Big sister Mingxi, Yu Mingxi ran over. I was thinking of coming to play with you, but I didn't expect you to come first. Come on, let's go to my grandma's house to play. Qi Bao shook her head. No, I'm going home to eat. Yu Mingxi pulled her. Just come to my grandma's house. She made lots of delicious food. Little Maisie suddenly pulled her hand away and said, I won't go. My sister wants to go home. Yu Mingxi was surprised and asked, when did Qi Bao become your sister? Mao Dan interrupted, she became Qi Bao's older brother last year. From now on, he calls himself Yu Siling, and he's no longer the same as before. Yu Mingxi was stunned for a moment. It wasn't until Yu Wenbin called her that she snapped out of it. Father, this is the Qi Bao I told you about. Yu Wenbin looked at Qi Bao and smiled. You should call me third uncle. Qi Bao tilted his head and asked, Are you related to my family? Yes. Third brother Yu quickly stepped forward and said, No, we're not relatives. If we are, why haven't we met before? Qi Bao, don't believe it. Some grown-ups like to trick children. Yu Mingxi glanced at third brother Yu and Maisie, but said nothing. Yu Mingho was unhappy and shouted, What are you talking about? You're just a poor kid. Does my father need to lie to you? Qi Bao looked serious and said, If we are relatives, why not come visit my home? Yu Wenbin hesitated. Could he really go to old Yu's house? This young lady is very adorable, said the gray-clad servant stepping forward. He reached out to touch Qi Bao's head, but she dodged away. Third brother Yu looked alert and asked, What are you doing touching my sister? Yu Mingho shouted, Touching her is just showing respect. What's so special about a girl from the countryside? Suddenly, Maisie reached out and rubbed his head twice. Sorry, I also think highly of you. Yu Mingho pouted and said, You. Father. They're bullying people. Yu Wenbin looked at the children and didn't comfort his son. Instead, he smiled at Qi Bao and said, We will visit Uncle Wu someday soon. Maisie shot him a glance, and together with third brother Yu, they held Qi Bao's hands and left. After the children walked away, the gray servant approached Yu Wenbin and said, Third master, this little girl seems a bit unusual. Yu Wenbin's face changed. A 3-year-old girl. What could be wrong? The gray servant hesitated and said, I can't quite explain, but her face looks mysterious. She might be extraordinary from birth. Next to them, Yu Mingxi pretended to be casual and said, Uncle means Qi Bao is very clever? She really is smart. Aunt Shui Lian took several years to have Qi Bao. Their family treasures her and even sent her to school. Brother Duofu says Qi Bao is very impressive. She has finished reading many books and even the teachers praise her. Dad, can I also read books like Qi Bao? Zhao Duofu's cheeks puffed up as he muttered, That's not true. It's all because the master favors her, teaches her more, and her father helps her learn. That's why she's so good. If my father also helped me, I'm sure I'd learn even better than her. Zhao came out and slapped his son's head. You little rascal, you're studying, and I have to study with you too? After scolding his son, he turned to his brother-in-law with a flattering smile. Brother-in-law, let's go inside and have some wine. Yu Wenbin's eyes showed disgust. You go in first. I want to stay outside quietly for a while. After Zhao went inside, the gray-clad man continued his earlier talk. And also, those 2 young men beside that girl seem a bit strange. They are supposed to have short lives, yet now their appearances are hard to read. If we want to look closely, we need to find a chance to see the faces of the rest of their family too. Yu Wenbin sighed. Our luck is declining, and I think it's connected to their family. Please, sir, help me think of a way. The gray-clad man bowed. I will do my best. No one noticed that Yu Mingxi beside them looked very pale. Sure enough, the third boy was Yu Siling.
His fate truly had changed.
Elsewhere, Qi Bao was talking to her 2 brothers about Yu Wenbin. Third brother, fourth brother, be careful recently. That gray-clad man has some skills. I think Yu Wenbin hired him to deal with us. Yu Sanlang rubbed his arm, feeling a shiver. Mother, I always thought his gaze was creepy. Turns out he's just a shady character. San Mao squinted. We need to tell Grandpa about this. Since coming to Yu's house, San Mao had learned about the feud between the main Yu family in Feng County and the branch in Yi County. He also heard that Qi Bao's 2 uncles were murdered. As a member of the Yu family, San Mao was naturally furious. When old Yu heard Yu Wenbin had returned, possibly with an expert, he immediately became angry. Good, after ruining my main family line for so many years, now their family is unlucky. And they dare to bring people here to spy? They think I'm made of mud. Being from a wealthy family himself, Old Yu knew well what kind of attitude Yu Wenbin, a rich young man, had toward his concubines. Would he really go back to his concubine's family? Don't be ridiculous. Old Yu would swear he could tear his head off if he promised. He suspected they were deliberately trying to spy on his family. That night, Old Yu held an urgent family meeting to warn everyone to watch Yu Wenbin's movements. Meanwhile, Yu Wenbin was asking Zhao Chuanji. Yu Shuilian didn't have children for many years after marriage. How did she finally get pregnant? Zhao Chuanji thought carefully. I heard that Zhao Samwa's health was poor, so she couldn't get pregnant for a long time. Later, after Zhao Samwa's condition improved, she finally had a child. Yu Wenbin smiled and asked, I heard that Zhao Samwa once had an engagement with you. Zhao Chuanji's heart tightened. Third master, I was still young then, and it was my family who made the decision, so. Yu Wenbin patted her back gently. Don't worry, I don't mean to question you. I just think, with Zhao Samwa's looks, your family didn't want her. Your standards are really high. He had seen Zhao Lianzhou, handsome and tall, a young man with a strong presence. Not only in Panlong Village, but even in Feng County and He County, it was hard to find someone comparable to him. Zhao Chuanji softly said, being good-looking doesn't matter. What's more important is third master's talent. Besides, he wasn't always like this, it happened later. Yu Wenbin looked thoughtful. What kind of person was he before? Zhao Chuanji recalled. He used to be small and thin. He wasn't very dark, but definitely not fair. Later, he developed sores all over his body, which festered and made him look like he was dying.